is literally fucking huge. You're not gonna see the curvature on the beach.
Okay, J-Dog, so here's a problem. So either the Earth is too big to see curvature or ships go over the curve. You have a dilemma. They cannot simultaneously be true. Pick one.
Do you know how big the fucking Earth is?
We heard you. Girl, you have a dilemma.
And do you know
You have a
how
logical
slow
dilemma.
boats
J-Dog, you have a logical dilemma. Hello? You understand? So if you sustain the premise the Earth is too big to see the curvature, then you cannot simultaneously sustain the premise that we see ships disappearing over the curvature when we're standing on the beach. Pick one.
But you're not going to see that because boats take time to fucking move.
No, not whistle past what I just said to you. Pick one.
I'm not.
That's
Did
your
you ever
problem.
stand on the ocean on the shore and watch a fucking boat for hours moving?
J-Dog, are you doing this
Did
No,
deliberately? I
you
really don't
haven't.
believe
You're not old enough to go to the beach
idiotic.
by yourself.
Like, I really don't believe you're that
Do you
idiotic.
fucking know how old I am?
J-Dog, can you stop missing the point? We're not in here to just toss words back and forth with no purpose and no value. You have a logical dilemma. Do you understand that? Yes or no?
How do I have a logical dilemma?
Like I just said, now I'm going to say it for the fourth time. If you sustain the premise that the Earth is too big to see, then you cannot simultaneously sustain the premise that we see ships disappearing over the curve.
I didn't
If the
say the
former is
Earth is
true, the
too big
latter
to
is
see.
false. If the
The
latter is true, the
curvature.
former is false. So pick one.
I'm gonna go get some Tylenol.
Okay. Hopefully you get some
Just drink
studying logic
some.
too.
Just drink some water with electrolytes so you can
Yeah,
hydrate, and the
I'll some
headache
days now.
might go away.
Take some medicine to get rid of those worms too.
Yeah, do that as well. She's not listening or replying to the points.
So did Elon Musk really send Tesla into space?
Into the cosmic vacuum? Hell no. Even he said that.
Okay, I'm back.
It
You
wouldn't be
can
possible.
Elon himself told you can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
Did he really
Yeah, why
say
would
that?
you trust someone who's obviously double speaking with that sort of duplicity? Why would you trust such a person? That's stupid.
Yeah, I mean it looks kind of fake.
Because it is.
Wrap the knuckles.
Yeah, and
wrap some knuckles behind the scenes, right?
and
Dude,
Elon
this one's
Musk.
getting boring. Maybe we'll say
Hey,
gay
J
slurs.
Dog, dude, take a breath, homie. So in his worldview, the more fake it looks, the more real it is.
Somebody said my name in here.
Yeah, are you doing okay? Are you alt right?
Yeah, I took the Tylenol pill.
But you still have a
Wow.
headache, so just take a mute and take a break. Take a deep breath, and once the headache goes away, maybe come back.
You could either do two
Mm.
choices. You can take a knee or walk it off. Which one?
You have a lisp.
Okay.
Unless you
J-Dog.
unless you're gonna listen to what Gregory was telling you and try to reply to his point.
Let's see how long J-Dog lasts now.
Okay, so did you pick one in the
I
logical
don't
dilemma that you're
understand
in?
what you're saying because my head hurts. I physically am not able to listen.
Okay, you're
Okay, so then
done.
stop talking. You're done. And stop talking. The fuck?
They did. They stopped.
Inane people in the world. As you were.
Little G, what's up, dude? You around or not?
Not much.
Oh, hey, man, it's been a while. I thought you were kind of wasn't sure if you're gonna come back or not.
Sounded like
Hey,
Gambit.
Britnat, say bingo. Just say bingo.
No. Oh,
Hey,
what was the nothing new under the sun?
Yeah, nothing changes that. The world, the set of conditions that you see today will remain. They will
Take any
remain.
answer you need, Crit. Any answer you need.
That's no, that you're messing that one up. That's only when the person's not listening. Like if you tell the person, they ask you a question, you say no, and they brain fart the word no, or they're not listening to any answer you give them. Like you say to them, "Oh yeah, well NASA's got some documentaries here that demonstrate how they use a flat model to simplify, the math." And the person comes back with, "How many astronauts are in on it?" I go, "Clearly you didn't listen. So since you're going to keep asking me questions and you're not going to listen to the answer, just use any answer you want for any purpose you need it for, and then drive on to whatever point you think you're going to make, which will be no point whatsoever. You've got literally no point to make." And then they'll demonstrate that. They really will come to no conclusion, no point whatsoever. And then I say, well, there it is. Now, tomorrow, the same thing will happen again. You'll come back here, ask some more questions, take no answer, have no point, and then spurg out and leave and come back again. It's like day in, day out, nothing new under the sun. They heard flat earth. They don't know what it is. And they can't use any answer they can think of for any purpose they need it for. That's how that comes in. If someone's willing to listen to an answer and understand it or use the answer for some purpose, then sure, I've got answers for days. We can talk about flat earth for weeks and weeks and weeks. This is a huge topic. But if they're not going to pay attention or even bother to remember what you just said, or brain fart the word fucking no, like they don't understand what the word no means all of a sudden, at that point, just have them do whatever the fuck they want to do, which should be easy because that's what they're doing already. You're just telling them to keep doing what they're doing.
fallacious thinking is cringe and deaf. Stop doing it.
Yeah, but the word "no." I can't remember a good example.
You should stop doing. You should stop doing that, Crit. When someone says no, what you should do is you should say unjustified negation retort. That's it's a new one, I think.
Somebody's
I'm
listening.
not tracking that. So if this is the idea.
No, Craig. You see what you just did?
Oh, did he try to take the piss out of you? Tried to do a...
No, he knows.
Okay. No is generally when someone says, here is the AE projection. That is your flat earth. And you tell them no. And they tell you, well, yes, it is. No, it's not. That's a globe projection using math. And then they say, no, it's not. And you're like, really? Okay, fine. At this point, use any answer you need for any purpose you need it for. Because if you're willing to brain fart the word no and brain fart how projections are made, just keep making it up, dude. Just make up whatever you want.
That is actually an interesting point. So it does lead me to a question that you just made me think.
Okay,
of.
I got the answer for you. Wait, hold on. I got the answer.
No, answer to ask the question. The answer to okay. The question is,
go ahead.
What would you say is the closest projection of what you think the world is? Like the closest one.
I would go with Blue Marble 2.0 before they wrapped it around the ball, or I would go with the MGRS, or I would go with UTE, or maybe even the one that the Library of Congress has. There's a huge thing.
Blue Marble? Have you got the Blue Marble thing that you mentioned?
Yeah,
or?
The Blue Marble 2.0. They took like high altitude imagery and then laid it flat and then wrapped it around the ball to appear what Earth would look like from space. And instead of just making the map as it appeared. See, people have been trying to get the raw data for years. I mean, that's like 20-something years now. People have been asking to see the raw data, but they won't release it because it's national security. By having a map, Tyson wrote a book about this, mind you. It's called Accessory to Murder. I mean, he really laid it on thick. and he talks about how astrophysics or astral stuff has perpetuated some of the most devastating human conflicts because being able to map out a terrain better than your opponent allows you to maneuver your troops around. This is why we used to, in the days of yore, they call it like the home team advantage, kind of like why America was able to defeat England during the Revolutionary War. I mean, England had just defeated Napoleon, and they were a force to be reckoned with. But somehow they couldn't take down a bunch of farmers because they were fighting across the ocean. Their command and control and not really knowing the terrain, the people knew it. They walked the terrain every day. They lived it. They knew exactly where to fight, where to hide, where to engage, and where to disengage.
Wait, what war are you referring to?
1776. I'm not sure.
We fought Napoleon in the 1800s, so we were fighting America at the same time, but we actually won that war. So
yeah, but it was a series of defeats. It wasn't just one victory that put Napoleon down. He was already on the ropes by 1776.
I don't know about that. His like a nearly world conquest happened in the 1800s.
Why would you even digress attention to that? Why do you folks do that?
Because of maps.
When you say we won the war, you mean the gays?
No, the British.
The American Revolution led to the French Revolution.
All right, thanks for that input, Brandon.
Can we not distract from the point about maps? Like,
True though.
No, I think this. Britt, did you get the does my answer work, or did you get it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. I've taken every answer you gave for any answer I needed to come to that conclusion. Yeah.
So you just kind of made it up.
So the parasites won the war.
See, I'm right though. Okay, if I'm not, which came first, the American Revolution or the French Revolution?
The American.
Yeah,
always
definitely.
The American.
Yeah, American Revolution is what kind of spawned. That's when people in France finally realized it was possible. You could shake off the crown.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's people in France. You could say the movement started there, and then it climaxed in America, and then kind of went off the rails in France. But it still worked. Those were the first two countries that have democracies. Other than you go way back into like the Greeks and stuff, which were kind of small city-states. But a nationwide democracy was not a thing until 1776.
America in 1776 a nationwide democracy.
Well, what would you call it?
Democracy in the first place. That's a misnomer.
Well, yeah, it's like colloquial democracy, representative republic. Yeah.
No, democracy we have today, which is a sham. Back then, it wasn't a democracy, was it?
We don't have a democracy today either.
So did America ever have a democracy?
Well, how about not a monarchy? No. It's not a monarchy. It's something other than that. It's self-ruled.
Okay,
I mean, it's really funny how we keep misidentifying these things. Literally every day when we went to school, at least, since after the midpoint of the 20th century, and to the republic for which it stands. The word democracy is nowhere in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Yeah, well, a republic and a democracy can be synthesized. There's just different kinds of democracies, like constitutional monarchies or democracies sometimes.
Yeah, you can conflate anything. That's just fallacious.
Well, they're not contradictory, is what I'm saying. Though they do coexist sometimes.
Yeah, it's something
you can conflate anything. Like when you conflate all these distinct ideologies, it obviously destroys the intelligibility and cogency of them.
No, it's like constitutionally representative limited democracy, or something. There's a phrase for it that is like the actual political science name.
Yeah, all that. That's a bunch of duplicitous misnomers.
Well,
right?
I think
democracy, the rule of the majority. A republic is the thing of the public. Right,
yeah.
So the thing of the public is being governed by representatives,
hold on.
Those who are elected.
I think Matthew tried to get in. Did I mishear?
No, go ahead.
I mean, since we're on the subject now, because we digress on the point of maps.
No, we got to the full conclusion, right, Britt? Or no?
Matthew fucking learns.
Oh, that's not my name.
I think he was quoting QE, maybe.
Yeah, that is a quote from QE. The first time I ever met QE, that's what he said when Matthew Loans joined, so it's always in my head.
Huey always has it in for professional teachers for some reason. It's like one of his. He must not have had a good time in school. It's like clowns, like kids who get the first time they see a clown, they get scared. That kind of sticks with them.
Yeah, but Matthew teaches
vendetta.
college students, I think, which is like, probably, you know how college students are. Probably most of them don't even turn up, right? So it's wouldn't be the same
Yeah.
thing. As
Anyway, what the hell ever.
There was some state that passed or colloquially passed a law, like it's on the governor's desk to like take away the safe space from the college campus. I mean, it's pretty interesting for me because I know all the studies that have done about why to make a safe space, why the college campus needs to be safe. It goes into this thing called Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And people can't learn if they feel like they're threatened or whatever. So how they can, I wonder how what this state's college are going to look like once they stop diversity.
Wait, look at the side chat. Look at what Manufactotum.
I'm fucking tabbed out. Tell me what it is. I don't want to go back to
it's an unwrapped the unwrapped version of Blue Marble 2.0. So do you think we live on like
that's on the data
slug?
for you can't get it, okay? You can't get the data from Blue Marble 2.0. It's classified. It's top secret, okay? That information will never be released. So he doesn't have
Till
Blue
someone
Marble.
dies.
Yeah, he doesn't have Blue Marble 2.0. People have tried to get it. The people want it. But they can't get it because it's been used for warfare also.
Pretty base.
WTF is a safe space. How ironic is that? The people who run their mouth with a pseudo virtue of diversity, because it's not a virtue, and tolerance and pluralism, also demand a space where they have unanimity in their ideology.
Yeah, I mean, I can
flagrantly
hear that.
hypocritical.
Yeah, and that's
inconsistent.
why a lot of people are thinking the college campus isn't sort of the ivory tower it used to be.
Yeah, no. This is what you get. This is what you get when you have a multitude of so-called humans that persevere to disagree about everything. No, society cannot be sustained like this. It's obviously not sustainable. Disagreeing about everything, especially the most important things, is not sustainable. It is self-destructive. A house divided cannot stand. That just sounds familiar to some folks.
Well, stop dividing it, man.
You should be telling someone else that. You ain't telling me that. I'm not the one dividing anything.
I had something come up that was interesting. The other, I went to a bar trivia. This is like a week ago. I was meaning to bring this up, and it had the different doctrines of all presidential doctrines, and people to write down what they were. Are you guys kind of familiar with this? Like, you ever heard like the Monroe Doctrine or the Truman Doctrine, the Bush Doctrine?
Yeah, I recognize those. Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting too because it's like you kind of know what it is, but it's like one of those things you don't really have the exact word for word way of articulating it.
Mm-hmm. And very often it's because it was ambiguously articulated in the first instance. It was never clearly defined. The public just has a habit of presuming that these things, of these persons, these ideologies proclaimed and professed, and even sometimes written down by these professionals in these institutions, actually only get it right all the time. Like, no. Like, no. They commit fallacy. They commit crime. They commit sin. Do all sorts of error.
Yeah, it's like the Bush Doctrine had to do with preemptive war, regime change, making the world safe for democracy was kind of like the buzzword. Like the
Mhm.
Nixon doctrine had to do. I'm trying to just shoot off the head. I know it's not exactly right. Someone could like Google it and say, "Correct, you missed this word." It like had nuclear shield, a nuclear deterrent to the expansion of communism. And then, like the Monroe Doctrine had to do with the Western Hemisphere, or maybe I might get that wrong. One of them had no expansion of communism to the West. So that's not Monroe. Then that must be someone else. Fuck, not to look it up. One of them had, they stopped communism from advancing to the Western Hemisphere. One of them had to do with the way Mexico and American back and forth, like trade agreements. It was pretty cool. I mean, there was like 9 or 10 different doctrines, and
Well, and then there's the Biden doctrine, which involves concerning stages, like finding the exit to the stage and exiting the stage safely. Without...
That's pretty funny. I never thought of you to be like. I always pictured you to be like a liberal, not really like mocking Biden. You know.
I don't mind. I don't mind mocking whoever is in power.
Oh, okay.
I'm not a liberal.
So, but you're kind of like a religious conservative, or like the silent majority type thing.
No, I'm an evangelical Christian, so there's a lot of conservative ideas that I have.
Yeah, but kind of like the idea of the silent majority, the moral majority, silent moral majority.
I'm not super silent, but I don't know what you mean by that.
Yeah, it's from the Nixon era, or not Nixon, Reagan era.
Oh yeah, I mean, I liked Reagan. Yeah.
Careful, you're gonna trigger Scott.
Yeah, I know. I hear him piping his mic up.
No one cares.
Starts chirping.
Nintendo, Mario. Yeah, papi play with you.
Nobody wants to hear you speak Spanish.
Okay, so the Biden doctrine is going to be face daunting problems? Well, just like to build better.
I don't know. I just found this. I don't know. Matthew just provoked me to type it in the search engine. So I'm like, okay, what's this?
Yeah, build back better or something like that. Faster, better, stronger.
Awesome.
Who do you reckon will bring the flat Earth closer to the people? Do you reckon it'll be Biden or Trump in the next election?
Well, Trump. The Republicans are the party of NASA. They're the party of space travel. They're like when Nixon was in office, he's a Republican. That's when they thought the high watermark of space travel was during the Nixon era. And still to this day, Republicans beat that drum. They're the party of science. And Trump just did Space Force. I mean, he just expanded the military to another branch. Here's Space Force. But we
actually that I'd imagine that would make you all a bit miffed, right?
No.
Yeah,
what is miffed? I can't even infer what that means.
It's kind of ticked off, but we don't say anything.
Oh, just like okay, that feeling, yeah.
Yeah, it's like you're like kind of like a shrug, like. Ugh.
Yeah, but we already know that the government just pretends to have money into NASA. It's no different. You just throw some kids in a trailer and you say you're protecting outer space from hitting Earth, and they're like, hell yeah, and that's all you got to do.
I thought it was pretty funny that the first year that Space Force was in effect, they already had their sex scandal. I'm like, holy shit, guys! You know, like you had your officer cadet sex scandal, and you're not even a year old yet.
You know, since we're tossing up political fun facts, you know, Nixon, the same president who took the U.S. dollar off the gold standard, and it's never been on the gold standard ever since. It's entirely fiat currency.
Yeah, he added. I mean, if you look into Nixon, you're like, holy shit! Like everything Nixon did was a liberal nightmare, and yet the liberals are like, but he went to the moon. I'm like, do you really think everything he did was just a nightmare for your worldview? Added, sugar to food, like dumping uranium, toxic waste on Native American reservations, expansion of the police state, warrantless wiretapping, like domestic wiretapping. He was enemies list, using the FBI to investigate political opponents. Like everything you can think of. This is like all the stuff liberals fight. And they're like, God bless Nixon. God bless America. Like,
Listen
dude,
to
how
this.
the
Like,
fuck do you do
listen.
that?
Listen to this. Like, who talks like this? Like, look, you're not a young earther, are you, Scott Mackey? Like, what? Like, what is?
Yeah, he's
like,
afraid.
dude.
He's afraid that
No, it's not. We're good.
Matthew Learns might think that he's not from a monkey or rocks or water, where Scott knows he came from rocks and water sitting in the sun.
Matthew knows we
I mean, like, you hear the question, like the tone of that question, as though a young earther is just as contemptible as like a molester or a communist.
No,
It's like, you're not a young earther, are you?
No,
I
as
think he would
contemptible as a flat
qualify
earther,
equivalent
though.
to flat earther.
Like, so stupid.
go
Like,
ahead.
why are you people so devout to these cosmogenic doctrines? Like,
Well,
it doesn't make any sense in your own worldview, dude.
They both were talking at the same time. I didn't hear what either said. Can you go? Would you mind saying it again, if you would? Thank you.
But yeah, I was just
Me?
gonna say, I don't think
Oh,
he
yeah,
was.
yeah.
I don't think he was saying the tone of "You're not a young earther, are you?" in the tone of like a child molester or something like that. I didn't take it.
Yes, he was.
You can infer his tone based on text.
Given everything that I've interacted, given everything that I've heard from him, yeah.
Well, he's here. We could ask him, what tone did you mean, Scott?
Well, of course, he's not going to deny it. I mean, he's not going to acknowledge it, because then he would be conceding that he did something unjustifiably contemptible. Of course.
Yeah, I don't know
You
how to
just
respond
need
to
to
that,
swiftly
Matthew.
move past that.
He already knows me. What can I say?
Yeah,
I'm
so it
indefensible.
was just because I mentioned that I'm an evangelical, so he was just curious about some of the other.
Yeah, I know. I know why he asked that.
Do they teach evolution in your church, Matthew?
No.
How come?
Because my church is mainly concerned with sanctification and learning to become better people and learning the theology about who God is and those type of things, not like these other things.
So do you think you came from rocks and water getting beat around in the sun?
No.
Interesting. Scott Mackey, do you think that?
A long time ago, yeah, sure.
Okay.
You used to think that? Like, what does that mean?
No,
it
the whole
happened a
thing
long,
took over.
long time ago.
Yeah, took place over billions of years. I think a couple billion.
Is that right? How do you know this?
Well,
This concerns the Earth, so.
I trust other people who spent their life studying this stuff. Because I'm.
And how do you know what they taught is true?
I don't. I trust them. That's what trust means.
God, wow. So it's okay for you to just have a fideistic commitment to their cosmological, cosmogenic, ecological, lithospherical doctrines, but it's not okay for the Christian to do so?
No, you can. I don't care.
Oh, it is okay. So it is valid. It's true because I believe it, right?
No, things aren't true because you believe it. Things are true because they correspond with reality.
I see. Oh, so you don't afford the Christian that right too, just as you don't have that right, right?
No. The question is whether I'm going to believe it.
No, the question is what I asked you.
And I answered the question. Truth has nothing to do with what anybody
believes.
Right.
So let's be consistent. So since it's not valid for the Christian to say it's true because I believe it, that's true about you, yeah?
Yeah, you're messing up what the definition of truth is.
How did I mess up the definition of truth? Please correct my error.
Truth is the correspondence of a proposition to reality.
Okay, so where did I butcher the definition of truth in my question? Identify the error.
Truth has nothing to do with what anybody believes.
What?
Truth and belief are independent
a truth
concepts.
proposition or the concern of truthfulness doesn't have to do with someone accepting a proposition to be true or false.
Correct. You're getting there. Correct.
Yeah. Hey, Gregory. Hey, Gregory. Guess what? Scott's spot on this one. He's like a broken clock. He's right to now. He's right twice a day.
I mean, like, truth doesn't have to do with someone believing a proposition to be true or false. Wow.
No,
truth,
it doesn't
truth
matter.
is-
True is true, even if you don't believe it so. And it's the same thing. False is false, even if you believe it to be true. Someone's belief doesn't change a fact.
Yeah, so Scott, is it valid for you to say it's true their cosmological, lithospherical doctrines are true just because I trust their words? Is that valid?
Valid is a logic claim. Truth has nothing to do with logic. Truth has to do with corresponds to reality. There's either milk in my refrigerator or there's not.
Dude. It's a yes or no close-ended.
No, it's not. Hey, Gregory. Yes, I think Mac. Are you sober right now, or are you just really high? I can't tell. This is like uncharacteristic of you. I'm like stunned. Like, did you get replaced by a clone or something? Like, what the fuck's going on right now?
I did. I got replaced by a clone.
Like one of Dallas Dave's clones? Like,
yeah, that's it. Yep.
I'm trying to think of a logical reason because normally you are just at the mouth, just hyperventilating on the edge of a freak out, and you're casual, you're chill, you're just presenting an argument here, and Gregory's the one. I'm like, what the fuck, dude?
And it's funny because everybody else thinks I'm that way all the time.
Okay, so can you answer with a yes or no to the yes or no close-ended question, please? Yes or no, it's valid for you to say, I believe them, therefore it's true.
Your question doesn't make any sense. It can't be answered.
Oh my fucking gosh, bro.
Yeah, Gregory, he's right. That is a malformed question.
No, it isn't. I'm asking him, is it valid for him to think that way? If it's not okay for the Christian, then it's not okay for him. The question is clear.
But Gregory, it's either true or false that there's milk in my refrigerator, right? And that is determined by whether there is or is not milk in my refrigerator. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so does it make any sense for me to say it's valid for me to believe there's milk in my refrigerator? Because
okay, thank you. Fuck. Finally.
So it makes no sense to ask if it's valid to believe it, right?
No, it does make sense. It's a scrutinizing question, you imbecile.
Wow, dude.
God, literally, it's obviously a scrutinizing question, testing whether you're going to be consistent. My God, dude.
I'm already consistent. I just make sense.
Just a minute. Heretic or somebody. So obviously I'm able to speak again since a couple of days ago, but in the chat I'm unable to type. It wants to divert me to like memes or religion or anything like that. Can that be lifted, or do I have to wait that out?
No, that should be expiring.
It's supposed to expire in like 10 hours or something like that.
Yeah, disconnect and rejoin. It should pop up again. I think so. Like turn it on, turn it back off.
I mean, what do you mean? Like, just...
Yeah, like sometimes if someone's muted and you unmute them, then they have to disconnect and rejoin. I think you're still showing that it's locked, but if you exit the channel, then rejoin the channel, it might pop up.
I'll give that a try.
I think I fixed it, Lou. You should be okay. I think.
All right, and then anyone know which Daza that was? There's like a few of them in the server. Which Daza that was that I was talking to about the tangents and stuff in Celestial Navigation?
Yeah, it's the one who's here every day. He'll be here.
Yeah, here I'll get his ID for you. He's in my DMs too, so I'll know which one it is.
Send his ID to me because I wanted to get back to him about something on there. Another thing in his graph or whatever it is, the image that he was making. I want him to add another line there. Go back and forth with him about that. We'll talk about it later.
Eyeball, like with eyelashes.
As long as you guys are not talking about right triangles on the surface of a ball and comparing it to Earth, you guys can talk about it then.
Yeah, yesterday he deemed himself the non-muted king, He said he's been here like so many consecutive days and not muted.
You see all these straight lines put together? They make a sphere.
Did you get that,
Said
Lou? I
nobody
sent
ever.
his
Yeah.
ID
Yeah, I
and
got
then
thanks.
okay.
No, I was. If you guys were, some of you I know were in here. Like, I did a crude, hand drawing on the phone, and then he made it nicer on there. But he actually, I didn't even catch it the other night. There was something that was also wrong, like misrepresenting the illustration that I was showing, and it's actually pretty important to the point. So, yeah, I wanted to bring that up with him again.
Now, I'd love for one of these days for you guys who believe in these triangle things on celestial navigation of the ball thing to show us exactly how they work, give us all the math and everything. Be really cool.
You stand in one place, you look at a star, you get that angle, and then you get the almanac and you figure out all your shit.
You know, it'd be even better that he would stop pretending that we haven't presented these things to him. That would be even better.
Yeah, hey Mackie,
You
did you just take a huge rip off your bomb?
Yeah, I did. I did.
Okay.
Yes. You know me so well, Crit.
Just why I complimented you for being functionally normal, while you come out of left field with some bat shit.
So why'd you lie about me the other day when you said I want to take down the server, though?
It's worse than bat shit. It's maggot shit.
What are you talking about, dude? This is like the
lied.
same.
You told Heretic that I want to take down the server, and that was just a lie, and you know it.
Not this channel that you're gonna find a way with Rob and Big Gang Bino. It was AJ who got all the screenshots, dude, of you
Yeah, I know,
talking on gems.
And that's why I'm asking why you lied about me, because I didn't say anything like that. I would never want to take down this room.
What did you say?
I just want to know why you lied about me, man.
What did you say?
I said nothing about taking down the room.
Counterfactual. Answer the question.
You don't remember what you said?
Yeah, I said something about that we should get enough Globers out here to come in here, focus on one question over and over and over, and keep harping on it until. And I thought maybe the whole celestial navigation thing, get people who really know what celestial navigation is, and keep people coming in here and see how you guys react.
Can only be done on a flat surface. You can't make right triangles on a ball, so that's how you react.
With Rob Noxious and Gambino.
No, I was not talking with Rob. I don't talk with Rob. I have Rob muted, and I have him blocked. I cannot possibly be talking with Rob Noxious.
Well, the screenshot that AJ showed was you, Rob, and Gambino talking in gems.
No, it wasn't.
Chat.
I don't know who Gambino is, so.
Well, Mr. Giggles. I know a lot of people know him by different names. I call him Mr. My first time I came across him, he was Mr. Giggles because he would just be listening to Flat Earthers talk, and he would open his mic and just giggle every so often.
No idea who that is, man.
Yeah, okay. Well, he's a guy who says he works for NASA. He's a rocket engineer, and that
Still don't know.
Oh, what the fuck? How could you not know Gambino? This is
Is this going to be settled at all?
This reminds me of the one time where they got I can't remember what the right wing politician said. Oh, I've never been in the same room as whatever the other guy was, and here's a picture of them shaking hands.
It does, Crit, but this is one of my favorite rooms to come and listen to you all. Why would I possibly want to take it down? What would be in it for me to take it down?
Because you think of Flat Earthers are ruining your country.
No, I don't. That's another lie you said about me. Why would you do that, man? Why you gotta lie about me?
Oh my god.
Oh, he comes in here, spreads rumors about me. I'm just wondering why.
They're not rumors. You've got a really weird hang-ups on people who disagree with your worldview. So much so that drove you down just recently a pipeline when talking to Matthew when he said he's evangelical it triggered you into asking him, is he a young earther?
And he answered. And how far did that go after that?
Okay, anyway,
All right.
inane subject.
So back to the triangles.
Hey,
How does the math on those things work?
real quick, Radwin, do you see the stream?
Yeah, you had a penguin, and you asked me if this is a 90-degree angle.
Penguin.
Yeah, I posted it for you.
No penguin.
I'm looking at a penguin from Madagascar, the first one.
What the fuck, dude?
It's not from
It's
Matthew,
a
though.
90-degree angle. The penguin. No, it's not.
Is
Yeah.
a 90-degree angle the
Green.
penguin?
Do you
Wait,
see
is
the
there such thing
screen?
as a 90-degree angle penguin?
Christ alive, is it so difficult? His post is under another post that features a cartoon penguin from the movie Madagascar.
Yeah, nothing to do with me.
Oh yeah,
I'm
that
talking
guy's
about
way
the
smarter
stream.
than all of us. That guy from Madagascar, that penguin guy, he's way smarter than all of us. Are you kidding me, dude?
You know what? Kowalski is the man. He is the penguin.
There's this right here. Here's Scott Mackey talking to Big Gambino, someone he said he's never talked to, doesn't know who it is. I have no idea. Dude, like your fucking brain is mush, man.
Are you posting it?
These people just can't stop lying.
All right, did you post it?
Yeah, it's right
They
there.
ban me all the time,
Oh,
and
shit.
it's almost always for TC.
Scott,
Nope.
Big Gambino. Hey, Scott Mackey. Blah blah blah. How often are we going? And hear this. I don't know who Big Gambino is. I've never talked to him. I don't know this guy. Does. Dude, you're fucking wasted again, man. What the hell?
So why'd you lie, Scott?
Did he
I just
change
want to
his
know why
name?
you came in here and you lied.
This is
I'm just
why.
confused.
This is why we can't have nice things.
This is exactly why we can't
It's
have
like,
nice
how
things,
much
because
proof
people
will it
like
take?
them.
Like Scott Mackey, how much proof does it take that you've talked to these people? You've planned weird, cringe events with these people. At the same time, you say you don't even know who they are. You've never even heard of them.
You were talking about on Gem server. Where is this? Where this was from here, right?
No, that's on Gems.
This
Oh
is
my
on
goodness,
Gems?
dude. Listen, it's not unreasonable for people that generally have similar views or hang out in similar places, especially in text chat, to talk to people and not remember who they are, or to talk to people about
Yeah.
similar goals. Like, hey, let's go over to that channel and coordinate about this topic. I mean, is that the topic of discussion here? I mean, it's boring at this point.
No, the whole
It is
the whole
boring.
shtick is that he never knew who Rob was or who Big Gambino is.
I never said I
Never
never who Rob was. Come on, man.
Or their plan. Like Rob's big shtick is he wants to take the channel down.
You want to?
Dude, Rob's delusional and semi-psychotic
So Scott.
and schizophrenic. So
Would you like to post the text or whatever I said I want to take the channel down? You want to try that one?
I already looked at it
You
all,
won't
dude.
find it.
There's no direct insinuation that was your intent.
Thank you.
Now, someone could do a guilt by association and say, well, because these people have these goals and you're conversing with them about goals that aren't those goals specifically, means you're all in line with the same goals. But that wouldn't be good reasoning.
Thank you, sir.
So they have his own goals, but he was just talking about goals while talking about goals.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dude, that happens with the flat earthers too. Like the flat earthers say, hey, how about we don't overtalk each other, and instead of going down red herrings, we focus on the points, right? And when we all talk about it, then we all get into a channel, and then everyone's trying to interrupt and interject and be assholes to each other. I mean, it's just human nature. Flat earthers aren't immune from that type of behavior.
That is also true.
There's a trifecta right there, all three of them together. Talk about coordinating. Let's coordinate our efforts. Rob, Big Gambino, and Mackey, the three stooges.
I don't know. Your case is Not even 50%. That's my opinion.
Oh, can I get an answer from Radwin?
About?
What I'm streaming. Is that a 90-degree angle?
You never said anything about what you're streaming.
I did.
You didn't.
I mean, this is all recorded. It's fine. I'm saying it now. Do you think that's a 90-degree angle?
The X and Y? Yeah.
Yeah. So this 90-degree is off a ball.
X and Y coordinates, I said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
X
that's
and Y
90.
is, X and Y is 90.
Sure. So here's another one. On a circle, get an angle. You see that?
On a circle, get an angle.
Yeah. Circle off an angle. Sorry, an angle off a circle.
Make up your mind.
Impossible. What's the angle? Stop. What? Stop. Zoom in so I can see that. How'd you get the angle off a curved surface?
GeoGebra.
No. How do you get an angle off the curved surface?
What do you mean?
Take a basketball, put
Mhm.
your finger on it, and give me the angle between your finger and the surface of the basketball.
Okay. That would be what this is doing. Same
Dude,
thing.
You're not even zooming in good. Can you make the lines bigger?
No, if you zoom, they're just lines. They have no dimension. If you zoom in, it's still just lines.
I know, but I mean, like the dot and the little graphic there is so small. Why
Oh,
can't that?
yeah,
be-
he had a little flat piece there. See it? There's a little flat piece that's stuck to the end of the dot. Never
Yeah,
mind.
that's the
Never mind,
circle.
your lie's been exposed.
What lie? It's the circle. It just glitches when you zoom in too far, I guess.
Well, how can you get an angle off the surface of a ball?
Like this, like I'm showing you,
No,
right
it's
there.
not
That's
like
an angle
this.
off the surface of a ball.
It's not like this.
Do you know what instantaneous rate
every
of change
point-
is?
Yes, dude. Every point on a curve is a constant rate of change of slope, which means
Yeah.
every point along that curve would be an infinite amount of angles. So you have to pick a particular point, and it's only those three floating points that give you an angle. It's not from a circle, dude. It's from three floating points that you arbitrarily have chosen.
At the point where it intersects, that's going to make an angle.
Mm,
How far that
no.
angle extends into space
No.
becomes mathematically infinitely small. But if you zoom
Whatever.
in, that circle becomes straight enough that you can take an angle. Like if we're talking practically, you just have to get a small enough protractor, you could get an angle off of any curve.
People like
That's how
manufactured are the
deliberative.
worst. This is the worst kind of self-deception.
Yeah,
What?
so you
It's
can't do
math.
that in
It's
SolidWorks
simple
or
math.
AutoCAD, but he can do it in GeoGebra.
It's basic
I
math,
guess
guys. Well, it's not
upgrade
basic
your-
math. It's
your
calculus,
program.
but
It's the worst kind of self-deception.
People do it all the time.
Go
I
out
don't
of his
know
way
why
to
this is even
take the time to meticulously articulate something that is so patently inane.
all you have
Like
to do is
AI
take the
just said, and you
derivative.
whistled past it.
All you have to do is take the derivative of f of x, and you have the slope at the point. It's real easy, guys.
Yeah, so again, AI, please say it again.
Yeah, it's three floating points, not off of not a curve. You're not getting an angle to the curve, getting an angle to that point. Now, yes, you could argue that's just pedantic and technically true, but not practically true in any meaningful sense with three-dimensional objects, right? Because at scale, the curve variance is irrelevant. Might even be greater than the error of the machine you're using.
So I don't see what the problem is then.
Okay, well, the problem's still there, regardless of you not being able to see it.
So what is the problem?
Like he just told you.
It sounds like, I mean, I agree with everything you just said.
Okay, so then there's the problem.
Why is that a problem? You can still get an angle.
Like he just said to you.
Did you hear what he just said?
Yes, I did.
What about what he said means you can't get an angle?
You're not getting an angle from the surface of a sphere or circle. You arbitrarily picked 3 points, 1 out of the 3 being on the surface of that circle.
Hmm. And if the surface of that circle doesn't deviate from a straight line in the space that you're taking your measurements, why is that not a legitimate angle?
That wouldn't be a circle then.
It's still the surface of a circle. You zoom in and you can't differentiate the curvature.
If the surface of a circle doesn't deviate from a straight line, then that necessarily implies you have a circle with a flat surface, which is a contradiction, dude.
No, it doesn't deviate beyond the tolerance of your instruments.
Yeah, that was the
That's an
qualifier.
entirely moot reply.
However, claiming that, right? Claiming because I'm pointing at a free point in space, right? And then assuming that it is a circle and that you have a tangent line to that circle, right? That's an extra step. You can't just say I have an angle to, like, let's say the horizon. And because the horizon is one of the points, I'm one of the points, and let's say a star is one of the points, therefore I'm on a tangent. That's not a valid claim.
Why is that?
What do you mean? Because the information isn't present from 3 points.
So
this is just invincible ignorance. That's all it is.
No,
There's nothing more
so
from him.
the tangent to a curve represents the instantaneous rate of change at that point, right?
No, we're done. Like, we literally said it like 3 times, dude. This is just invincible ignorance.
You're just repeating things I disagree with. I've not understood why you.
Right, we're
your
repeating the
justification is.
argument, which is refuting you. We're repeating the
repeating the
refutation after
claim,
you
it's the
repeatedly ask
justification.
us to give you the argument. So it's over.
I understand the claim. It's the justification for it that I'm having trouble with.
Of
I
course
don't
you are.
think that's
We
fair.
repeated it multiple times. It's
Not
over.
the justification you have.
Okay, so for example, I'm standing on my floor, right? I take an optically acquired angle device of any type that I could construct, and I point it at my floor. I then have a point relative to my eye position. I can then point it at the ceiling relative to my eye position. Now, I have 3 points: my eye, the floor, and the ceiling. Now, if I just take those 3 points and devoid it from the fact that I know it's a floor or ceiling, and then just draw orthographically a circle through the base of those 2 points.
The earth is round.
Did I validate that my floor is a circle? Of
That was
course not.
derp.
No. But I don't think that's what anybody's doing.
Okay,
Look,
well, they are, regardless if you're not thinking so.
When you make a line and you name it a tangent, right, you're invoking a circle in your language.
Isn't
the
the
3
tangent
points.
just a section and line?
What?
The tangent is a section, right?
No.
No, a tangent is a line that intersects a circle at only one point.
Yeah.
Right. So if you have a straight line and you say, "Oh, my straight line is a tangent," then you're pulling a circle out of thin air, right? If you don't know that it's a circle that you have the straight line to, you can't call it a tangent. Simply naming it a tangent doesn't create the circle out of thin air.
Sure. No, I agree with that.
All right, that's the point. All right.
Sure. So it seems to me that the contention thus far has been that you can't get an angle off a curve, which suggests that, and this was in reference to like celestial navigation, and it seems to suggest that whatever it is people are doing out there on the water necessitates the presence of the curve to be, I guess, obvious, or I mean, I'm not really sure what the contention is actually. As I say it out loud, it doesn't really make sense even as
It
stated.
necessitates the surface from which you're getting the elevation angle to be straight, level, planar. You're literally persevering to just say the antithesis. You know full and well that is not the case.
So
you have
it's
to
not
persevere to get that wrong. That wasn't you making a charitable interpretation and attempt to actually critically consider what was said. How could you possibly think that after everything that AI just said to you, that we're arguing it requires the surface to be spherical? Dude.
No. The contention I was talking about, not what AI said, what Radwin's been saying for like a month now.
Oh my god, dude. So now you're going to reply like I didn't just directly address what you just talked about.
I was replying exactly to that.
All right, so if you forgot what I just said because you're persevering to not actually critically consider it, wind the tape back, dude.
All right. Well, if the contention is you can't get an angle from the curve, however, in celestial navigation, you're not really getting an angle from the curve, you're calculating it. I don't see where the problem lies. I think those two things.
That wasn't even a dichotomy that you just said. Do you even pay attention to your words?
Yes, I wasn't expressing a dichotomy. I was expressing how these two things can live in the same universe. I don't think it's a contradiction if
So it's a red
celestial
herring.
navigation isn't technically
You didn't even
getting an
identify.
elevation off a curve.
Dude, come on. You didn't even identify the point of contention. Like you're
Whose point of
persevering to do
contention?
this.
I was identifying
It's
Radwin's
not
point
that
of
difficult, dude. It's not that difficult. You're persevering to get it wrong. Obviously, you think you can get angles of elevation concerning celestial navigation from a curved surface. You can't. Obviously, what AI just argued to you. So obviously, out of the only absolute dichotomy concerning any surface of any object, if you can't get it from a curved surface, then you can only get it from the only other option that's logically available, a flat surface. You need a flat surface to get that elevation angle.
And
God,
you can
dude.
construct one, right?
What?
If you're on a curved surface, you can construct a straight surface and get the elevation angle, right?
Are you talking about that imaginary line that you're stretching from that arbitrary point on that surface of the circle? Is that it? Because
From
if
your
you
eye to the
are,
horizon, for example.
let me finish.
Mhm.
Because if you are, then you failed to get the elevation angle up from the surface of the seas or the earth. You're just doing imaginary abstract operations. You're not getting facts about the concrete seas and the earth.
Those two things don't need to be contradictory.
I didn't set them in contrast to one another.
Okay, that doesn't necessarily have to be the case then. Just because you're using one imaginary line from your eye to the horizon doesn't mean that you're not gaining information about the world.
You're not getting information about the earth and the seas if you're getting an elevation angle from an imaginary line that isn't the surface of the seas or earth.
But that imaginary line comports with what you're seeing in the real world.
It doesn't.
It does.
It doesn't. You're just lying now.
You're looking at something, right, out there in the world, correct?
It's an imaginary line that is not the surface of the earth. In your paradigm, the surface of the earth is sloping downward convexly. And now you're trying to get an elevation angle up from a straight line that's essentially hanging above the surface of the earth, stretching from an arbitrary point on the surface of that circle. So that line is not the surface of the earth or the water.
Yeah, I was talking about from like a horizon observation.
You can't have the horizon without the seas or the earth.
Right, you would then correct for the dip angle. I think what you're describing is taking it with like a bubble sextant where you're not referencing the horizon.
You're obfuscating. You can't have the horizon without the seas or the earth, dude.
Yeah, I understand that.
Okay.
I'm not suggesting otherwise.
Okay, so as I just said to you, dude, if you're going from an imaginary line, stretching from an arbitrary point on the surface of that circle, that's not the surface of the seas or earth.
Yeah, that's fine.
Right, so you failed to do the elevation angle up from the seas or earth.
Technically, sure.
Thank you for your concession.
Yeah, but you can calculate it and it pretty much works
That's
out
the
to
end,
same
dude. There's
thing.
no rescuing it. You just conceded defeat.
So, what does that angle mean to you? Does it just not represent anything in reality?
I mean,
Or
what does the angle mean to me? Like what we're just talking about, the elevation angle up from the Earth, so I can navigate to a location on the seas of the Earth.
Right. So all of those steps that you're saying are like imaginary, they comport to some fact about
You're
the real world.
total red herring. Total red herring.
Well, I'm trying to see why this is even important.
No, you're not.
I mean, it feels like we agree on most of the details.
No, you're not. You're persevering to get it wrong.
I mean, you keep saying that, but I'm genuinely
you
trying to
obviously
understand
are.
your position.
Did you even know any of this topic before a Flat Earth mentioned it?
Me? No.
So that's the best part, dude. It's like you globalists have this idea. You think you can prove the globe. You got all the evidence. It's just knee-jerk reactions to whatever a Flat Earther
No, it's not
says.
knee-jerk. I fully recognize that I've learned a lot from being in these spaces. I don't think that's a bad thing.
Anyways.
Aren't you one of the guys who are identifying as the Troll Team 6?
Troll Team 6. Troll Team 6. That's hilarious.
Are you or Seal or Sea Lion Team, Gluten Force, or whatever you're going by now?
I woke up this morning and I was
Something
laying
like-
flat on my bed, like not round, but
That was pretty. I don't know why I find that funny.
Yeah, it's right there. GF6 Manufactotum.
It's funny when I cut them off right when they're talking is the funniest part.
You cut out.
Okay, so summary. Let's summarize. Let's not lose the point and a bunch of bad humor. If you are getting an elevation angle from a line that's imaginary, stretching from an arbitrary point on the surface of the circle, then it's not an elevation angle up from the seas or Earth. Therefore, failing to get the elevation angle up from the seas or Earth to actually navigate to a point on the seas or Earth.
I can agree with that. I would add, though, that it is equivalent to that angle.
So that which is not the location is the location, dude.
No, that's not what I said.
That's necessarily implied by what you just said.
No.
Given what I just said to you.
You get
so
an
you're not being
elevation
consistent
angle.
with your premise again. This is annoying.
I can explain. So you're getting an elevation angle off some arbitrary
What's equivalent?
thing going out
Hang
into
on.
space.
Just hang
Hold
on.
Let me clarify what you didn't get before.
Just let me ask you this question. What is equivalent? Like you just said. You said, oh, they're equivalent. What's equivalent?
That's exactly what I was explaining. So you get an elevation angle off some arbitrary line that's projecting out into space, and then you calculate that to be the elevation angle off the surface of the ground where you're standing. Those two elevation angles are equivalent. The one that you took off some arbitrary measure and the one that comports with the real world, with the sea, with the ground.
Dude. God, bro. You people with these false dichotomies, it's so inane. Like, I don't get how you think like this. I don't get it. You said the same thing twice, as though they're contrasts. Can you people stop doing that? Like, stop.
Anyone else understand what I'm saying?
I do.
Okay, I don't know if I'm not explaining myself or what.
You debunked Daza for us.
I don't think I'm saying anything different than him. When I heard, he was saying pretty much what I understand Sonap's of how it works.
So his moot and vague retort, this moot, vain, and inane retort, they're equivalent. When he didn't even make a contrast between two different entities to say that they are equivalent. So no. Like, that doesn't rescue your position from the refutation, dude.
All right.
So you and Scott Mackey can then make a channel called Celestial Navigation, debunking Flat Earth, and see if anyone else will follow you, even just for entertainment purposes. And if you guys do, and if you do well enough, then they'll give you your channel, like a channel that you guys can control and mod, and you guys can have Rob Noxious and Gambino and Mark Taylor and these other text trolls and AI in there with you. You guys can talk about how much you hate flat earthers and how dumb they are and how you're happy you finally found a proof that they can't
I'm
respond
fairly
to.
certain a celestial navigation channel does exist, and I don't think they're too concerned with flat Earth.
Yeah.
Okay, so just whistle past his suggestion. Okay.
Yeah.
As you usually do.
Well, I addressed it
People,
directly.
bro, man.
Why do you keep doing that? I answer something directly, and
He's
you tell me
pretty
that
sure.
I've whistled through it.
Pretty sure it exists.
Like you didn't say, "Oh, thank you for the suggestion." Nothing like that. Like, oh, I don't really have time to do that. Like, oh, there's something else. There's someone else doing this,
See,
and they're
like
not
the
concerned
thing-
with what we're talking about here. Like,
I'm just curious, like, how many flat earthers does Mackie not have blocked?
Oh shit!
Most all of them.
most all.
Yeah.
Most all.
So, like, and then the thing is, if you're a flat earther, you're either crazy or what? What's the other option?
Uninformed? Or
Okay. Is there any globalist in here that wants to prove that they know that the Earth is a ball?
you don't understand the proofs.
It's not a
I don't
ball.
know where to go from there.
I didn't ask that question, so obviously he just has some other Gregory in his imagination saying something entirely different from what I asked. Is there any globalist in here that wants to prove that the Earth is a ball?
So if we know the distance from San Francisco to Sydney and Sydney to Santiago and Santiago back to San Francisco, we know it's a ball. That's a proof.
So by
Okay.
looking at the
How does
stars,
it follow from that premise to your conclusion?
looking at the stars means
I didn't
it's
say
a
we look at
ball.
the stars.
So you did the
you
sheer
did
act of
something.
looking at the stars, therefore the Earth is a ball. That's non sequitur.
I
It's a
just did
terrible
not look at
inductive
the
argument.
stars. What are you guys listening to?
You, oh my God.
I said we know the
He's an
distance from
idiot.
Santiago. I said we know the
No
distance from
point.
Santiago to Sydney.
Someone other than Scott, please.
Well, you guys just switch everything to the stars, don't you? Interesting.
So someone other than Scott, please.
No, let Scott go. Like, let's see what
Did
happens.
I mention anything about stars?
Why
in that
even let him
statement?
go? He literally just he sprinted past what I just said to him. He didn't even address the question in the cross examination. How does his premise follow to his conclusion? He just said, "Look at the stars,"
I didn't
because
say
that's
look
an
at the
argument.
stars. I did not say that.
Okay, so let's ask the question again.
AI.
How does it
Did I say
follow?
look at the stars?
My God, dude,
Look at he went appeal to AI.
just refuse to let me say the question to move forward. How does your premise, where you go from one point to another to a third and back to the first, therefore the Earth is a ball, how does that follow?
Well, if we assume that we can map the Earth, if we assume that as human beings we're capable of mapping where we live, is that a valid assumption?
As it concerns logical possibility and metaphysical possibility, sure.
No, as it concerns reality. Can we map
Oh my
accurately
God, that's
where
what
we
I'm
live?
talking about, Crit. Like, right there, dude.
It was a yes or no question, Gregory.
He
Can we
literally
actually
asked,
map where we
is
live?
it possible? And then I said, yeah, it's
I didn't say it,
possible.
no, I didn't ask if it was
Logically
possible.
and metaphysically.
I didn't ask if it was possible. You're misreading or you're misunderstanding.
So
I
you
said,
didn't say, can
we?
humans do that? You didn't say
Yes.
that?
Yes.
Yes, you did not say that, or yes, you did say that?
I said, can we?
Right. Possibility. Oh my God.
No, the question is, did we? Have we
Now you
accurately
changed the question.
What was it? Did we map the whole world? Is every
Yes.
inch of the- No, it
Yes.
has not
Do,
been fully
do we
mapped.
know how far every city is from every other city? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, so I think you think we do not have the technological ability right now, with our current state, to map the distance from every city to every city.
The
Or to know the
city
distance.
area is a very large spot. And what you'll do is they kind of just pick a center point, or they pick the airport, like the traffic control tower, and you measure that point to that point.
Okay, so do we know the distance from every airport to every airport?
Not through air travel, but the ground maybe.
Okay, but do we know the distance from every airport to every airport?
Who the fuck is
oh my
we?
God, he
how
just
about this?
answered.
Who is
The
we?
human race.
So all the human race, every single human knows the distance between one airport and the other airport.
No, not every single one.
Okay, so why are you
Do we
looking
have
at
the
we?
collective knowledge?
Do you know?
Yes.
Well, there you have it.
I could within 10 seconds find the distance from any airport to any airport.
Within 10 seconds, huh? For the
Yeah,
Flash?
probably. Well, maybe.
This isn't even the major premise. This
He's
is
gonna run
not
it.
even the major premise. This is not even the major premise. Go back to the major premise.
He'll just run it.
And I would,
It's
and I will do that.
possible. It's possible that humans know the distance between these 3 points in
Mackie-
your particular example.
Mackie,
So
you're
what?
so wasted you don't even know who you've talked to.
Okay, nice diversion.
Okay,
Like, and you're
let's
going to tell me
focus.
within seconds you can determine the distance, long
Right.
distances?
Way to focus on the appropriate part there, Crit.
Crit, can we focus
What?
on the major premise?
What's the major premise? That Scott Mackey's got we figured out?
Well, besides that, I mean it's a valid critique, but I'm trying to press him to make his argument actually sequitur.
Dude, you can't
So-
get blood from a turnip. He'll never be able to present even a logical argument or even a reason why he thinks something.
Look, Crit, look, did I not say let's talk to someone else? But you said let him
Yeah.
go. So
No, let him go for entertainment purposes, not let him go to see what you can get from it. It's nothing. You'll get nothing from this guy. You will
We
not
know
get
that-
blood from a turnip.
Wait,
know
so
the
just let him
distance-
talk
we
and
know-
never
we know the
engage him?
distance. We
Yeah,
know the
or
distance
boo
from
them
San Francisco
out.
to
Which
Sydney.
one?
We know the distance from Santiago to Sydney.
We
We know
again.
we know the distance from Santiago to San Francisco.
We.
Those distances can only work on a globe. That's it. That's a proof. There's your proof, Gregory.
Crit, may I engage him or what?
If you
Are we
want
just gonna-
to. I mean, you know that you're not going to get anything from him. He won't,
You know
he
what?
won't explain
Moving on.
how it only works on the globe. He won't explain how he knows the distances.
Yeah, you know what? Someone else take up this argument if they want to. Someone else, if they want to, take up this argument that he said, because I'm not going to reply to Scott given that.
Yeah.
So
You should run away. That's a good idea.
Oh man.
someone else, some other global, want to take up this argument that he's making.
Maybe get his buddies in here. Go phone a friend. Get Gambino and Rob Notches in here, and
I mean, it's not too complicated. The point of contention is the conditionals, right? So the premise is, according to the law of triangles, right, plus the fact that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. If you have fixed distances between the 3 points, you can use the law of triangles, right? Plus, you could just use sticks and see if they will connect with straight lines, which is what would be required if they were all on a planar surface. His claim is that those lines are of greater distance than would exist on a planar surface, meaning that they must not be straight lines. Based on the fact that he's saying that I have exact distances between these locations, right?
Take it home, AI.
Huh? There's no
Take it
taking it
home.
home. It's based on those facts. So the only point of contention is what's the variance of the measured distances or the facts of the matter of whether they were measured. That's the only point you could really contend, because the other premises seem pretty good.
So until that premise is empirically verified, the argument is merely valid but not true, and therefore not sound.
Well, I mean, it's valid, yes, but you'd need the conditionals proven. So he would prove his conditional by simply Googling because that's what he would only accomplish within 10 seconds, right? Finding a source that states the distances. Then you'd have a further point of contention whether that source had correct information or not, and where they got it from, how it was obtained, what kind of assumptions or methodologies were used, and whether they have enough error within them to be plausibly deniable for the fact that it's a greater distance than would normally be a straight line distance, right? So then you're starting to get brass tacks.
You're giving them way too much credit again. This is all this was that he saw that GIF where it shows like the cities,
The
with
lines.
the lines. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, you just added so much content. I mean, you really picked up his argument and kind of took it. You advanced it, at least to a third down. All he's doing is he sees a GIF. He's like, "Yep, globe."
Yeah, do you notice in that one GIF that if it's the one I'm thinking of, they put all the lines together, and then there's one line that is just like dangling, right? That's
Yeah.
the one. Now, what you could do is you could actually run a program to just permutate those lines with like a tolerance of error until they fit together with straight line distances, right? And then you could find out how much error you need within each one. Let's say it's 2% overall, 3% overall, whatever. Then you could go and validate like the methodology and see that if it's actually plausible that there's that much variance.
The distances are greater.
Yeah, go ahead, Gregory.
The key clause in the premise, the distances are greater than what would be on a flat Earth. I mean, that presumes that these distances could not or don't exist on a flat topographical plane. There's no reason to say that. The distances are the distances on a topographical plane.
I went over this with PNS.
Oh, I never said that, by the way. I said on a plane. Because the argument usually goes that it's considered an ideal plane with straight line distances, right? That no topographical variance, which may or may not increase the error margin. You know, if you're raising an elevation, right? Because they're trying to say it's just a straight line distance. How they would, get such a thing, who knows?
I went over this with Paid NASA Shill, PNS. And he said, how about this? Like, we'll find a method of testing that GIF. How about, like, get an Earth with straight line distances, draw a line from the longest possible line. That will be 100%. And each other line will be a fraction of that. And then make them all fraction out, and then put them on the map and see if it matches up. He couldn't even draw from the one to, like, New York to, like, Cape Town. Like, he couldn't even draw a straight line for that part. He wouldn't get like 13,000 whatever. I think it was.
I remember that. I think I was there.
And he just melted down. He's like, dude, it's close enough. It's close enough. I go, no, you want it to be exact. You want it to be exactly that.
Just close enough by sheer fiat.
Yeah, why not just draw it out exactly the way it says? If you said this is 10 miles, don't draw 9.5 miles. Draw the 10 miles. Why are you already putting in a margin of error before you even start? And he wouldn't do it. He never. Oh, what do you call it?
The Procrustean bed approach.
He knew right from the very beginning that he wanted the lines to be really ambiguous and have like an error bar to start with. I want this to be off by plus or minus like 100 kilometers. And like, dude, it's not. Why not just start with 100%? Like, if you know from here to there is 10 miles, and you draw a line on the map and say this line represents 10 miles, but then it actually represents 9.2. Then what the fuck?
That's what you get with Procrustes. Whatever didn't fit on his bed, you just chop it off, or just ignore it. So much for just taking the facts just at sheer face value.
Looks like they're going into TMZ BuzzFeed again. This Gregory is some spiritual weirdo with no point, Scott Mackey. Oh yeah, I've known that for quite some time. And then he'll be like, I've never talked to Emu, the destroyer of Flat Earth, before. I don't know who this guy is. I go, here, Scott Mackey, here's a screenshot of you talking to him. I don't know, that's not my...
So if these cities aren't land based, right? Then the way to measure them would be what, on a boat or a plane, and boats and planes use different methods of navigation than land based.
That's the point.
you're
They want to
trying to
make it
claim-
untestable.
Yeah, you're trying to claim that you have these straight line distance measurements, but they're all segmented. And like you said, segmented measurement methodology has an increase in error over the entire method. So if you're doing something that's like 100% of a length, but you're only measuring it in 1% increments, and your error bar within each 1% is 3%, then that cumulative error over the entire distance could be fudged, right?
Yeah, which is why PNS
Exactly.
tried to do it that way. Like, how about just do it locally? How far to your local, like, convenience store? And then do your hardware store. And then do...
Good luck, dude. Good luck, dude. Getting, even in a lot of city planning, like the idea of you getting a straight line distance, you're going to have to go to like surveying documents, try to validate those. It's not as easy as they'd like to make it out to be. That's why when they do it, they just Google the answer and say, "Oh, look at these numbers that I got off of Google,"
and then call it we.
I mean, that is a point of worthy critique from Crit. You know, it isn't we. You know, I could compare it. Some people are not familiar with this. Some people are, but in the antebellum South, the so-called house Negro would speak in the inclusive first person plural when concerning the master's concerns. Right? The house Negro doesn't own anything. Right? But when the master was sick, we sick, massa? Or when one of the slaves would run away, one of ours is running away, massa? You know, unjustifiably and irrationally including themselves in this group that possesses these things when they're not in that group. These are the house Negroes of scientism.
Do you think someone who abuses street drugs is going to get a job at NASA or any government institution?
Oh yeah. Can I just take a minute to plug? Can I take a minute to plug my product? So there's lots of forums where you're restricted from saying certain types of speech. So if you feel oppressed by that, and you feel like these words should be expressed, you can log into my website and you could pay me $5 and I'll say the words for you. Now I don't have to say them here necessarily. I could just do it on the street corner. It's a very valuable service. So that way those words are getting out there. Don't worry about it. I got your back.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
It's my way to give back to the community.
That's awesome. I'm gonna
because we care.
$10.
Because you care.
I'm gonna send you $10.
It's like a Kickstarter thing. It's sort of what
my greatest clientele is people that are registered Democrats.
Yeah,
Registered
this is
Democrats.
the reason why Joe Biden shits his pants and then falls down the stairway everywhere he goes. It's because he's deluded by the Democrat Satanism religion.
Is there really a video of that happening? Or did you just made that on the fly?
Atlantis, he's a flat Earth.
That was Atlantis?
Yeah, it's Atlantis. That was Atlantis.
Son of Atlantis?
Yeah, he's the guy who said that the government's trying to turn us into lizard fish people.
Fish people.
Game over. I see you.
People.
Yeah, he's a flat earther who says is the big collapse is happening, like the big crunch, and we all have to become fish people before we hit the top of the universe or something like that. Oh, okay, yeah, that's Ham. Sorry, his voice.
Yeah, that's hilarious. I find that entertaining
Okay,
because
I got. Oh, sorry, I got the wrong guy.
dude. It synergizes upward rising earthers with the firmament is holding back water. So if the upward rising earth crashes through the firmament and then we live in a world with water, if we're not fish by then, we're all going to drown.
Yeah, my mistake. It's not Son of. His name threw me off. I kind of did the word association. I thought it was him. His voice sounded familiar, but Heretic said it's another guy called Ham.
Okay, not Son of Atlantis. Okay.
No, the name threw me off. I thought his voice sounded almost identical, and when I saw Son of Atlantis, I guess I was pretty sure that was the same person, but it's not. It's a different guy.
Did I start swimming more?
There's
Just
a song
keep
from
swimming. Just keep swimming.
There's a band called Tool who has a song where just learn to swim. It's like really it's the world's sinking. You better start learning to swim.
They're probably trying to get the secret message out to the others.
I'm as a big fan of Tool. That song's about how he can't stand the people who live in L.A. He's hoping that the L.A. does fall off into the ocean, and then he'll see them in Arizona Bay.
Like we were talking about, the '90s had some really good stuff, like groundbreaking, political commentary, social commentary.
System of a Down, Rage Against the Machine.
Which is really futile, because the machine, is not sentient.
Britney
Can't
Spears.
react.
Britney Spears. Same thing.
Are there any globalists that want to prove that the Earth is a ball?
Yeah, here, let's unmute Mackie.
That's a terrible idea.
No, hey, Mackie, will you be willing to do this method locally in single segments?
I got my 2024 Celestial Navigation Almanac, so it'll be here tomorrow.
But you have it and it will be there tomorrow?
Yeah, I ordered it. I don't have it in my possession. It'll be here tomorrow.
Okay. That makes more sense.
Yeah, you can have something you haven't taken possession of yet. That's property rights 101, homie.
Yeah, before delivery. Scott Mackie's
having the sense of owner as opposed to the sense of grasp, yeah.
Mackie's gonna be outside your mailbox trying to intercept that.
Let's just put it in like this. He hasn't yet consummated the relationship with the book.
Don't say that. Don't say that. That's not what we mean by bibliophilia.
And I've ordered the book. I've made the order, but that doesn't mean I have it in my hands, right? But
Yeah, I don't technically have it in my hand. It's in my Amazon account being packaged probably soon.
Hey, what if the Amazon guy on the way there does a traffic infraction and he gets pulled over and arrested and shot and you don't get the
And
delivery?
it didn't arrive and they send another one.
Oh yeah. You still don't have it.
It's a good question. But a broad question, but a good question.
Do you remember that story of the UPS driver who got carjacked by a guy who just had robbed the store, and then the police end up stopping the car and the robber shot outside, and the police just rail bullets, just totally unload on the UPS car, the delivery truck, and it kills the driver, and the actual perpetrator walks away scot-free, not even a scratch on him. And then UPS did a press release, thank you for keeping our driver safe from this hostage situation and whatever.
That's,
were the packages still good, or did packages get full of holes? That's
yeah, they turned that. It was amazing that the actual criminal didn't get hit. They turned that vehicle into Swiss cheese. It was like chunks of the vehicle just basically was mechanically disassembled by gunfire.
Is this a movie or
Who's
real?
that?
No, here, let me get the. Yeah, here, this, like, let's see, let me find the
Computer just
article.
burped.
That was a pretty cool effect. Brock.
Yeah, here, check it out. Here's
Yeah,
a
like
bunch of articles.
Cybertronian flatulence.
Yeah, so look at 2019. Four years later, families still trying to get, like life insurance and stuff. It's like, I mean, this is what they think. That people say this is the executive branch, how bad they are at their job, just how scummy and inconsistent, and they're like all up and down the board, except for NASA. Somehow they're able to pull NASA out of the executive branch and be like, yep, exploring space for the betterment of humanity. Huh.
Yeah, I'm a go out of my way to agree with you on that point. It's in principle, let alone in practice, and practice all the more worse. But in principle, the world is in utter disarray, disheveled, right? What? Why would we focus on trying to leave the earth with all the things, right, that are practically required in principle to accomplish such a ridiculous travel venture? I mean, in fact, Jimsy remembers this point that I made. Right, your house is in utter disarray. Utter disarray. Your family is in dishevels. It is divided. They are poor. They are impoverished. They are in the worst shape. And you say, I want to go across the other side of the world. And they just up and leave. Is that not utter foolishness? And then you're going to require your family and even the surrounding community to help you in this isolated journey all the way across the world, just not taking care of the issues at home.
Well, I think the idea with NASA is to just, keep the illusion going that we can leave the Earth.
Well,
yeah, despite Bill Nye telling, I want one thing I want my generation of kids to know, you ain't going nowhere. And even if you could, there's no place to go.
We need your generation to know the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth. End quote.
Yeah, he said that in perfect English, but that's not what he meant.
Yeah, they always mean something else. They're talking like this is one of the best ones I like when they said that Don Patet said we destroyed that technology. It's a painful process to build it back again. There's globalists who said he meant the manufacturing process. They disassembled the manufacturing process. You said no, he didn't say that. He said technology. And they look up like the eighth the definition of technology, like definition 8. It's like, here, let me grab it real quick. Yeah, see, look at the machinery and equipment developed from Pacific. Okay, no, that's not the right one. Okay, so 3 definitions, right? The practical application of knowledge. So can you destroy that? No. The capability given by practical application. Nope, can't destroy that either. The manner of accomplishing a task, usually by technical process, methods, or knowledge. Nope, you can't destroy that. The last one is specialized aspects of a particular field of endeavor. Like somehow they say this is what he meant. He meant they took apart, they destroyed the specialized aspects of the particular field of endeavor. That's what he really meant to say. You're like, Okay, so he destroyed the technology. It's a painful process to build it back again.
I mean, this is expected from them, Crit. They have a very hard time with ontology. Just the very plain dichotomous distinction between concrete entities and abstract. They refuse to get it.
But I mean, do they, or are they just putting on an act because they, acknowledging the truth is too hard and painful?
Yeah, it's
I
damage
said they refused to get it, didn't I?
It's a lot of it's damage control too. That they're really worried that is it possible that NASA destroyed technology? Because for them, technology is the ultimate form of moral superiority. You talk to people like the Four Horsemen of third wave atheism. They say the Western world is more moral because it's got more technology. It should use this technology to flex its morals on third world countries. Basically, the syllogism Sam Harris had made for why wars in the Middle East are justified morally. But now
I hope they keep. It's so hilarious. I hope they keep up that same energy when the so-called aliens come with their superior technology and tyrannize, if not exterminate the human race. Keep up that same energy. Be consistent. Oh, Gregor, you're just being ridiculous. No, I'm not being ridiculous. Is it not a recent update of general public lore, as I call it, that there aren't just UFOs, there are aliens, living animals that are not from the Earth, from some other ball or somewhere else in the cosmic vacuum. That was announced publicly on CNN, on mainstream media. It's canonical general public lore. So
When alien, they talking aliens from the science fictions mean of it, right? Aliens, the green guys from other planets, like the meaning that we learn in the TV, in the cartoons, those aliens.
That.
No aliens as a foreigner, someone from another land.
Not someone from outside the border of this given political polity. No.
What if let's say, for example, let's say some entity from outside of the lands that we know comes to this area, and they have superior technology, and they wage war against men on the lands that we know, right? Those are aliens too, right? They came from other lands or other places.
Are you referring to these animals not from the Earth or from the Earth?
No, I mean from the earth. Let's say angels. Let's say God comes down from heaven with angels. Are they aliens?
In the sense that they are not from the Earth, yeah. They're not from the Earth.
Yeah, because they're not from. I mean, yeah, they're coming from other places, other lands, other areas that are not
above the
America.
Earth.
Not from America. So when the American army says, "Look, aliens, let's fight them. Let's fight the invasion," because aliens.
Yeah, let's wait for it to happen, though. I kind of have doubts about that. I think that would be them overplaying their hand, but time will tell.
Yeah.
Let's not lose perspective. We in these circles on these platforms have progressed to understand what we know now. But when you turn off the phone and you go outside and you go to the universities and you go to the museums and you go to the observatories, I mean, they're still baptized in this worldview that we've come far away from. Let's not lose perspective. I mean, there are children right now as we speak being indoctrinated, being deceived, being reared in this horrendous and inane worldview. Right now.
it's similar to I think it kind of gets together to when children say draw the solar system, right? And they sit down in the art class and I'm gonna draw the solar system, and they draw the sun, they draw the planets, and they draw the Earth, and they put a lot of effort on the Earth, select the correct green and the correct blue, right? And that's not the Earth, right? Well, yeah, I'm drawing the Earth, but you're drawing something that is actually not the Earth, but people believe that's, this is the Earth because
Mm-hmm.
I was told
An accurate illustration of the Earth.
But think about, right, the solar system. I look up, I see the sun. There is some type of, let's say, observable phenomena that I can label the solar system or whatever that system is above, right? The actual phenomena that we observe in relation to the sun, the moon, and the luminaries. I can maybe do a drawing of that, but then they say draw the solar system, and then I include the Earth as part of that thing up in the sky. It's kind of tricky. The way, like you were mentioning children, because it's kind of like an outside perspective instead of maybe drawing something. Okay, I see these lights in the sky. Let me draw this that I see in the sky, but then adding the Earth is almost like, an outside perspective, a third perspective outside of it.
Well, they teach them to draw Baal. I'm pretty sure you heard of this god. It has been said in the Bible who Baal is. The Baal.
Hey, I just had a funny thought go through my mind. So we talk all the time about how NASA keeps this scam going. I mean, that's what it is. It's a scam where they get so many people to believe that they're going to the vacuum of space, they're exploring the vacuum of space, they're learning more about the vacuum of space. Now give us more of your tax dollars and we'll spend it on learning more about the vacuum of space. But I was just thinking, like, what if you went the other direction literally? Like, instead of pretending to go up and sending some things up that don't really go to the vacuum of space, just go up and out of sight. What if you sent things down and out of sight with the same kind of scam, the same kind of strategy? Like, oh yeah, we got the GASA ground, or no, I guess that wouldn't make any sense. Aeronautics Space Agency, but like some kind of like underground NASA crap. And it's like, oh, you gotta send us more billions of dollars so we can dig this hole and go down here. And, oh, you're not allowed to go down in the hole yourself, but there's a whole world down there. There's a lot of stuff down there. There's a lot of interesting stuff, and we need more money to explore downward.
Yeah. Just as equally inane. Yeah.
You see, the difference is that I think if they did try to pull that kind of a scam, less people would buy into it. Because a lot more people will be asking questions. Well, hey, I can walk down into a hole. I can walk down into a mine shaft. Why won't you let me? People would ask questions instead. Since they're going the other direction up, and most people don't know how to go up because they don't have the technology or money or whatever. They just blindly accept it and be like, oh yeah, they can go up, but I can't go up.
Mm-hmm. I don't have the means to just go up, just leave the Earth, just going up. We're not birds. We don't have wings. We don't have intrinsic flight technology. Yeah.
So better start swimming.
Yeah. What a fool was that guy in the Bible. He said, like, you cannot go into the heavens. Like, it's so hard to go into the heavens that a camel will pass to the ear of a needle.
Oh, you're referring to the difficulty of the rich person to enter the kingdom. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, I saw a really good quote from that. They said, "You ever think about what God thinks of money? Just look at who He gives it to."
To the Caesar.
How about that for an aphorism? Yeah.
Yeah, but it's actually God is saying that man works for NASA. So NASA is hiring us to give our lifetime to them. In exchange, they give us money, which we have the illusion that this money are getting us everything that we need, a home, when this world is our home, and food when actually nature gives us food. But we have to pay NASA for all this, and at the end, NASA does know that with all our work that we put together, they try to break into the heavens, and they cannot make it, so they have to fake it for us to make us believe that they can, and then at the end they know that, hey, that guy from up there is gonna come down here and destroy everything. And actually NASA, well, if I train these useless men, brainless men, they will fight this battle for me, you know, when the big guy comes. So for them, they don't want to lose alone in this battle.
Centralization, compartmentalization, deception,
Yeah.
exploitation, manipulation, the whole nine of tyranny.
NASA knows that the thing which angers God the mostly is turning man against God. They know this very well, and they are actually making use of this knowledge.
Very much indeed.
Yeah.
Very much indeed.
Here I got this really good meme that highlights that. Let me pull it up real quick. It's called the Soul Lure System.
Soul Lore.
Yeah.
SOULLOURE.
Yeah, look at that. There it is. The Soul Lure. They take your imagination to hell so they can take your imagination to space so they can take your soul to hell.
Oh yeah, I had this one.
Some folks are clever with their little play on words. Well, peace, y'all. Be peaceful.
Yeah, take care, Gregory.
Good night. Take care.
What up, man? What up?
Welcome back, Matt. You doing okay, or
Doing fine, man.
you got the same questions as before?
Well, he just asked one question. He asked what's up, and that will be the sky and the heavens above. So yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Today we
Makes you
had
think there's
Craig
heaven above
Villain
the
in the
sky?
server.
What makes you
In the
think there's heaven
channel.
above the sky?
Craig Villain? Where's Craig Villain?
Yeah.
Forget about this other guy. Where's Craig Villain?
Yeah, he was today in the channel. He had
Oh,
a
I thought he
car
was here right
accident,
now.
and this
Never
is
mind.
why he was missing so much. Oh, he's here?
No, I thought you said he was here just now, but if he's not, never
No.
mind.
Today, like 2 or 3 hours ago. Yeah.
Yeah, he hasn't been around for quite some time.
Yeah, he had a car accident, and that's why he's been missing so much. And he's trying to restore his account or something where, yeah, because he's a mod too. But he spoke with Cyclone to contact and sort it out. So he's coming back.
He'll be back in the building.
He's what Mark Taylor doxed him one time. And then
Yeah. He said he was doxxed. Yeah.
What up, Crit? How you been, man?
Hanging in there. Did some decluttering yesterday. Feel pretty good. Kind of walked around the upper level, picking stuff up, moving stuff around. Had a couple donate piles and got rid of that. Some IT, old cables and printer and stuff. Brought that to the recycling center.
Got it. Been just chilling, man.
I'm farming the bot economy on this server, trying to get to 10 million so I can get a role called King. Or maybe Queen. Haven't decided yet.
Hello?
Yeah, what's up there, Easy?
Hell oh.
Hey, I was listening in this chat the other night, and I guess it was a mod, said that he fields a lot of questions whenever he's here all the time. And one of the questions he says he fields a lot is, why would everybody in the world lie about the globe Earth being the case? And I was curious why everybody would lie.
Isn't that like a false premise? Why everybody lies? That's how.
Well, maybe, but that's what he said.
Does everybody
So
lie
that's
or
the
does
question
everybody
I'm
tell the
asking.
truth?
Well, I think it's probably neither.
No, I mean just in general. Can you find one? Does everybody lie, or does everybody tell the truth? Which is the more
Has
correct
everybody
statement?
has everybody told a lie? You mean?
Yeah, is everyone a liar? Do they all lie?
I don't think this questioning makes any sense, or the answers.
Okay, well,
Like seriously, where are either of you going with this? What are we talking about?
Yeah, we're trying to figure out the globe, right? If the globe is a lie, then why does everybody lie?
The question is fair, but you can bring it to a logical conclusion, making the question nonsensical because everybody's lying. That's nonsense.
Well, let's just ask him. Do you believe that the Earth is a ball?
Yeah, I do.
All right. So, what's the one thing above everything else that makes you believe it's a ball? I'm curious.
Probably like spaceships and satellites.
Holy fuck!
So, like stuff you've seen on TV and you've been told stories about it, but you never,
Where's
never been to
Radcliffe?
the vacuum of space yourself. You know that just as well as I do.
You can see the ISS with your naked eye in the sky.
Well, let's be clear about this. You can see something in the sky, but what it is and where it is unverified. Right.
And also, it's not the thing in question. You're saying I see something in the sky, therefore, the thing in question it's gotta be the shape that you believe it is. So
yeah. So he makes a good point.
not the thing in question. You're not looking at the thing in question, the Earth. You're looking at something else to answer what Earth is.
I can't have a conversation with like 5 different people.
Well, no. He's making a very valid point. Like I just asked you, like think about the line of questioning here. Think about what we just said to each other. I asked you a simple question. I asked you, what's the one thing above everything else that makes you believe that the Earth is a ball? Now that's a geometric question. Keep in mind that's a geometric question. But you didn't give me a geometric answer. You just said, I look up in the sky, I see a light. Thus, the Earth is a ball.
No, there's like certain entailments, right? Like the fact that we have satellites means that, like, all the images of the Earth from the space like aren't going to be like photoshopped like the typical flat earther says. Like we have devices that can just take pictures of the Earth from that vantage point.
So what if I were to say, hey, I look up and I see lights in the sky, thus the Earth is a triangular prism? How is what I'm saying any less logical than what you're saying?
Well, I just don't think, so whenever I watch, like, let's say, like a live feed of the ISS, right? It's a ball, right? It's not a triangular prism. So if it were a triangular prism, like, you would put forth that claim. I guess what I would think is that the feed from the ISS would illustrate a triangular prism.
All right, so now it's a little different. You're saying now the feed from the ISS is all right. So if I showed you a feed and I said it was from the ISS and it showed the Earth as a triangular prism, would you believe that the Earth is a triangular prism? Or what? No, actually, hold on. Wait, I'm sorry. Let me re-ask that question a different way. If NASA showed you a live feed from the ISS and they showed the Earth as a triangular prism, would you believe
don't
that
use
the
that
Earth is a
one.
triangular prism?
Orion, don't use the triangular prism. Use the one that they actually show. Sometimes it shows horizontal lines, and it sometimes shows concavity. So which one is it?
Ooh, yeah, show me that one.
So wait, hold on. If I show you that, will you believe that the Earth is concaved? And we're in the inside of a sphere?
Yeah, for sure.
I'm guessing that's a little sarcastic.
Me too. I would also believe it. As long as you show it on film. Go ahead, show it on film.
Right there. They just did.
Where?
Was it in the chat?
Yeah, where'd that
that's
happen?
simply an awkward
Yeah,
angle. I don't know what you guys.
Cut just showed the
Oh.
concave Earth.
Where?
Yeah, I don't even know what I'm looking at.
They just take a picture of a awkward angle and just start making stuff up from it. Kind of immature, but sure.
But then the question will be, okay, so since the footage is showing shape shifting Earth, it goes from a ball to horizontal, then to concavity, then we can say, okay, let's go to the
So
thing.
you're using a wide-angle lens.
you got
Don't do
that.
that.
Then we go.
First of all,
I'm in
you
the middle of
basically
my
screenshotted a
sentence.
particular
I'm in the
moment.
middle of my sentence. I don't know if you noticed that. So then we
Don't
can
use
go
a
to the
wide-angle lens. Don't use a
I have a
wide-angle
I have
we
a
can go
question.
to the thing in question and test the thing in question, and check if it's curving down, if it has concavity, convexity, or is it horizontal, non-curving. We can do that, right?
To respond to what you said, can you show the actual video of that? Because I know you just took a screenshot of an awkward angle, so can you show the video so we can look over it?
Not using a wide-angle lens.
But what do you want to
Shifting
use?
the
Like a fisheye lens?
Shifting the goalpost.
I want to be really into the things he's saying. I want to see the video of that because I know there's a video of it. He just took a picture of an awkward angle, so let's see the video.
Yeah, a wide-angle lens adds barrel distortion. Use a lens that adds as little barrel distortion as possible. That'd be different.
What are the chances that I come in here and the first word I hear is lens?
1 in a million, but it's still possible. Because lens is a pretty common topic. Lensing effects. It's a fairly common point.
There are
I'm glad that we
8,000.
can establish that there is black space outside of Earth. Then
There are 8,000 million people on Earth.
So maybe can we get back to the conversation between Captain Something Wrong and
Oh, there we go.
Orion. Yeah,
There's
Here's a
full claim.
video.
Orion and Easy.
Yeah.
Because Easy
And these other
requested a
guys?
one-on-one.
Yeah. So these other
Oh, I
guys,
didn't necessarily request a one-on-one. I just
jot
had,
down,
like, 3 or 4
jot down your
people different-
questions. You
different
know, don't
people
forget them.
shouting
Put a
at
pin in
once.
it. We'll get back to you. Okay. Did we reach a conclusion with Captain Something Wrong and Easy Full Clan?
Well, here, I mean, I guess I can bring it a little further. So, Easy Fulcan, you believe the videos from NASA when they depict the Earth as a spherical object, right?
Oh, yeah.
All right. So, question. Very short line of questioning here. Have you ever seen a horse with your own eyes? Yes or no?
Yeah.
So if I showed you a picture of a horse, would you have a reference point to use to tell me whether or not that's a realistic picture of a horse or not?
Yeah, I guess so.
All right. Have you ever been to
Makes
the
sense.
vacuum of space?
Oh no.
So if I showed you a picture from the vacuum of space, would you have a reference point to use to tell me whether or not that's a realistic picture or not?
I have looked at the vacuum of space. Before, so yes.
You ever seen a giraffe?
Yeah,
in
no,
real
I
life?
guess not.
All right, so that's pretty much just the last point I just want to make to you is that you have no reference point to use to tell whether or not they're real or not. But you do
All
have
right,
a
well, he
reference
has
point.
no reference point,
can I say
Well, I guess
something?
I have no reference
I
point
do.
to
I
determine
do.
whether or
Talk
not
to
an
me.
electron
I
is
have a
real or not
reference
either.
point. Talk to me.
They don't believe in electrons either, dude.
You've never been to the vacuum of space, so you don't have a reference point. You're just a jackass.
Well, I was
You ever seen a
I
giraffe,
actually
Ting Wong?
wanted you to answer that question. You know, like if you got in a rocket ship, right, and you looked out the window and you like saw the Earth, would you then be a glober?
No, because
Oh, that's interesting.
because windows are curved and they distort images. What would make me a glober? And I'll tell you where my standard of evidence
Really?
is.
So
It's
when
not
you
like
look
I
out your
don't have
car
any.
window, the image is distorted?
Well, technically, yes, but do you want to know where my standard of evidence is? Don't you want to know that?
No,
Alright,
I think
so
I just heard it. I think I just heard if you
do
got
you,
in.
wait, hold on, buddy. I don't think you know what a standard of evidence is. Let me just tell you. Let me explain to you.
Oh, okay.
So it would be a direct measurement of the surface of the Earth with solid materials and a straight edge, like say steel rails, kind of like the steel rails that we use for making train tracks. Just one of those, wouldn't need to be two of them, 5 miles long, demonstrating the curvature of the Earth and the Earth deviating beneath it. That is where my standard of evidence lies. That would make me into a glober. But as far as I know, all these steel rails that we have on the ground, they just are built over a flat Earth, and there's no curvature to be detected beneath them.
Hey, can someone explain a video to me?
I zoned out while you were talking.
Keep in mind, the very word geometry in Latin means geo, earth, metri, measure. The very word geometry technically means earth measure in Latin, you know.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And we are talking about geometry here, and if someone's going to make a geometric claim, they need to measure it, the item in question, the topic in question, you know, which
Well
would be the earth. They
said,
need to
brother.
measure the earth.
Yeah, I guess I just don't have a tape measure long enough.
I don't think you need to say tape measure because tape measures bend. I think you need to say straight edge because a
Yeah,
straight
I don't
edge
have
would.
a yardstick long enough. My mistake.
Yeah, but keep in mind, we do in this country, in the country that you were born in, the country I was born, we have thousands of miles of steel rail demonstrating the Earth to be flat. If there was any curvature of the Earth, it would be put into the blueprints of those steel rails that we have trains go over.
Yeah, that's true actually. Because like when a train goes up a hill, I guess you know the train tracks it's straight. You're right.
Real quick, Donald, you're not getting unmuted. You said you viewed Earth from space. No, you haven't. You're just being stupid. Okay, you're not getting unmuted. Don't even ask anymore. It's just fucking cringe, dude. You've never been to space. Stop pretending like you have been.
Hey, listen, Creed. To be fair, I mean we're pretty fair, but I thought because I think I heard what he said, and I thought he said that he has looked at the blackness of space. So I think what I thought he referred is that he looked up at the sky. He looked up from the ground and he looked at it from the ground. That's what I thought he was saying.
Oh, okay. I
might
thought
be
he said
mistaken.
Okay, maybe I misheard. I thought
So,
it said
do I get to ask a
I've seen
question
it from
now?
space. Yeah, if you guys, I guess here I can tab back in and unmute them. Yeah, let's real quick. Let's see what's going on.
Because you know, like Glover said, when I look up to the sky, when I look up, I'm looking at space, right? I'm looking at it. So that I thought that was his argument. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. So easy. Are you done? You got a full conclusion here? Are you good?
Oh, I was going to ask a question.
Oh, another one. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so like, I've never been to Europe, right?
I don't know.
But
Have
like,
you?
I haven't. You know, I'm
You
telling
haven't?
you. You just
Okay.
have to take my word, right?
So Europe's not real? Since you've
It's
never
a
been there?
rhetorical question.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going somewhere with it. You know.
So if you've never been to Europe, it doesn't exist?
Well, you're not letting me finish the full premise of my question.
Well, I mean, just instead of asking a question, just make just what you think you're going to say here. Just make
Is
a point.
Crit saying what you're going to say? Is he saying what you're going to say? Just admit it. Is Crit saying exactly what you're going to say?
No.
Okay,
All
how
right,
about
then
this?
go ahead.
Yeah, instead of asking the question, just make the statement. How about skip the question?
Well, it's okay. So the question comes in the form of a statement. I don't know. I mean, if your attention span is too short for me to like.
Okay, let's use that. My attention span's too short. Okay,
All right, dude, you got 60 seconds. We have long attention spans. You have 60 seconds. The floor is yours.
No, fuck him. He's all worried
Right,
about
basically
attention
what he's
spans.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
basically what he's getting at here is he's never seen Europe himself, so how would he know that Europe's real as well? He didn't measure Europe either. So like he's basically using your logic to show you how you guys
No,
act.
not my logic.
That's not
We have
his logic.
listen, we have dozens of Europeans in this group, probably right now or during the day.
I mean, how do I know that they're not just actors?
Yes,
For
the government
the logic,
Hold on,
That's
guys.
a
You're all
government
taking the wrong
psyop. That's a
route.
government psyop.
So if anyone claims that Europe is a real place, that's not an extraordinary
It's
claim.
not a real place.
Because there are countries.
the
You can't
logic
convince
would be
me
like
Europe
if
is
you're
real.
talking to a Martian.
Yeah,
And
so
they'd be like, hey,
does the guy
Conqueror,
here?
how many Martians have you talked to?
I'm Martian.
I want to say about Europe that the continent Europe does not violate the second law of thermodynamics and the law of gas pressure.
That's too highbrow for him. Really got to break it down talking to somebody.
They violate the law of dentistry, though, bro.
Yeah, existence of Europe does not violate these laws of nature.
I just
you know that
realized
Europe
we just went
exists?
from one weirdo to another weirdo. So like, I mean, are we having a consistent conversation with one individual here? Or we're just flip flopping around from random question to random question, no one answering anything.
Oh, okay, go. Oh, maybe go ahead.
Do you want to
Matt.
answer the questions, Captain?
Yeah, go ahead, Matt.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
You got a question?
No, I mean, I thought we were.
How would you prove to me, Captain? Yeah.
Never
how
mind.
would you
Just
prove to
whoever
me that a
goes,
country
goes.
like Russia?
So yeah, claiming Russia is a real place isn't an extraordinary claim either, because every one of us
Can you prove to
pretty
me why
much.
Russia exists? It's not. I'm not asking you that it's whether or not it's an extraordinary claim. I'm asking you whether or not you can prove to me that it exists.
I think by going there, yeah, duh.
Going there. Well, I mean, theoretically, you can go up to space. Just not everyone can, right?
Well, hold on a second. Hold on. Let me say something right now, and I want you to tell me your thoughts about this statement. Theoretically, I could go into my closet and go into Narnia and shake the paw of a talking lion. Theoretically, I could do that. Now, what do you think about that statement? What are your thoughts on that statement
but
that I
it's
just said?
totally possible for you to go to space. It's just going to be very hard for you. It's possible in reality.
Yeah, but I mean, don't
in
you see
reality, you can't just enter your closet and go to wherever imaginary land you're going to go to.
Yeah, you see, one is obvious to you. Both are obvious to me. You see, it's obvious
How
to
is it
me
obvious to you?
because you can't go to a place that doesn't exist. And the reason why it's obvious that the vacuum of space does not exist is because the way that they describe it violates the second part of the second law of thermodynamics. So either the second part of the second law of thermodynamics is wrong, or someone is lying. Which one is true? No, someone's
Well,
lying.
first of
It's
all,
just that
what do you
simple.
think- do you
People
think that there's
lie.
space
People
above
lie.
the
It's so fucking easy for people to lie. They do it all the time. They lie to themselves, for God's sake.
Yes, I know.
It's also
I know
easy for
people lie.
people to misunderstand
Now-
things.
Yeah, absolutely. So you're saying basically that space violates the second law of thermodynamics and it's
Yes.
not real or whatever. So I mean, do you think that there's black space
Also,
above the
the
Earth or what?
law of gas pressure. The definition of gas pressure.
Is there space above the Earth or what?
Not to
let's be clear
mention
with our words.
other
When you say
7
space,
gas laws.
Yeah, well, hold on, buddy. You got to be very specific with your words. So it's not like any of us in here are saying that space doesn't exist. Three-dimensional space obviously exists. What we're talking about is the vacuum of space, the way that it is described and claimed to exist.
Space. It's
What do you mean by
4-dimensional.
three-dimensional space?
4-dimensional space.
I would
Oh
say
my,
that
what the
if you
fuck are these
consider more
clowns saying?
probable the
Space
possibility
has not
that the vacuum
four
of space doesn't
dimensions.
exist and that all of the physicists in history didn't notice that, and you're the one who is enlightened and noticed that for the first
Just
time in
for
history,
now, please,
is pretty arrogant.
just Captain and the other guy he was speaking with, please.
What is it? One-on-one, you guys. That's like 4 globalists just automatically squawked. You guys
Yeah,
are
if
like.
anybody's got any questions, just try to hold on to them until there's like, a good 5-10 second period of time and no one's saying anything.
Okay. And so, Captain, my question originally was, what do you believe that the vacuum of space is, or the 3D dimensional space you were talking about?
Well, so I would say that to the best of my knowledge, we are inside a container. The container's obviously very, very big. But as far as where it meets the ground, it's unverified, but it's somewhere out there. But as far as what's beyond it, that would also be unverified, unknown. And not only that, I have, at this point in time, serious doubts if we even can know. Like, I'm not even sure if it's even within the realm of possibility for us to know with any level of time or technology. But that's just a guess, I'm just saying. But yeah, the point is, we don't know what's outside of the container we live in. We just know we're inside a container because that's what's required to achieve gas pressure.
I have an important question.
Yeah.
Where was this
someone interrupting
from? So from the launch to the landing, where was the shuttle?
It was launched from the ground and it went out of sight along with your tax dollars.
All right, but where was it?
Somewhere out of sight, unverified.
Well, except it was on camera the whole time. So where was it?
On camera the whole time? Are you out of your mind, dude?
Yeah, it was on camera the whole time.
No, it went out of sight. When something goes up in the air and away from you and flies away, that's called it going out of sight. It's not on camera the whole time. It would be on camera the whole time if you saw where it landed.
Well, no, that depends on where the camera is. So this camera was on the shuttle, and it was active the entire time. It was gone. Where was the shuttle during the time that it launched and during the time that it landed?
I don't know what specific instance you were talking about. Are you even talking to me or someone else?
No.
Oh, no, I don't know where your shuttle went.
Well, no, that's not what you said. You said you didn't know. You didn't know the. What did you say? Repeat yourself, please.
So when NASA does their little rocket launch,
No. All you have to do is repeat yourself. Repeat the words you said. That's all.
I don't know, and also you don't know where the shuttle went.
Well, no, that's not what you said. That's not at all what you said.
Well, that's what I'm saying now, dude.
Okay, so I do know where the shuttle went. It was on camera in space the whole time. Where do you think it was?
Wait, were you in space with it?
That's irrelevant. So where do you think it was?
Well, wait, hold on. How do you know it was in space if you weren't there with it? I mean,
Well, it doesn't matter. Where do you think it was?
Oh, somewhere in the ocean.
Ocean. So you're saying that the shuttle was in the ocean and then it went into the air and landed?
Well, listen, sir.
I thought you were asking where it ended up. Like ended up in the ocean.
No. I was asking where it was. No, I was asking where it was.
I'm sorry, dude. I can't understand what the hell you're even trying to ask me. I just can't.
Where was the shuttle between launch and landing?
In the air.
Hey, can someone explain the photo? There's a photo that someone posted in the chat, and I want an explanation for it. Here, I'm going to reply to it because it's kind of got lost. Can someone explain this photo? Why are the windmills shorter? And yet they're not smaller. So it's clearly the bottom.
Not going to address that.
So
why not? Why not?
Because there is already a conversation going on in the channel. You should wait your turn.
Okay, I'll wait my turn then. I'll ready for an explanation.
Thank you.
So between the launch of the shuttle, which can only be done with rockets, where was it? before it landed.
I think I answered that question already. In the air, is that sufficient?
But it doesn't have any way of staying airborne. It's a glider.
I don't know. Are you sober right now?
Yes.
No, you're kind of missing the point, dude. Like, so the rocket goes up, right? And then we see it come down. So we see it go up and we see it come down. So what's happening in between the time it goes up and down? Is it just floating up there? Like, that's what he's asking.
Oh, no, it's just in motion in the air, and then it just lands wherever they choose to dump it.
But it lands
which would
like
be the ocean, most likely.
way later. So I think is his point. Like,
But the rockets landed before the shuttle.
But
So
the Chinese made the Earth.
Okay, listen to what I'm saying. So the rockets went up carrying the shuttle. The rockets came down not carrying the shuttle. The shuttle landed days later. Where was the shuttle in the time between?
Oh, days later.
Somewhere else, apparently, I suppose.
Yes, but where?
What difference does it make?
Well, it makes a big difference because
what difference? Yeah, tell me, what difference does it make?
No,
Exactly.
wherever it wasn't in a violation of natural law. It wasn't in a violation of the civil law of thermodynamics. Not there. Not in your claim. The violation of natural law. Not there.
I'd like to finish my sentence, please.
You like.
Stop. It was in
stop,
space.
because you're gonna be muted if you keep doing that. Because you've been interrupting everybody. You're gonna be muted.
Yeah, the same spaceship launch took place in many Hollywood movies. Rockets have been launched into space. They were shown going on other planets and coming back to Earth and landing on Earth, and yet these things never happened. But we have the videos, the movies.
I think it's so funny that I asked him like so clearly more than once, what difference does it make? And he doesn't answer the question. He just goes back to the claim it was in space.
Yeah. So now there was a guy asking about windmills.
Yes, and I would just like to say, Game Over is very condescending. Just like breathe, no actual.
Dude, will you like not get into TMZ, BuzzFeed, top 10, number one would surprise you? You just stay on topic.
Okay.
Your subjective opinion about other people is completely irrelevant.
Okay.
No one gives a shit, even you.
Okay, the windmills.
Okay, post a full picture of the windmills. There's some that are already smaller and further away. It's not consistent across the whole plane.
But
the whole
these
panel.
windmills here, I'm gonna.
That's cropped. That's a cropped version of the. It's cropped from the full photo.
But the crop affects the outside. How can you crop the center of a photo?
Yeah, like you take. Do I really need to explain this to you?
Yes,
it's very simple. Photoshop.
So it's Photoshop. Okay. How about here? Actually, I have an even better. You don't watch the full video because it's way too long unless you really want to watch it. 10 minutes and 40 seconds, and this guy sets up a camera, and you can see the boat disappear over the curve of the water. 10 minutes and 40 seconds.
Is that the physical curve of the Earth?
Yes, in the water. And
okay, how far away is that?
He accounts for all. He has all of the math in the video. Just watch it. You see a boat in the distance disappear under the water as he moves his camera up and down. It's a single shot.
How far away
10 minutes,
is that?
40 seconds. 10 minutes, 40 seconds.
Yeah, just all you need. I need to watch a video. Just get the details. Get all the deets. Okay. How far away was the boat when it disappeared?
You see the boat disappear though.
Well,
do I need to provide a number? I need to provide a number.
That way we can test your geometric
important.
claim.
Okay, sure. Here, let me find the distance. But like, you wanted a video, right? You wanted actual proof. 7 kilometers. It's 7 kilometers below, away.
And the boat disappears, bottom up.
It's a small little ferry boat. Yes, it does. Look at the video. 10 minutes and 40 seconds.
So camera height.
Yes.
The camera height.
Well,
the camera height above the water.
Are you plugging into your calculator right now? Say like 5 feet to 0 feet. I would say like maybe 6 inches. he's going from eye level to close to the surface of the water, and there's no big waves because it's a thin lake, but it's a long lake, so that there's no obstruction. Look at the video. Why are you plugging into the calculator? This is like, I don't know. I feel like that's the best evidence.
We're gonna use your globe model to test your globe model.
Okay, sure.
And then
Plug it into the
demonstrate
calculator.
to you how that is not the physical curve of the Earth that you think it is. And then you can either accept that, reject it, try to explain it, or then understand you are not seeing the physical curve of the Earth that you thought you saw.
So then how do you explain the video? What am I seeing then? What am I seeing?
Yeah, listen, that
We need to
video
know
must-
camera height.
6 feet,
Exactly.
5 feet, 5.5 feet to 6 inches off the ground. How about that?
Yeah, that's too wide of a range.
How is that too wide of a range? You're trying to
Because it's
demonstrate.
8 inches per mile squared.
No. What he's doing is he has a camera looking over a lake, and he goes from 5 feet, the camera at eye level, to close to the surface of the Earth, and you can see boats in the distance
Yes.
disappear as you get closer to the
And
water.
Right, and if you're claiming that there's a physical geometric obstruction at distance, we need to know that distance because, well, that distance will be based on the claimed dimensions of the ball Earth and the observer's height. If that doesn't match what's being seen here, then we can throw that reason out, right?
Okay, so what distance do you need?
That's
Yeah,
why
the
we need the
temperature
details.
of the water.
What distance do you need?
Listen, for when you make observations across the surface of the water from almost like very close to the level of the water, you have to take into account the temperature of the water and the air because in certain seasons there can be a huge difference of temperature and the air right close to the surface of the water can cause
Mirage
extreme distortions, mirage, things like that.
So he actually did it twice. The first time he did it, it was a hot day, and he realized that. And
So from 5 feet,
No, and then he came
sees
back.
the boat
I was
clearly,
going to respond.
and when he lowers the camera, the boat starts disappearing from the bottom up.
Yes.
Yeah.
How do you prove it? How do you explain it?
Yeah, that's what I told you. You need to give details of the temperature of the water and the air and season
Okay,
when
but
this
okay.
observation has been made.
He accounted for it because he went once, and there was a lot of haze, and then he went on a second colder day when it was cloudy, and you can see that it's actually cloudy in the
cold
video.
day.
And the second thing is, you even before you get close to the water to where you can start to see the mirage effect, even before you get to that point, the boat starts to disappear from the bottom up. So how would you explain it? And he's not moving forward or against, like there's no explanation.
Oh no. GG's finally
GG.
dug it in.
The horizon.
There's no explanation.
Did you just say that it appears to disappear bottom up
It doesn't appear, it
before
does.
it
Look at
reaches
the
the
video.
horizon? Before it reaches the horizon, did you say?
No, I didn't say anything about the horizon.
Okay, all right, sorry. Before it reaches what then? What are you saying?
I'm just saying the boat is disappearing from the bottom up, and he's not moving forward or backwards.
Right. Yeah,
The,
so
the
you're
camera is simply
claiming
moving
there's a-
up and down. Yes.
Has it seemingly gone beyond the horizon at that point?
No, it goes underneath. The boat is the same size on the screen. It's the same size, but it's just being obscured from the bottom up. Look at the video.
What lake was this?
All right, hang on a second.
Lake Minnewanka
Minnewanka. Where is
in
this?
Canada. Canada. He just
Canada.
yes. GG. I mean, there's no explanation. That's it right there. That's the curve.
What's the dimensions of the lake?
It was 7 kilometers away is the edge of the from where he was set up.
No, the dimensions of the lake, long and wide.
Well, it's an irregular shape, but that's not going to prove anything. You need to tell me how come the boat is
I
disappearing
need
bottom up.
to know how far the other coast is.
I'm not going to do your
the
research
other
for you.
shore.
Just explain it. I'm not going to do your research for you.
You'd have to know what diffraction and refraction is and how they actually both affect stuff, plus a whole bunch of other phenomenon. This is a red herring that's actually kind of a worthless conversation we've covered like thousands of times, dude. It goes nowhere. It's not a gotcha. It's nothing.
Well, then
Your
how do you
boat
explain
over
it?
the horizon is just an optical phenomenon, to be perfectly clear.
It's just an optical phenomenon. That's it.
Okay, so if you're so knowledgeable about it, can you explain how?
Gee, that's it. That's all I needed. Is just it's just an illusion. I have to have faith.
It's just something that happens. People have even done this on their kitchen tables where they've shown things to disappear bottom up just on a kitchen table. So does that mean that their kitchen is a globe?
Not bottom up. Not on a table. I would send me any video.
Yeah, playing with hot and cold air. Yeah, you can create this kind of optical phenomena even on a kitchen table, just like my colleague said.
Oh, the video this guy posted, Super Monkey Ball, is a good
Yeah.
video. But, I mean, how do you know this?
Okay, dude, there's no but. Okay, there's no shifting the goalpost. Who's next? We got
We
Embo.
even have demonstrations like this made on a American football field, which is a very planar surface. Yeah, it's a flat surface because they do sports there. It's actually the surface of a soccer field is level. It is engineered, made that way, and you can see a camera very placed very close on the ground, like almost in the grass, and a player walking towards the other side of the soccer field of the field, and you can see his legs start disappear from the bottom up, but you are actually making an observation on a very flat plane.
That field is curved. They built them curved. They built them curved for drainage.
Listen, no,
Yes, they do.
the American football field, that is not curved.
There absolutely is a curve, man. It's called a crown. It's so that water
But they are
flows off
curved.
of it.
Yeah. They
It's
built them that
literally
way for
called a crown.
drainage.
No, those surfaces are constructed flat. They are level.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm telling you, it's a crown, man. It's a thing.
But it's this simple.
called a
Some
crown.
fields are, some fields aren't. Unless you know how they built the field, you can't just appeal to a picture of it. Fair? There is this one GIF that goes around with a kid walking on what's alleged a sports field, and you can see his legs disappear, but they don't validate which field it is, so you don't know if it's a crowned field or not. So to present it as evidence and say, oh, this field is flat, even though I don't know where this field exists, I mean, what kind of argument is that, dude? So if you're going to present evidence about a certain field, that evidence needs to be specific to that field, unless it's only a hypothetical. And if it's a hypothetical, then you still need to prove it anyway.
AI. The reason I presented this is actually because a young man came in here giving us a YouTube video clip, 10 minutes, with a guy that used a camera on a lake in Canada
What is it? What is that?
Bro, seriously, bro, just get a life. Just get a life. Get
I'm not
married.
even
Get a life.
going. Hey,
Just get a life.
Hey,
Yep.
how about you get lost? We don't need your input.
Yeah.
Okay, we don't need any beta, low testosterone douchebags interrupting us. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. So he was observing through a camera a boat about 7 miles away on that
Okay,
lake.
that's irrelevant.
He was lowering the camera.
Right, that's irrelevant.
Okay.
The only thing that matters is your counterpoint doesn't have the conditionals proved. Okay, so you say this field is flat. Other person says they make fields crowned. So you need to know this field in question, right? That you're speaking about, whether it's flat or crowned. If you don't know it, then you don't have an argument to make.
Yeah, let's just allow the whatever claims being made to stand on its own merits. There's no need to try and make excuses for anything at the moment. We're just working on the claim that's been made. I tried to. I was it Maximum that posted the video, or was it another gentleman we were speaking with? Because I clicked on a video that I thought was what was being referred to, and I couldn't find any boats going, disappearing bottom up or anything like that in it.
Yeah, Maxim.
I was Maximum. Oh, he's gone now.
Yeah.
Okay. Never mind. It's all good.
So is Embo's next? Anyone want to talk to Embo?
No, please, no.
All right. Anyone else want to? Got anything else? Are you good, Easy?
Well,
Talk
I
to the
didn't get
other
an answer to the question I wanted, like the first question I wanted to ask.
Yeah,
right?
you did, dude. Your answer was you think flat earthers have a low attention span. That was the answer. And now you have to either use it, retract it, or explain it. I mean, just keep repeating, dude. You keep going around and around the merry-go-round. Like, at some point, you're going to have to get off. Okay? Because you're going to get dizzy and just fall on your face. Okay, who's next? Matthew looks further away. Oh, he's gone too. Yeah, like this is the one with the windmills. It looks further away and it's above the horizon fully. All three blades you can see above the horizon. So that doesn't match because it shows blades of closer ones that are bigger with blades dipping below the horizon. See, that's a problem there. That's why. I'll just type them in text.
Wait a minute, you're saying blades that are in the background are sticking up above the horizon that's supposed to be in the foreground, blocking the blades that are below the horizon?
Exactly, yeah. That's exactly what's going on there.
Oh, wow. What do we live on? What do we live on? Lasagna Earth?
Yeah, and the best part is they always, when they show it, when a lot of globalists show it, they crop that part out of the photo. So they only show you, like,
True, it's obvious, man.
There was another one, friend, of the famous levels on a table. Famous meme. in the flat Earth globe Earth argument. It was they have a table, they put a level on it, they set the camera so that it looks between the level at the horizon. They then condense the image to demonstrate that the horizon is curved because they say it's so subtle you have to condense it to see an exaggerated effect. But when they do the condensing, they crop out the table. Why do you think they crop the table out of the image, friend?
True.
Because the table curves too.
Correct. Proving that it's not necessarily a curved horizon, right?
Straight up.
In other words, you look at something, to you perceive it as curved in the image that you're receiving, either with the camera or with your eyes. But does that mean it's necessarily curved in reality? Same thing with I can't see the bottom of windmill. I can't see the bottom of windmill, therefore that's the Earth curvature. But that windmill back there, doesn't fit my narrative, so I'll crop it out.
Is there a picture of that?
Yeah,
remember
Matthew
seeing it,
posted
but-
it. To find it, see where I just posted past the curve of the Earth. So click on Matthew's response. That will go into my comment. That goes back into his. It'll chain it all the way up to the video to the photo.
Oh, is that the windmill thing?
Yep.
No, I meant the one with the table and the level.
Oh, that one. Yeah, I got that saved somewhere, but
I feel like I remember seeing it.
I'm not sure where I got it saved. Used to have a photo, like a folder of all the globalist, dishonest memes, but they kind of got rid of it because it really is kind of pointless. Because everything they have boils down to photos from space. Why would they lie? And minority opinions are stupid. I think it's somewhere on the server. There's a channel I think for digital information. Okay, here I got it. So this is let's see, Manufactotum, right? That's who we're talking. Okay, this is the setup they show you, the globalists. They show you this first. In the second image they show you, this one. And they're like, look at the curve. There you can detect the curve of the Earth by compressing the photo. But yet they won't mathematically define it. What they didn't show you was this.
I see.
Dude, there's another famous one. Can't remember if it's with Blackpool Tower or not. But I'm pretty sure it's somewhere in England. So there's this tower that they're looking at the side of an image, right? And they're trying to determine, quote unquote, I can't see the bottoms of things, therefore Earth curvature, right? Or something. And so they're saying, here's where the horizon is. But what they do is they leave out the far left side of the image where it actually shows an island in line with the side of that territory that is so far behind that it's not possible that the horizon is there and there simultaneously, right? And why do they crop it out? Well, because it doesn't fit their little narratives. That's why.
So
that was back in the day, man. With where what was that guy? Sleeping Warrior. I think Ranty was still around then.
Yeah, I think it was a ranty photo. That's why it's so weird when he like sorely flipped and started calling himself Flurfspective. And it's like, dude, you've got hundreds and hundreds of photos demonstrating how flat Earth is, and then suddenly out of nowhere, you're gonna take a Bev photo out of context and say this tower is higher than that mountain, Earth curved.
So just out of curiosity, because it seems like the table's not that curved. Whatever these things are standing on or sitting on, that's curved. I don't know what that is. I think it's just there to hold the levels up, but the levels seem all right, right?
Yeah, it's a card. It's like a card table, like a if you're familiar with what those are, like a gaming table. You can pop up real quick,
Yeah,
like the little kid table for the Thanksgiving dinner.
Mm-hmm. And they laid something across it to keep the levels up, and then they compressed it, I guess. But
no, the levels are taped to the table,
right,
so they don't fall over. So the levels are affixed to the table, and it shows the level across the line to show you that here this is the horizon line across these two levels. Then they compress the photo to show you, to emphasize the curve of the Earth, left to right, right to left, whatever.
Yeah, I've seen that before.
But
it seems like the levels are straight, though.
But what they don't show you is the table also curves.
Yeah. I mean, is that a problem?
To leave that out, yeah, because the table and the levels should maintain they're not curved.
I think the levels are the important part.
Nope. I think you got to apply Black Swan logic. If there's any distortion of anything otherwise that you would think would be normal, then you have to throw the whole picture out.
I mean, I don't know if I'd expect the plastic little picnic table to be perfectly straight.
Dude, those aren't even levels, dude. They're just like bar metal.
Yeah, they're not.
There's no guarantee they're straight in the
Bars,
first instance.
metals. But when you look between them, there is some sort of. It appears like the water curves down, but when you look left beyond the levels, you can see where the water, the horizon, starts to join with the level, right in the middle of that cut between those two bars. And it's funny because between those two levels, you see the level water a little bit very close to the red bar. And when you look in the left, the horizon looks much higher than when you look between those two bars.
Yeah, what he's telling you is that the compression doesn't really match the image.
Yeah.
Like you could just zoom in the image, right, yourself. I'm doing it right now with my fingers, right?
Yeah.
And I don't see that they're at too different of a level there on the side to side.
Oh, I can see it.
Oh, of course you can.
Or it's more on the left one than the right one, but so if you go by the cuts, wait, because I'm trying to compress the original one. I mean, I'm getting pretty much what they got. Fuck.
Yeah, so why is the Earth sloped on the left hand side? Dude.
I mean, yeah, that could probably be the position of the camera, say, but I mean, it's more, I think the comparison between, I guess they're not levels, whatever they are, and what's between them. But I mean, I wouldn't say this is ironclad, but I don't see any like fiddle faddle exactly. Anyone know who did this? Who took this image?
No. This was so many years ago, dude. I think the deets are lost by now.
Was
Even
it?
back then, it was just like a picture
B-ball?
going. What's that?
Was it B-ball or Earth is Life?
I don't freaking.
I'm not sure. I feel like he really champions this though. He rolls it out quite often.
Yeah, it just links back to a bunch of Quora threads. Oh,
circular citation. That's another thing globalists do.
Hey, I found the original video.
They posted shit. Horizon Omatic. It's even better. Hopefully, it's some nerdy voice freaking out over Flat Earth too. There's a narrative in here. It's gonna be even better. Holy crap! There's like Mick 2 and 1 year ago. I love it. Thanks. So YouTuber Roy has developed a device he aims to debunk the theory of flat Earth supporters, and the Earth is a flat disk. This has two straight edges affixed together with a gap between them. This allows the horizon to be photographed between the two straight edges. When examining the photograph, we can assure the straight edges are truly straight and the curve identified between them is the true curve. The picture in the video was taken from the island of Ibiza. This is way before that though. This isn't the same. This is 2000 October 6th, 2022. This goes way before that. This was I remember this being presented like years ago. You guys recall that too? This ain't nothing. This wasn't like last year. God, the ending's just perfect. He rotates it into like an orthographic view and then blasts off to the Milky Way.
The Earth is pineapple shaped. I like pineapple on pizza.
Amen.
I do. You can't prove that it doesn't taste good.
You're dumb, unoriginal, and unfunny.
It's unnecessary hate towards someone who likes pineapple on pizza.
It is necessary. Stop hearing from you. I took care of it.
Did he really spend all his money on that duct tape in that day? Well, actually, it's just cheap tape, not duct tape. That's expensive. It's about $10. Scrap metal globers prove for Earth's non-curvature. I mean, you can go to Walmart and $5 or $10 you can buy aluminum profile, very straight for furniture and stuff.
Dude, why you got to be condensing the image to see the curvature at ground level, and condensing the image to see the curvature at 100,000 feet? Shouldn't it be more pronounced by them, or you don't have to do that?
Sorry, I didn't get that. Like condensing?
Like all the high altitude footage, that people get from amateur balloons and all that stuff. The horizon's flat, but then they say, "Oh, look, if I compress it or if I put the straight line, I got like a pixel or two over here." It's like, why are you straining to find it?
Yeah,
That's so high, but also so low. Like, shouldn't it be way more pronounced at altitude?
I suspect it is more pronounced. I don't think you have to compress it quite as much when it's that high up.
The higher you get, the higher curvature should be. Curvature looks more abrupt in your eye when you step away from a big ball,
I actually tried running the numbers on this. I don't remember who it was that challenged me to do it, but the question was, at what altitude does curvature become pronounced enough that you can see it? And I sort of ran aground when I got to the eye, because as far as deducing curvature, I tried to relate it back to like the angular resolution, like maybe there's a certain deviation from straight that becomes more apparent. But most of it has to do with your angle of view, and that's going to have to do with how much you can focus on in your field of view at once. And there's no real math you can do for that. It's just sort of eye to eye. But in theory, you could, kind of like this picture shows, technically deduce it from ground level. But I don't think anyone has that good an eyesight. Not like eyesight like 20/20, but like you'd have to have a clear focus on a wide angle, and I don't think the eye's set up that way.
Dude, if you had a super wide angle, you'd end up with a curve anyway.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
So the real question is, how are you deciding whether you're seeing an artifact of optics or physical curvature? That's the real question of the day.
Well, I wouldn't say optics. Like it's going to be the curve of the horizon, right? Like equidistant from your
What?
feet.
Oh my god, dude. That's the point in contention, dude. Is
Right.
what you're looking at when you see something that you perceive to be a curve. Are you looking at a physical structure of curve, or are you looking at something that's being formed from whatever optical artifact could be present?
Yeah, I'm just specifying like by optical artifact. I don't mean it's like the curvature of your eye. It's the curve created in perspective.
Well, that's one of them, but there also is curves created in the lens.
I don't know that we perceive that though. I think the brain corrects for that, doesn't it?
Well, uniquely, we have a curved sensor, correct? So that makes our perception experientially, looking at our own eyes, much different than we could ever portray in a two-dimensional image.
Yeah, like that Escher drawing.
So, for example, you know Mr. Sensible, right? You might have heard of him.
No.
Anyway, he's a Glober. He likes to do some videos now and then, and he sent up an amateur balloon, and he put a string on it, right? And the whole point was he's going to basically do the same thing we just looked at, but at high altitude. And he claimed that he sent up a distortion-free lens, right? Meaning that any curve that you see must necessarily be physical and not in any ways optical, right? Because I have a distortion-free lens, right? So the episode that he was there, I looked up. Okay, hold on. Let me rewind. There are websites that will say that this type of lens is distortion-free. So you could quickly do a specious Google search, and it would convince the average person who's not persistent to be like, oh, yeah, this is distortion-free. But when you actually go to real photography or optical, places, not just, general, you find that the type of lens that he was describing has a specific type of distortion that in the application he was using it would actually cause the very sides, like the far sides, the furthest away from the center, to have an increase in the Y value along the x-axis. So what I mean by that is, if the center is 0, you imagine a grid line. If the center is 0, you start going out horizontally, right, on your little grid, x-axis. As you get further away from 0, the pixels would essentially spread out. So if you had two color fields that were pronounced, let's say blue of the sky and black of, quote unquote space, you got the blackness and the blueness separated. The further away you get, every single value is going to be extended a little bit.
Yeah,
right?
it gets hazy. Yeah.
So the gap between the blue and the black would extend as it gets towards the edges, which is exactly the image he showed. So basically, the official websites that talk about the type of distortion the lens had that he claimed was distortion free, like the legit ones, not like commercial ones where it's just telling you, hey, distortion free lens, buy it now, actually said the exact thing that you would see would be explained by the way the lens functions.
Yeah, those are lenses for microscope and binoculars, I think, which you are looking at the focus point. That point, line of sight, is not distorted, but everything else gets a little bit distorted. The rest of the image. So those are definitely not
The
lenses
further you
for
get away from
camera.
the center. Hmm.
Yeah. So those are definitely not good lenses for cameras. Yeah.
But it's not even about that, dude. It's like,
Yeah.
if you have a lens with an angular field of view, right?
Yeah.
It's going to suffer from some type of distortion. It just seems to be the physical constraints of reality.
Mm-hmm.
You need a non-angular field of view. Think about it. You literally need a non-angular field of view to get rid of all of the problems that an angular field of view causes.
Yeah.
And if you had a camera, an optic with a non-angular field of view, you could only take an image the exact size of your lens. So if you had a 2-inch lens, the maximum amount of graphic you would get is 2 inches, like literal 2 inches. So if an object is 100 miles away and you had this type of lens, you'd get the 2 inches of the object you're looking at. You wouldn't see the whole object because you would no longer have the benefit of angular size changing the size of the image on the sensor.
Yeah. Well, such cameras do exist, but they are still secret technology. I mean, DARPA has them.
Well, they use them in manufacturing. High output machine parts. They go through the quality control, and the camera takes a picture of the part, and it measures it optically. And how it has accuracy is that they designed the camera to be larger than the part, so that the visual imprint it gets is 1-for-1, or as close as they could possibly get it. And then it says, "Is this part engineered the way to the specifications I want?" Very quickly, and then it says the part, keep going part, or rejected.
Well, this camera they made is very complicated. It's 368 5-megapixel cameras, and they are all looking through 4 lenses, and they use a special software which actually creates the image. It's a special algorithm that uses all those camera array as a single eye to form an image, and it gives you an image with multifocus, and you can have like even they say 130 channels, like it's capable of focusing on 130 points on that image and track objects moving, but you are zooming into those objects and you see them very clear while they are moving, and you're not losing the focus. They're not.
That's a different type of setup than I'm talking. But still pretty cool. But so back in the days when we had the arena going in 24/7, and we had some good contenders, there was a guy named Lepizzle, and his plan was to take a non-angular field of view lens and aim it at the sun to prove that the sun's rays are parallel. Now I want you to follow this one. You guys ready for this? Hopefully you guys can think on the fly with this. So the sun, in his view, is larger than the Earth, right? And he's going to use a camera that he can hold in his hands, which is approximately, let's just say he's 6 feet tall. The camera's going to be approximately a foot wide at best, right? So let's say he has this camera that he can hold that's a foot wide that can take a parallel non-angular field of view imprint of the light that enters it. And he thinks he's going to point it at the sun to validate that the sun's rays are parallel. By imaging the entire sun in this camera. Anybody see the problem?
I'm still not entirely sure what a non-angular lens would be. Like with a
Also,
non-angular field of view.
The sun's not a point source, so I don't think anybody thinks that all of the light would be coming in a parallel way. So I don't know what he was trying to do.
Well, the number one issue with this is that if his camera is a foot wide, it can only take an image a foot wide. So if the sun is 93 million miles away, right, and like a million miles across, he'd only be taking a foot-sized sample of the sun, right?
That's true too.
But I told him that, and he couldn't grasp it. But I was like, dude, you can't take an image of the entire sun if all the rays are parallel with a foot-wide camera. Oh yeah, of course the rays can't. If the rays were parallel, right? So Matthew, when something is far away, its geometric relationship to its angular size, if you in pure orthographic geometry, changes, right?
Yeah, it's. I mean, we call it the law of perspective. It's not really a law, but basically, if it's twice as far, it's half as big.
Okay, so what causes that?
Geometry. What do you mean? That's just how things
No,
are farther away.
no, geometry doesn't cause that. So, for example, Matthew,
would you call it?
disregard the real world for a second, and just imagine you have a piece of paper, right? And
Okay.
so you draw a point on the paper, then you take a quarter, and you put it halfway, and you draw your little angles to it, the extents, right? And then you have essentially a triangle. Then you put the quarter on the far side of the paper, and you draw another triangle. The acute angle will be a different size, correct?
Right. Yep.
Absolutely. So that's what we would call, in that manner, a change in angular size if we're measuring it off of that acute angle, right?
Yeah, and I would call what you just described perspective.
Okay, so what about the real world causes that to happen in an image? Because remember, we're talking about what we see.
The same thing. If you're looking at the quarter instead of just drawing it on a piece of paper, and when it goes farther away, it subtends a smaller and smaller angle farther from you.
Dude, what does that even mean?
I guess I'm not sure what you're asking. I mean, things get smaller when they get farther.
Listen, you're missing the crucial part that is the only part that matters in actual reality. On paper, we have lines that we drew with a pencil. In reality, do we have lines that we drew with a pencil?
No, I mean, but the line of sight is there still, right?
Okay, line of sight is an ideal. So what's actually happening in physical reality that causes this effect?
I suppose you could say the light is coming from the quarter into your eye, and that's like following the line, right?
Correct. The propagation angles of the light relative to the reception angles in the optic, right, is what caused the final resolved image to have a smaller angular size on your sensor, correct?
Sure, yeah.
Right. So obviously, if an object's light was all parallel, there'd be no angular differentiation, right? So that means that the light from that said object would occupy every portion of your sensor. There'd be no angular difference.
Oh, if all the light coming, yeah, I mean that's what happens when you look at a laser pointer and it's not pointed at you. You don't really see it. So that's a laser is an example.
Right. So if an object was larger than you, and all the light was directed at your sensor parallel, your entire field of view would be occupied by that light, correct?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Well, there you go.
Wait, say that again?
If there's a large object, let's just say a battleship out there in the ocean, and all the light coming from the battleship were somehow laserized and coming at your eye in a straight line, then all you would see is the part that comes straight into your eye, and you would see just that part of the ship.
Oh, okay.
And if it's bigger than your sensor, then let's just call them pixels for lack of a better term, every pixel of your sensor will be occupied by the light of that object.
I don't know about that.
He's saying In this
Dude, if
magical
there's no,
world where
if
all the
there's
lights are
no,
parallel.
listen, check it out, home. If there's no angular difference, then how could it be otherwise? We just parsed out that the whole reason why the effect of angular size change causes a reduction in the size of something is because of the angles of the light entering your eye. If there are no angles, then there's no angular size change.
I'd have to think about that. Like, why am I not seeing? Like, is all the light parallel or just the light from this battleship?
Like all the light from the battleship is perfectly parallel, so it's like a laser light. It's coming straight into your eye, and so therefore only the part that is going straight into your eye is the only part you'd see. You wouldn't see the other end of the battleship because the other end would have to come at a different angle. And he's
Sure.
saying if there is no different angles, then you'd only see the one part that happens to be perfectly lined up.
But everything else is normal, right? Like the beach and water and everything.
No, dude, this is we're speaking about an ideal where this is the only object in your field of view, just to make it more plain. Because you could extrapolate it out to all the light. So let's just say you're facing forward, right? So if you put your arms out, we'd call that your line, and we'd call your angle of vision perpendicular to that line. So if all light was heading at you in that direction, okay, you wouldn't experience perspective. If that was the case, perspective wouldn't exist for you.
No, I get that much. Where I'm having trouble is because I agree with Matthew that I would only see as much of that ship as big as my sensor. But then I should be able to see other things in my field of view if those are still operating normally. I think, right?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, now this sort of thought experiment is getting weirder and weirder. So, if the battleship, the light coming from one thing is perfectly parallel, but everything else is normal, then who knows what you would see? But in general, who says that everything is perfectly parallel? So, like, why even do this thought experiment in the first place?
Yeah, but these are the kinds of things I like.
You guys are
dude, this is-
you're
Go ahead,
misunderstanding pretty much everything, both of you. First of all, if the lights from a battleship were coming off that battleship and only the parallel lines, so the light emitted from the bow and the light emitted from the stern were both only coming parallel, you would not see either of them because they go right past you on the left and on the right, depending on which way the bow and the stern were.
Right, I agree.
Right?
Yeah.
And so the only reason you see those is because there are photons coming out in 360 degrees in a spherical pattern from each of those points, from the bow and the stern. And the way you discern angular size is the difference in the angle of the light hitting you from the bow and from the stern. You got to keep remembering these are two individual points.
True.
And they are by definition not parallel. They can't be parallel. And so this whole laser thing, you have to think about the lasers focused towards your eye. And so the laser thing just it's a non-starter for this problem.
Yeah, I don't think it's
right. So
reflective of the real world.
Scott accurately decided that if that was the case, that the only thing you would see is the amount of the ship that occupies the aperture of your optic, right? So essentially 2 centimeters of the ship.
Yeah, you'd see it.
You wouldn't see the whole ship.
Yes,
exactly.
But the way we discern angular size is because these points of light, and we got to remember points of light. You can't talk about an entire object or something because an object doesn't emit light. There are gajillions, the uncountable numbers of photons coming off every point on that ship, and all hitting your eye at a very particular angle, top, bottom, left, right. And they are hitting your lens of your eye and refracting into the rods and cones and activating optic nerves. And from that, we discern angular size. And we can do the same thing with the photograph, right? So those light photons emitted, and the vast majority of the photons emitted from the battleship don't hit any receiver. They just go off forever into space, right? And so it's only that very, very infinitesimally small number of photons emitted from that battleship, from every point on that battleship, that actually hit a human eye or hit a camera lens or anything, anybody observing it. And it's those angles, those different angles at which they hit the human eye or the camera lens, and how they refract into where they hit on the photoreceptor on the camera or the cones and rods in our eyes, that we determine that thing has a size. Right?
Yep.
And so why I'm not following what the argument was before then. If we agree with all that, what's the argument again?
The argument is there can be no angular size change with light from an object that all the light is parallel to you. That was basically it.
I think everybody agrees with that. Who would say that's not true?
You'd be surprised, Holmes.
But I don't think anybody who's really being technical with regard to the light from the sun is going to say that all the rays from the sun are exactly parallel. They can't be, right? Otherwise, you'd have no left of the sun and no right of the sun. They'd all be one point.
The sun would be a point source. The sun is obviously at least 0.5 degrees. Wide.
But each of those, the gajillions and uncountable numbers of photons being emitted by the sun, each from a particular location on the sun, an infinitesimally small part of the sun, each of those photons is going to hit your eye at a very, very different angle.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
So we understand this in this argument. The history of this argument between globe Earth, flat Earth, where where this is palpable is that there's at least 3 different categories of observation that they claim from the sun, in which the rays need to be parallel in one case, divergent in another case, and convergent in another case.
Yeah, but see, the people who do this understand that they're never all parallel completely. But the rays coming in from the left of the sun and the rays coming in from the right of the sun are a very, very small degree off of each other. And that's why, we don't get clear shadows ever, right? We have, even on close-up stuff, we have penumbra. I think that's what it's called, right? Where you can see the shadow, but then there's a little bit of a gray area where the shadow really ends. Because the left and the right or the top or the bottom of the sun, those lights, those photons from each of those 4 parts are not hitting the top of that stick or the edge of that object at the same angle. And so therefore they're not going to cast the same shadow. It's never going to be an absolutely clear shadow. And that's why I guess if you're measuring to the sun and you're trying to do something like celestial navigation, you have to pick which part of the sun you're going to point at. Otherwise, you can have some degree difference, which is why stars are much better because they're tiny. And it's hard to get any kind of degree from the left or the right, top or the bottom of a star. The same with the moon, right? You can't use the moon for celestial navigation because which side do you use? You use the left, the right, the top, the bottom? You point to the dead center of it? Who knows?
So then somebody would ask, well, if the claim is that wherever you go, that starlight is hitting you parallel and the star is larger than the Earth, and that's why it occurs that way, and therefore we can use it that way.
Yes.
Then what?
No, that's what we know. We do say that the stars are hitting us in no matter where in the Earth, the light's parallel to each other. Every photon emitted from that star that, we say you choose to reject is light years away from us, if not millions of light years away from us. Every photon emitted from that hits the Earth are essentially parallel because they had to be there to reach the left of the Earth and the right of the Earth. The degree at which they would be different, they're going to be an infinitesimally small. I don't even know how many zeros before that, after that point would be in terms of.
So how much of that infinitesimal smallness would be a variable great enough to give you an angular size reduction based on the entry of the light through your aperture, and then inverted into your focal plane?
I'm not sure what you're saying.
Well, you know, to go back to the thing about the battleship, right?
Yeah.
Because think about it, the star is alleged to be much, much larger than the Earth, right? Usually. Yet it appears as just a pinprick of light.
Yes.
Yet simultaneously, it's appealed to that the cascade of the light for all observers on the face of the Earth that can view the star is parallel. If that's the case, why is there a dramatic angular size change?
In the stars?
And if that's the case, is there any metrics?
There aren't.
There what?
I don't think there are dramatic angular size changes in stars. They all look pretty much like pinpricks
What are
in
you
the sky.
talking about? That's the whole point, dude. That is a dramatic angular size change.
Of the star? Has anybody made that claim that sizes of stars are dramatically different?
If all the light from the star is parallel, right?
Yes.
Then it should take up your entire field of view.
No.
And
It
this is where I
shouldn't
was
be
getting hung up,
reduced
yeah.
to a pinprick. Unless you have a sufficient variability of the angles of the light to enter the optics so that you get an angular size change.
That's
So I'd be curious to know the exact numbers. What? Yeah, it is.
No.
You already conceded that point, dude.
No,
Yeah,
we take the light from the left of the star, and we take the light from the right of the star, and the light from the top and the bottom of the star. Right? Those things are they're the same.
Man. All right. Well, the problem is you already conceded the point, and now you're backpedaling. So they're either parallel or they're not parallel. They can't be both. If they're parallel, then there's no angular size change. Period.
Who's saying there's an angular size change of a star? You know, someone were going to come in and argue there's an angular size change of a star. I'd say, what the hell are you talking about? They don't change size. They're pinpricks.
Okay, so if all the light coming from them, if all the light coming from them is parallel, then that would mean that their actual size is pinprick, dude.
No, I would say that
no, it does not.
Yeah, the light coming from them isn't parallel. It arrives to us parallel.
The same difference, dude. If all the light from an object arrives at you or optic parallel, then there's no differentiation in the angles to have the angular size difference, right? So it appears smaller.
I'm not getting
than it actually is.
No,
the whole premise is just 1 second. The whole premise is that an object's physical size, right, is much larger than you, larger than your eye as well, but it appears to be smaller. And we already all conceded that the reason it appears to be smaller is because of the angles of the light arriving at differentials, not parallel.
Oh, I see.
Correct.
Yeah. So, yeah, when we say parallel, it's functionally parallel. So there is an angle to it, but it's so minute that it can't be measured from here. Like that would be trying to calculate a triangle that's millions of billions of light years away. And like 2 millimeters at our eye. So it's functionally parallel, but technically, yes, there's an angle to it.
Yeah, but the problem is that you need the angle differential at the focal plane. That's where the angle differential needs to be, at the focal plane of the optic.
Yes, for everything that has a size.
Yeah, so how much differential exists at the focal plane for these objects?
For a star, very, 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 very tiny.
Virtually none.
So just hold on a second. So no differential, yet dramatic enough to turn it into a pinprick in my field of view.
Yes.
I don't think it's as dramatic as you may think. Like again, these are very long triangles.
Well, the only thing that matters is the inversion of the triangle at the focal plane. That's it. Because that's all that optic can perceive. The optic doesn't perceive the angles on the opposite side of the focal plane. It only perceives the angles after they pass the focal plane. So if you're telling me there's no differentiation between the angles, right?
In a practical
Then
sense.
that's a problem. Then that's a problem because then the star would not be a pinprick.
But we're not saying there's no differentiation. We're saying exactly the opposite. There is a differentiation between the angles. It's ridiculously
Yeah, you're saying
small.
it's ridiculous. It's so ridiculously small, yet sufficient to turn something that's hundreds of thousands of miles across into a pinprick.
Yes, exactly.
All right.
You got it.
All right. Okay.
That's exactly what we're
I'm
saying.
glad that's your position. I'm glad that's your position. Are you willing to put a stake in it?
Sure.
All right.
With one caveat, I guess, now that I think about it. Our eyes, I don't know how many cones and rods every star is hitting. Now, our eyes can only perceive I think it's 0.02 angle of resolution, right? So that means that any 2 points that are closer than that will hit the same cone or rod. And so they're going to look like they're the same thing. And if you have something that's smaller than that, say 0.0000, go, 20 zeros, 1 in angular width, it's still going to hit exactly one cone and rod. And it's going to seem to our eye as it's the same size as something orders of magnitude bigger because it's stimulating one optic nerve. And that's the best our eye can do. Now, if we had with technology and we develop machines that can have smaller and smaller receptors that can differentiate between, whether it fills up an entire receptor or multiple receptors versus one very, very small receptor, then we can actually get a good angle of resolution.
Sure. So when you look out into the world, right, there is loss of visual information based on factors that are purely optical, geometrical, and physical in the sense of the laws of physics in relationship to light and propagation angles, right, and reception angles and the nature of the optic, right? So you can lose information purely because of the optic, right?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Well, that's what you just described. You described that this light is coming, it's hitting your eye, it's hitting the lens of your eye, but in the process of it entering the lens and hitting the sensors, information is lost.
I don't think it's lost. It just goes into one sensor.
Well, if for example, if one sensor gets 3 pieces of color information, it's not going to give you 3 outputs of color information. It's going to give you 1 output.
Correct.
Right? So a pixel element is defined as a single color value in an image, right? So that color value may be informed by multiple pieces of optical information, like red from the lady's dress, blue from the wall next to her. But that little sensor packet can only decide one color, so it mixes the colors together or excludes other colors based on intensity, right?
Yes.
Excellent.
Yes. But just be clear, so we're on the same page. It's like what I'm saying is, from the star, I want to take the left of the star and the right of the star, and there are photons coming out from each of those, and we're going to call each of those locations a point, a literal point. And those photons are going to reach our eye at very particular angles. And if those angles are far enough apart, like in the sun, they will stimulate 2 different optic nerves, or 2 different, I don't know what it's even called, cone or rod, what do they even call those things? But it's going to stimulate 2 different parts of our eye. And we're going to perceive that as 2 different points. And as those 2 different points from the distance become closer and closer together, it's going to stimulate closer and closer optic nerve parts in our eye until when they're close enough together, they stimulate the same one, right? And we can no longer distinguish that as two different points. It's now one point from our perception, right? Okay.
Yeah.
We're on the same page.
Scott, I think it also has to do with our ability to focus and glare. So because
Absolutely.
we're not focusing perfectly, even though it is just a single path of photons coming into our eyes, they spread out a little bit once we go through
Absolutely.
our atmosphere and then lens, and so there's some of that too.
Yeah. If we have bad eyes, the lens in our eye will refract that light into multiple receptors, and it's going to look like a blurry thing. Yeah. And only if you have perfect optics and a perfect lens that takes the light from a single point and refracts it back to a single point in our optics, in our nerves, do we have a clear image. Otherwise, you have blurry. And the funny thing is, too, if you have something like my daughter has something called strabismus, which the eyes don't line up, she's going to see 2 stars. It's very annoying. And what happened with her is one of her eyes just completely shut down, apparently. Her brain has turned off her other eye, and she sees the world through one eye, even though she looked perfectly normal.
Hey, hold on a second. Do both eyes track?
They do, but the brain doesn't use one of them.
Okay, so check this out. The brain. It seems to me like I would guess that the brain is cognitively acting like, you know, when you breathe and you don't think of it. So your brain is cognitively acting to perceive the world binocularly, but choosing to present it to your daughter monocularly. That would be really interesting.
Yeah, that's what her brain is doing to her.
So a long time ago, I read this study about blindness, and there's like some really weird types of blindness. Like there's a type of blindness where you can see 3-dimensional objects, and like you can determine where they are in your field of view, but you can't resolve any of the data off the surfaces. So this type of blindness, you could pick up an object, no problem. You could reach out, grab it, pick it up, put it right in front of your face, but it's going to look to you like it's blank.
Yeah.
So it's like more advanced than color blindness. You know, it's like it's color blindness to where you can't even differentiate. I don't know how to describe it other than what I just said, but it was pretty interesting. Or like a video game, you know, old video games where they had textured polygons, but they didn't have any detail, kind of like that.
Yep. No, our eyes are our brain interaction are some very strange things. I mean, you know, they did an experiment with cats a while back. I remember when I was in college reading about this, in which if you covered a cat's eyes for a certain part of its kitten development, right, when it came out of the cat womb, the cats never learned how to see, because there's a critical time in a development of a cat brain where it develops vision and it learns to make sense of these optical signals coming from the eye. And if you skip that part, if you miss it, it's gone.
Absolutely.
But anyways, that's all. I got to get back to work.
Don't accidentally walk into any walls because your depth perception is off.
Yeah, my depth perception is great. My daughter's is weird, which it's funny because she's an artist, and you know she draws really, really good stuff. And we always wondered if part of the reason she can do it so well is because she already sees the world in 2D, and you translate what you see in the world from, you know, we try to do it in 3D, translate to 2D on a picture. She just sees it as 2D and just puts it on the piece of paper exactly as she sees it, and her brain doesn't have to do any extra work. It's like, don't know if it's true or not, but I do know she draws very, very well ever since she was like 4 years old.
I'll give you a quick anecdote from video game history. So, you know, they started making 3-dimensional first-person shooters, right? And back in the day, they didn't have 3D televisions. And there was an old trick that you could just block one eye and start playing your game. And eventually your brain, via perspective clues, because your brain operates that way, would give you the illusion that it's 3-dimensional. That used to be a hack that we'd use to get like that 3D effect in games.
Yeah, I can definitely see that.
So Matthew, your homework is to get me those. They're not called reflex angles, but they're basically the angles after the focal plane of pick a star, any star. Use the human eye as your sample for the angular resolution and the focal plane size, and then give me the past the focal plane angles. If you could do that for me, that'd be cool. Since you're a mathematician and clearly interested in this topic, that's your homework.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you're asking for. You're talking about like the angles between the different edges of the eye from the star?
Well, okay. The claim is that the light from stars comes in parallel, and that's how celestial navigation works, and all these claims about the sky works, right?
Right.
But then, when parsed, you find out, oh, these aren't parallel, and it's obvious they're not parallel because otherwise they wouldn't have a differential in their angles, right? To be able to appear smaller to you than they otherwise are, because the whole reason why things appear smaller to you is because of the angle differentiation. But the only time that angle matters is once they pass the focal plane of the optic. So I want to know what those angles are past the focal plane of the optic, and if that's sufficient to cause the reduction in your field of view of the size of the object in question. That's what I want to know.
I think it is because if they're not 100% parallel, which nobody says they are, that's sufficient. I mean, you can draw a triangle that's like what 8,000 miles on one side and then 20 light years on the other side, and see how big that angle is. It's going to be tiny. I mean, but it's non-zero. That's all you need is a non-zero angle.
No, you need an angle that's greater than the resolving power of the optic in question, based not only on the limitations of the angular resolution, which is determined by the aperture, but also the sensor packet. As me and Scott were parsing out that you need a sensor size big enough to differentiate the angle. Otherwise, it's just going to be one color value. So we need all of that. Now, if your level of mathematics and isn't up to the task, I'll have to give it to somebody else.
Yeah, give it to somebody else because I'm not understanding.
Man, you punked out so quick. You didn't even say I'll give it the good old college try.
Well, I mean, so optics. So the thing that makes it complicated is because optics make a little bit of diffraction, and that has something to do with it too. But I'm not sure how.
Yeah, I know. So what happens, Matthew, is that we always end up with orthographic geometry claims when it comes to any of these things.
Yeah,
They assume that the receiver is just a point that you can just draw triangular lines to from an object and then say, oh, look, orthographically it makes sense.
Yeah, because I think orthographic is close enough to real life.
What if it's not, bro? You just said yourself that you couldn't determine it.
Yeah, but we can determine the range that it is, like the angle of a star. Like I said, if you make the triangle 8,000 miles on one side and 40 light years on another side, we can figure out that angle. But and all I know about that angle is it's really, really small, and so it's close enough to zero to do the navigation with, assuming it's zero.
I don't know, bro. There seems to be a lot of assumptions stacked upon assumptions in these claims about the objects in the sky in relation to the Earth. The more I talk to people about it, the more I discover that 9 times out of 10, their entire position is just a beginning assumption and then a bunch of sequential assumptions.
Yeah, fair enough. But the proof is in the pudding, right? Celestial navigation works.
Oh, that's the claim, isn't it?
That's a pragmatic fallacy, by the way. It works, therefore it's true.
Yeah, so something works is evidence that you've probably got something. You got something right. It doesn't prove it. You're right about that.
Yeah, like for example, a while ago, Manufact Totem said that he calculated something and said that you should be able to discern curvature at a certain height, but he didn't describe his methodology, how he arrived at that conclusion. See, part of the argument about boats over the horizon in regards to if you have an object on a flat plane is that if an object's on a horizontal flat plane extending out from your feet and you're 6 feet tall, that the object would be in view in its entirety almost ad infinitum as it recedes away from you on that plane, based on the presupposition that the only reason I don't see the bottoms of things is because of a giant hump of earth curvature.
Yeah, the thing is, what makes the bottom special compared to the top?
Because the bottom is actually the lowest angle. The propagation angles of the light and the reception angles of the optic, right, are all falling below the resolution of the optic.
But that's true.
And the off angles that may reach the top or the bottom of your eye are being overcome by other light that has more propagation angles. So in other words, as Scott so eloquently put it, the amount of sensors that can receive the light and the amount of angles available to it don't exist anymore. So how could you possibly render something that's in that zone? Of course it has a different angular relationship than the top and the bottom. They're completely different angles to you, right?
Wouldn't the bottom be greater than the top?
Yeah, because the bottom
Like
of
if
the
you're-
sun is closer to you than the top.
No.
Well, if you're looking like if your eye is level with the flat plane, and you do an angle to the bottom, that angle is greater than if it were at the top, which was 0, right?
Oh, it isn't. No, dude, the bottom would be the lowest angle. What are you talking about?
Is your eye, so your eye is the point, the origin point, right?
Yeah, look, the easiest way to always do this is just imagine you're a 6 foot tall person standing on a horizontal plane, right? So you're at least 6 feet off the ground because that's generally how we operate. We don't like lay on the ground throughout our lives.
Right. So a parallel line from your eyesight would be 6 feet above ocean level, right? That would be 0 degrees.
Correct.
And the angle from your eye to the bottom of that object would be whatever 6 feet is. That'd be a bigger angle than 1 foot below the top.
Well, how far is a triangle with an acute angle of 0.02 degrees going to intersect We put the acute angle at the eye line and draw out the leg of the triangle till it intersects the quote unquote horizontal plane. How far do you think that would be before it intersects?
From 6 feet high? I don't know. I'm just walking my dog, so I
Yeah,
don't
no
know the
problem.
math on that.
I was just hoping you'd make a guess. I'll submit to you that it's coincidentally, curiously, within the range of the claim of where the quote unquote geometric globe Earth horizon would be for the man of the same height.
The 3 miles or whatever?
Yep, 3.4, something like that.
No,
Can't
I'm just
remember
trying to figure
exactly.
out. So if you have an angle, the flat line would be from your eye to 6 feet above sea level, right? That'd be 2 parallel lines, right? You've got your sea level and you've got your eye line. Those are the 2 parallel. So if you're looking straight ahead and you have an angle going downwards, if it goes down 1 foot from parallel, that's a smaller angle than if it were to go down 6 feet.
Yep.
So it's a bigger angle to the bottom than it is to your eye line.
Yeah, but it only matters when something is occupying the 0.02, because that's when you would have like critical loss. Before that, you'd have varying amounts of loss as it approaches that angle.
Right,
Which
but
is
you
not
had
perfect.
stated.
Which, by the way, before you go on, it seems by the quote unquote law of perspective that people understand colloquially that it would be like a linear progression. But it isn't. Like if you actually look at the way the light, and like you look at the diagrams that they show of how the angular loss increases, it's like two bell curves converging on each other. And if you notice how they converge is not it's increasing. The closer they get together, it increases faster. I'm not sure whether it's exponential or hyperbolic or whatever, but it just increases faster the closer it is. It doesn't increase at the same rate.
Okay. So, but back to your previous statement, you had, if I had heard correctly, you had said that the part at the bottom has a smaller angle from your eyes, but it's actually a larger angle. So anything like for anything close to, what is it, 0.015, I guess, is the angle of resolution for the human eye?
Well, you're talking about different parts of a total angle packet. So I'm talking about this angle being the entire opposite leg from the acute angle, right? So let's say so it would be parallel with you. So you're standing upright, and out there you imagine an end of a triangle that's parallel with you, and then you have two lines coming out to meet it, right?
Yeah. So two parallel lines would be the ground and your eye level to the 6 foot mark of the object you're looking at.
Sure, you could do it that way.
So if you have a 6 foot object and you're 6 feet, the top of that to you, the angle between those two is 0, right?
Correct.
But the bottom of that's a larger angle. It'd be, I don't know, 0.15.
It wouldn't matter at 3.5 miles. The entirety of said object, the propagation angles to your reception angle is going to be below your resolvable limit in its entirety. So let's say you had a 6 foot
vanish, right?
Yeah, so imagine you had a 6 foot man that far away. Like you shouldn't be able to see him if that follows.
Right.
However,
perspective would shrink.
However,
equally, though.
However, if you had a 6 foot guy, right, holding a 30-foot flagpole with a flag on top,
yeah,
you'd see the flagpole, but you wouldn't see the guy.
Right. That's what they're saying with the curvature of the. Oh wait, no, just a sec. You see the flagpole, but you wouldn't see the guy. Well, the guy would shrink, the flagpole would reduce in size, and the guy would just kind of blend into the flagpole, I would think.
Well, dude, we already agreed that he occupies a space within your field of view where the propagation angles direct to you, or reception angles, are all below your resolution limit.
So you're looking at directly at the top of his head, right? That's your center of view.
Well, yeah, you imagine you guys are both the same height. Yeah, imagine you're both the same size. You know?
Yeah. So you're looking from eye to eye, essentially. Just trying to envision this. So he would shrink. The flagpole would shrink. Trying to think, would he would vanish because he has an
Before you go on,
you probably
before you go on, a common,
be too thin, right?
Perhaps that's correct. Maybe it's too thin. But one of the common rebuttals when talking about this topic is that, well, if I can't see the guy and he occupies a particular angle, well, this portion of the flag also occupies that angle, and this portion of the flag also occupies that angle. So I shouldn't be able to see anything. But usually people who argue that don't realize, well, if that were true, you'd never be able to resolve any images, because you could break images down to be portions smaller than your limit. But we still do see stuff, right? So that doesn't follow.
Right. Kind of forest for the trees sort of scenario.
Right. Because like Scott referenced earlier, that an object is not an all or nothing, right? The angular size of an object in your field of view is not an all or nothing. It's not one thing. It's actually a million, maybe even a trillion points of light emanating from it.
Yep. And the angle of resolution has to do with your ability to pick out those points of light as discrete entities. So if a person was wearing a red shirt and blue pants, when they're close, you can see the red shirt, blue pants, but as they get further and further away, that red shirt and blue pants mushes together. They don't vanish, they mush. So.
No, they do vanish.
Well, eventually, because perspective.
Yeah, eventually, the red and blue guy, and the light from him, and the light from the thing above him, and the light from the thing below him, creates a smaller and smaller acute angle at the focal plane, which creates a smaller and smaller imprint on your sensor, till where eventually all of that information is cast on what's, lack of a better term, a single pixel. So if you have 5 pieces of color information hitting 1 pixel, the output can only be 1 pixel. So 5 pieces of information become 1. And so those other 4 discrete packets of information, absolutely, those other 4 packets of information are lost.
Well, you don't lose them, they just blend together.
Yeah, that means lost.
Well, okay, so they don't vanish, they just merge.
Well, listen,
so all of those wavelengths are still processed. It's just processed as one, as opposed to 5 discrete.
Right. So if you need 5 pieces of information, right, and you only have 1, then the other 4 can't be known, so they're lost.
Okay, I suppose in my mind, when you say lost, are you saying they're gone, or like vanished?
Vanish in this context means you can't see it. Disappeared in this context means it no longer appears, meaning you can't see it. And sight. What I mean? What else could it do?
It's just a composite of those 5 wavelengths, right? So it smashes them together in your eye.
But look, it's not just about wavelengths. As you reduce the available angles, you're getting portions of objects, right, that occupy that.
Portions of objects that occupy. Yeah, you're losing the ability to discern or distinguish them as individual objects. But the whole object itself is still visible, even if it's just kind of blended together, until it's so small you can't see it anymore.
And well, okay, then when it becomes too small that you can't see it, the light is still hitting your optic, is it not?
Yeah, it's just not enough light for your optic nerve to be able to figure it out.
Right. So then what happens to the object? It disappears, right? So all you've done is kick the can down the road. Check this out, friend. All you've done is kick the can down the road and conceded that once something occupies too small of an angle in your field of view, you can no longer see it. It becomes unresolvable and invisible.
From a colloquial perspective, sure. It would be able to be brought back in with a better optic, though, right? So you pull out the binoculars, and bam, you can see it now.
That depends on your theory of light. If you believe light actually has a tangible wavelength that exists in three-dimensional space, then the actual width of the wavelengths would interfere with your ability to bring it back into view.
Well, if it's at 3 feet and you can't see it anymore and you pull out binoculars, you should be able to see it, right?
Depends on the situation.
Well, what situation would say otherwise? What scenario would...
Well, like I said, if the angles of propagation are low enough that the separation of the wavelength isn't sufficient for any angular resolution, right? Then that would preclude that from happening. Or, like in the case of the Earth, once it gets too far away, you have too many compounding factors. Not only do you have all this angle loss, but you also have atmospheric occlusion and other types of things, especially when you're talking about the surface of the Earth versus being up above it, where you're not going to have as much profound effects.
Sure. But, okay, so with our scenario with the two people looking at each other, and then the one person's too small, you pull out the binoculars, you can see them, right? Sorry?
Sometimes, yeah.
So if you could see them before, say the person's walking away from you, do, and they're just getting smaller and smaller as they walk further and further away, right? And then you pull out the binoculars, they should come back into view. As long as all the conditions are like atmospheric conditions, there's no fog or anything like that. You should be able to see them in their entirety.
As long as the object has enough separation power for the angles of the light that it could resolve something, when there's nothing occluding the light, then in principle you should be able to see it.
Okay. Now, if you can't, and that's the full object, not just, the top of it, but the bottom as well. So if an object's got its bottom obstructed, where you can't see it, then there's got to be something blocking that view.
Like what?
Something. I'm just saying if it's blocked where you can't see the bottom of it, then one would conclude that something's blocking your view from it, right? And then you have to look at different factors to what might be blocking it.
Okay, so let's say all that's true. Let's bring it on home to the actual demonstrations on the Earth. Because there is a claim out there, right, that I can't see the bottom of something, therefore the Earth is a globe. Right?
Well,
that's a claim.
It, yeah. Yeah, that's the claim.
Now, in that scenario, what is obstructing the objects?
In that scenario, it would be the Earth, ground, whatever. If you're
but we got to. Well, look, a hill can block something, so it's not just saying it's the Earth. It's a specific claim in regards to this claim, right?
Well, yeah, it's in regards to the curvature of the Earth.
And more specifically, what? Like, what do they call the thing that blocks the things? What do they usually call that thing?
Oh, you're referring to the geometric horizon? Is that what you're referring to?
Well, they call it the horizon, right?
Well, the horizon is just an appearance where the sky appears to meet the ground.
Okay, so now we got a problem.
There is a geometry involved with it. So.
I mean, well, that's a claim. So far, we got a claim, right? That I can't see the bottom of something. I've rationalized myself into the position where I say it must be obstructed by physical object in between me and it. I'm now going to make the secondary claim that the Earth is curved and therefore it's in the way. And the apex of that curve is perceived to me to be an abrupt physical edge of which everything else is below.
Yes.
Relative to my plane or my line of sight, right?
That's the claim, yeah. That's how
So
the
in
claim
other
works.
words, yeah, absolutely. So in other words, the horizon physically blocks things behind it.
Well, the Earth curvature physically blocks it, not the horizon itself. The horizon is just a descriptor for where the sky meets the ground. It's not the horizon doing the
Okay,
work.
that's interesting. If that's the case,
It's the
and
ground
it
doing the work, right?
wouldn't. You're right, absolutely. So if that's the case, then it wouldn't necessarily make sense to say the apparent horizon is behind something, but the thing I'm looking at, I can't see the bottom of because the Earth curve is in front of it.
Are you referring to the black swan?
Just in general, it doesn't have to be applied
So,
to any specific photograph.
Sure.
Because by the way, there's hundreds of photographs that
Sure. Do you
show.
mind rephrasing that? Do you mind rephrasing that for me? Just so I catch what you were saying. So the horizon shouldn't be. Do you mind repeating yourself?
Yeah, so if the Earth curve is blocking things behind it, then that means that the Earth curve is in front of it. And if the horizon is defined as where the ground meets the sky or the surface meets the sky, then the thing that's blocking it should always be in front of the thing that's being blocked. I shouldn't be able to see all the way up to the thing, and then the thing be blocked from the bottom, and then simultaneously I see the horizon behind it. That shouldn't be.
You're right. You shouldn't see it like that.
Well, the problem is I see it like that all the time.
But the thing that's in the front, the curvature, well, I mean, you were talking about confounding variables before, right? And refraction, obviously, is one factor involved with it. But if you had like two objects, then that second object would be blocked behind it. I don't think I made sense with that. Okay, so let's take a look at the Black Swan just as an example. So you got the oil shore or the oil platform in the foreground, right? There's the claim that due to the geometric horizon, it'd be about 1.2 miles. That's the claim with just strictly geometry involved, right? And the oil shore and the platform is like 6 miles. And then there's another platform, which is about 9 miles. And then there's the horizon, which is behind that. If I'm recalling that photograph correctly.
Correct.
Yeah.
So you have resolvable water, or let's just say you have the color field of resolvable water extending all the way past the furthest rig.
Right. And of course, the claim from the globe side is that that's refraction causing that, of course, which I'm sure you're familiar with. But why do you think it's not? That's an inadequate response.
Well, I mean, it's basically a circular appeal. Is we see what we see because of light that enters our eyes.
Well, that's true.
That's the claim. That's the claim reduced to its tautological form, because refraction is actually a salvation device that cannot be falsified. Any observation that supersedes globe geometry or even globe positionality, not just geometry of the size, but where objects are located in your field of view relative to each other. Any observation that debunks the globe, someone will just claim, well, light reached my eyes. I already know Earth's a globe. Therefore, the light took an exotic path.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, without substantiation to explore that, that's just baseless claim. But refraction
Yeah, so
would
now we
occur
got
on either model, right?
Yeah, so now we got a problem though, because it's claimed in the first instance that the reason I can't see the bottoms of things is because of the Earth geometry in the way.
Well, both
But
scenarios would be
then
inaccurate.
I demonstrate that I can see things that should be behind this alleged curve that exists, and the only answer I get is, "Oh well, the light you see reached your eye."
What if a person were to do an experiment beforehand with all of the variables known, so the temperatures involved, everything like that, and then say take the photograph and it shows, hey, look, based on all of the maths involved, this is correct. Then would that show that the refraction is in fact occurring?
Not necessarily.
What else do
We
you
have
think
to
would
look
be
at
a
we have to
factor?
look at the particulars. Oh, look, we all agree that the reason we see things is because light reaches our sensor, right?
Yep.
I mean,
Do
that's a
we
given.
both agree that light will refract in the atmosphere?
Well, you need to define what you mean by refract.
Change direction. We have to
Okay.
boil down to
So,
basic.
so if we say light can change direction,
yeah,
right, and we just leave it at that, then we basically make all optical interpretations unfalsifiable because, let me tell you why. Refraction is a particular type of light differentiation, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's very particular. It's
Yep, no, there's very
quantified.
specific. Yep.
Yes, it's quantified as a
Snell's
law,
law. Yep.
right?
I was just boiling
And
it down to its basic.
yeah, the
I mean,
problem is that in the atmosphere, you do not have the boundary qualities necessary to calculate refraction. So you have to use an infinite path variability because you cannot normalize essentially the normal line. You have no reference point for a normal line. So
Well,
in
there
other
are
words,
papers out there showing the math for it.
I've looked, but that is just post hoc rationale.
Well, it'd be agnostic, right?
Look,
that
it's
would work
this
on a
simple.
flat
You
Earth or
can't.
spherical Earth.
That's my point, dude. If I have the option of infinite path variability, I can just claim anything I want about what I'm looking at.
But it's not infinite path, though. It's within a certain boundary. There are boundaries within that path, like the temperature,
Really?
right?
So perfect.
Not
So
an infinite variable change.
perfect. So where is it?
Well, you'd have to measure it along the path. You'd have to know what the temperatures are, as well as the humidities. It's not easy. Don't get me wrong. It's not an easy thing.
Yeah,
There's so many
perfect.
variables.
So the problem with temperature differentials is that they're not perfectly isotropic and they don't have perfect boundaries, right? They're in flux. They have fluid dynamics, right?
Yep. Nature is not. It does not care for our ability to have everything perfect.
Correct. In fact, it's so bad that when the military hired some universities to do a test for them, after they did the test, the guy wrote a thesis paper on it and crunched the numbers and found that the alleged refractive model that the globe always uses as its excuse doesn't even work.
Oh, the 4.7 or 4.6R, or no 7.6, 7.6R, I think. But that's just a.
Well, what they did is they shot a tri-band laser. They shot a tri-band laser like 120 kilometers.
So
to
did
a
that show
receiver.
that refraction occurred or didn't occur? Or they just couldn't figure
No,
it out?
it showed that the alleged model of refraction would make it so that the lasers could not be received by the target simultaneously because different wavelengths, refractive index is wavelength dependent. And that means that each wavelength would travel a different arced path.
Yep.
I've posted it in the chat for you as well, AI.
Thank you. So if they all follow this different arced path according to this established idea of what refraction's doing, right, then they shouldn't have hit the target, but they all hit the target.
If the
Now the reason why the military is interested in this right, is obviously because they want to shoot suckers, right?
Oh, yeah, target acquisition.
Yeah, they don't want to be aiming at some sucker with a laser ranger and then be missing them because of refraction, because they're actually aiming their laser at a differential optical location rather than a physical location, and then the laser takes a different trajectory, and so they have no freaking clue what's going on, right?
No, they would probably, those things are expensive. They want to make sure it's going to hit where they're aiming. Or at least make a big enough bang that it doesn't matter how close it is. Horseshoes, hand grenades, and nuclear warfare, right? But anyways, refraction still occurs, though. It's just not necessarily as much as one would think. Or, like, you don't deny that refraction occurs.
We can measure it. So different wavelengths of light, and because of the length of the wave, it refracts differently. So things towards ultraviolet refract an awful lot more, say into reds, oranges, and the infrared spectrum, which are a longer wavelength and don't refract as much. This is why infrared laser targeting systems are used, because they don't refract as much.
Sure. Okay, so it sounds like we both agree that refraction occurs. It's just how much. What? I mean, without actually saying, knowing all the variables, someone just says refraction and throws their hands up as if it's a panacea. That's not going to work.
Yeah.
No, hold on, Fred. Before we continue, you agree that it doesn't work, but this is the established modus operandi for all optical, I don't want to say experiment, but let's just say all observations. Let's say all observations that result in an image or claims about geometry based on an image. The universal antidote that's applied in all instances in this argument is wonkily donkily light. So the globe side has a universal get out of jail free card. They just claim wonkily donkily light, and then they rest their case and go about their business.
Well, they accept that as a response, and that's sufficient for them. Sure.
If you look at the information that I posted in the chat, going along with what AI is talking about, that specific piece of research, if you notice the distance is 148 kilometers.
1 second. Is it in regards to angular resolution? No, that must be a different part. I was pinged on a few things here.
4 minutes past the hour, Refi Jedi, the last thing that was posted in the chat. Turbulence effects of the atmosphere.
4 minutes past. Oh, there we go. Okay. Cool. I'll have to check that out later, but I'm just walking at the moment.
Yeah, of course. I mean, don't expect you to jump everything at the moment, but take it away, look at it in your own time. No problem.
Sure. So anyways, where were we? I don't remember.
Where we're at, we were trying to decide whether either the path of light via this alleged model of refraction is known and can be used as a metric to measure the Earth via sufficient methodologies, that is going to get you either on target or accurate, right? Like, let's say for the military, or it's so unpredictable that it essentially can save every observation ever in the history of mankind.
Gotcha. Well, no, I would think. I mean, one would have to know all of the variables to be able to calculate what that path of light is. I don't think they have a definitive one. It's just kind of a close enough sort of scenario, I guess.
Well, this is what the paper points out. It doesn't matter the refraction model that they used. It never fit the observation.
But in the paper, does it show that there was refraction? Or was it a straight point to point? There was, but it just didn't match the map.
Yes, for the observation and distance that they were able to cast the light, no model of refraction was able to suit the observation. They called the observation cursed, in their own words.
I imagine that's
In fact, dude, I want to parse this out for you before we go on. There's two guys that did it. There's one guy that did like a report, and then there's another the guy that did his thesis, like his literal, either his master's or doctorate thesis on this data. And he post hoc analyzed the data and found, when he was trying to put it into models of refraction, that it didn't match any of the established paradigms.
Interesting.
So in other words, he had a real world tangible result that was executed. The data came in. And he said, okay, I have these presuppositions about the way the Earth is a globe and the way refraction carries light around it, based on all these quote unquote models that people have used, and it doesn't match my real world results.
Well, then there's a problem with the model or the variables within between.
Well,
what were
I'll
the
submit to you,
variables that they
friend.
found?
Sure, but before we go on, I'll submit to you, friend, that the very concept of atmospheric or terrestrial refraction was invented to defeat observations about sky phenomena that didn't match globe geometric claims. So they're kind of like, you know, a brotherhood of excuses, if you know what I mean.
Dan, that's just a magic wand. With that particular one with the military, did they measure the temperatures along the path? Or did they just apply the numbers to their
To
model?
the best of their ability, they took as much temperature and atmospheric information as they could. Yes.
Oh, okay, cool.
I would probably guess there's some things that they didn't disclose either.
Oh, potentially. There could
You
be
know,
some top
there's
secret
probably
stuff
a
there.
little there's probably a little hush hush field operations going on maybe. So, you know, take that with a grain of salt.
Sure. So circling back to bottom-up obstruction then, with refraction. Oh, excuse me. Now, refraction itself is agnostic to the shape of the Earth, right? Do we both
What?
agree to that? Refraction is agnostic to the shape of the Earth. It's
Yes.
got nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Yeah.
It's got to do with the atmosphere above the surface. Doesn't matter what the surface
Right,
is. Yeah.
and the light itself. Light and the path it travels. Okay. Oh, I'm actually going to have to jet here pretty quick. But we'll try to pick this up another time. Thanks for the convo.
No worries, man. See you soon.
Later.
Oh yeah. So Jedi. This conversation began with the premise of understanding the relationship between an angular field of view and angular size changes of objects in your field of view, and why physically that occurs. And if an object has parallel light coming at you, that'd be no angle variation, right? So there'd be no differentiation. Whereas if you draw it orthographically, an angular size triangle, you end up with an acute angle, which hits the focal plane, and then it expands past the focal plane to cast it on your sensor. So the question posed to the room was, if the light is coming parallel, how can you have a change in angular size in your field of view? It wouldn't be possible. And of course, the answer is then, oh, well, it's only nearly parallel. And then the next question that would be asked is, well, then how off is it? And is that amount of differentiation sufficient to the task of reducing something that's thousands of times bigger than you to looking like a pinprick in the sky? In relation to the idea that you can get the angles to these stars anywhere you are on the Earth, right? Allegedly within the globe paradigm, the reason why that occurs is because the light's parallel. So no matter where you look towards it, you're receiving the light at the same angle. So in other words, why does it appear that you could see the stars from the same angle regardless of where you are on the Earth?
Yeah, stars are slightly confusing sometimes, aren't they?
Well, you know, the globe claim requires that the starlight be divergent, convergent, and parallel, depending on the application.
Yeah, it all depends what we're talking about. We can get the light to do anything we want for the specific argument. Yeah.
And then there's the tolerances of how far it is, how close it is parallel versus how far it is divergent versus how far it is convergent. Well, hopefully somebody else got something interesting to talk about. I'm kind of worn out for that one.
Just scrolling through the room, there's lots of people in here, guys. So if anyone's got any questions, please speak up. Interesting conversation we just had. I don't know if you guys heard it, but it was talking about refraction and the path of light. I posted some information if anybody wants to look at it in the side chat.
Okay, since the room is dead, continue this conversation, AI, if you want to. I just want to make sure we're on the same page or something. Because it seemed to me at the last bit there, you kind of confused two ideas again. You conflated them. Am I coming through?
Yeah, we hear you, Scott. AI, are you there, my friend?
Yeah. Should I wait or continue?
That's up
I was
to you.
hoping to talk to AI about this.
I'm listening to you, so you can talk.
Oh, okay. So if we, I think we got to remember the thing we agreed on is like there is a group of photons being emitted from the left of the star and the right of the star, and top and the bottom too. But we'll just take left and right for a difference, right? And those the photons being emitted from the left of the star, from our perspective, are transmitting to the universe in spherical. They're 360 degrees, right? 360 by 360. And there's only a specific set of those photons that will reach our eye. And we could figure out the difference in the angles of that one point, that one basically particle that's emitting photons. And we can figure out the difference in angles at which those two photons coming from that one point in that one star hit our eye as simply the arctangent of the width of our eye, or our iris, divided by the distance to the star, which is light years. And so we see that angle of those two photons being emitted from the same point, hitting the left of our iris and the right of our iris, is some ridiculously small angle, right? We agree with that. It's 0.00, I don't know how many zeros small, right? Maybe 20 zeros is the angle that those photons coming from that one point in that one star are hitting the left of our iris and the right of our iris, or our pupil. I'm not even sure what it's called. And so we're going to see that as, and that's going to focus on one receptor.
20?
20 zeros?
No, I said cornea. I think that's what you were looking for. I don't know.
Okay, fine, but it's good. But it's going to focus on one. You know, if our eyes are good and our lens is good, it's going to take those two really small difference in angular light rays and focus them back onto one receptor. And then our eyes are going to take a different set of photons being emitted from the right of that star. And those things are going to, you know, there's at least two of them coming out from the right of the star, and they're both hitting the left of our iris and the right of our iris. And our lens is going to focus that onto another receptor in our eye. And if those 2 points were far enough apart angularly, which we can then figure out as the arctangent of the distance, the diameter of the star, well, it's two times the radius of the star, because right, but it would just say 2 times the diameter of the star divided by the distance to the star, which is, again, is light years versus several, maybe million miles across. I have no idea how big stars are, but that's also going to be a ridiculously small angle. 0.00, lots of zeros, 1, right? So we got 2 different angles, but each of them relevant to the discussion. And the latter one is the angular size of the star. And whether the protons from the left of the star and the right of the star occupy 2 of our ocular receptors or 1 of our ocular receptors is going to determine whether we're going to see it as have an angular size. But even if it does, even if the photons coming from the left of the star and the right of the star hit the same ocular receptor, once refraction happens, it's only going to occupy one receptor, right? And we're going to see everything smaller than that as the same size. And the only thing that now determines whether we see it or not, because you guys were talking about if something becomes small enough, as the angular size becomes small enough, we no longer see it. That's just not true. We will see it if that thing is generating enough photons to activate our optic nerve. And if it's generating enough photons, regardless of how small it actually is, it's going to stimulate a singular Conan rod enough to generate a sensation that we will see something. And so if what we have is photons against a non-photon background, regardless of how small that thing is, we will see it. We will register, hey, there's something out there. But we just can't tell how big it is because it's only stimulating one optic nerve. I think that might not be biologically accurate. You know what I'm saying, right? Or if we have a camera, it's only activating 1 pixel in that camera, 1 receptor pixel. And so everything smaller than that angular size required to activate more than 1 receptor is going to be registered as 1 pixel wide, even if it's much smaller than that. And the only thing, again, I'm repeating myself, sorry, is that there's enough energy in the photons to activate that pixel enough to register. Because if 1 photon hit a pixel in a camera, or 1 photon hit a pixel in our eye, it's not enough. It just goes into the ether, right? It just disappears. It's as if it never happened. You have to have gajillions. I don't even know how many it takes photons to activate a sensor in a camera, 1 pixel. But it's a lot. And so that comes to that. And so now, but then you seem to confuse that with, okay, if I move from one side of the Earth to the other side of the Earth, but now we have to do that same thing again. Is that now the difference in the angle, if we go back to the left of the star to point A on the Earth versus the left of the star to point B on the Earth, if we are on completely different sides of the Earth, now we have a difference of angle in which those lights are hitting from the left of the star. The difference of angle is now, again, the diameter of the Earth divided by the distance to the star, arctangent of that, which, again, ridiculously small angle. I mean, we can do these calculations, but I'm guessing it's orders of magnitude and like to the power of 10, 15, 20. It's my guess. Haven't done the math. And so for all intents and purposes, we consider that parallel. If the angle of difference is, 20 zeros and a 1, we just treat it as parallel. So that's that.
So, in the middle of what you were saying there, I think you were saying something like the diameter of these stars. Is that what you're saying?
No, I said I don't know the diameter of stars. I have no idea the diameter of stars.
Okay, I missed
And
that
I
because I
and,
misheard that
and,
part.
and I wouldn't know how to determine it either, right? Because if the diameter is so small, it only occupies 1 pixel in any receptor, regardless of the power of the telescope we have. We can't determine the size of the star because it's smaller than our pixel.
I still don't quite follow you when you say though that its angular size is too small for us to see, but yet we still see it because it's so bright.
I didn't
Doesn't
say
it
it's
quite
too
make
small to.
sense to me?
No, I didn't say it's too small to see. I said we see it if there's enough photons registering on either the pixel or the optic nerve. Even,
Well, yeah, I
even
get
if the
that.
angular size is smaller, much smaller than our receptor, as long as it's got enough stimulation on the receptor or the nerve, we will see it. We just won't be able to determine how small it is because
Well, okay, so
sorry, go ahead.
Said, could
well,
you do
we see eye
parallax?
to eye that far, but I mean, I just don't see how this demonstrates, the vacuum of space to be a real place or the Earth to be curved or spinning.
Well, I wasn't making that argument. I was just talking about optics.
Yeah, so just in the end, it's just a philosophical conversation, pretty much, if not an inch and a half from that, about the lights in the sky.
No, it's a physics conversation. It's this is one of the courses, one of the parts of a physics class. You study optics, and you
Well,
talk
yeah,
about
no,
refraction
you're
and
right.
focus, and
Yeah, you're right. You're right. It's a physics class.
yes, and I'm just explaining how we see the world. Now, you guys don't have to agree that you don't have to see the world this way. Nothing obligating you to, but this is how
Well,
we
hold
understand
on, hold on. I would careful with your words there, because I mean, after all, we're looking at the same stars, you and I. It's just that
Correct.
you and I don't believe them to be the same thing. I don't have any beliefs as far as what they are. I just recognize them as unknown, unknown materials, unknown distances, and you have your belief system about them. I mean, that's
Yes.
different.
Yeah. And then, what I rely on, and this is what you guys always laugh at me for, is I rely on other smart people who spent their lives trying to figure out actually how far they are. I've never done it, but
Smart people.
Yeah.
Those are not smart people you're talking about.
I think they are. I've been in classes with some, I don't not specifically. I've been in classes with people who go on to do this stuff. They're smart people. They can do the math.
Well, that's an assumption that you're making that they're not smart people. You would need to demonstrate that. Can I be heard or am I being ignored? I don't know.
Yeah, it's just gone very quiet, that's all.
Oh, cool. At least you can hear me. That's good.
Yeah, sorry, Brandon. I'm out walking at the moment, mate. So give me 5 minutes and I'll be back in the room.
Hello?
Good morning.
Yeah, hey. Is it really, like, totally silent in here with, like, 20 people?
Nobody's in the mood for an argument by the sounds of it.
I really wasn't expecting this.
Maybe there's not enough Globers.
Yeah, everyone's muted. I see Crit in here. Nothing? Alright. So who was talking earlier? Was that you, Dazza?
No, I think it was it Scott Manley talking to somebody. I came in on the end of it. Just taking
No,
my
I
dogs
mean
for a walk.
just now. I think you're literally the only one aside from me talking.
Yeah, I think it was it Brian Jedi said his name was? I was talking or asking a question before, but the end of the other conversation. But that's it.
Got a new mention here. What's going on?
Guys, what do you think about vegans?
Yeah, I just got done with that VC
Bro,
actually.
a woman is of course it has to be a woman that came in and she's a vegan and she started banning everyone who doesn't want to engage with her, like who doesn't want to agree with her.
I
So she
tried. I
because
tried being on my best behavior.
yeah, because CDN was like he was berging out earlier because we were like we just don't want to be vegan and he started like fucking yelling at us like hold on, shut up, and like you know he has a Patreon too. He's black.
I love the English thing here, so you let talk. Like you've literally been talking the entire time. I should have recorded that because
Oh,
yeah,
a
I
guy
really
called
thought
yeah, a guy called Francie filmed it, recorded it because CDN also recorded it, but it was so fucking funny because it went on for like 20 minutes. Like he was just like, shut up. He was like hyperventilating.
dude, I don't think they're real. And
Yeah, 'cause
I had to double check that when I
yeah.
joined because there's a server of fake vegans on Discord. I thought they were a part of
Yeah.
them at first.
Because there
But,
was a guy who was filming in his ranch and he had like cows. He had like a bunch of cows and he was carrying a rifle and he was just pointing the rifle at cows. He was just pointing the rifle at his cows and like he got so fucking triggered. Because it was like he had like cows to slaughter, right? Because there's like different breeds for like different things, and these cows were like, slaughter cows, and he was just like, I could shoot a fucking cow right now, motherfucker, and the CDN was just fucking like spurging out all the time.
yeah. Yeah, I
You're
knew it.
funny. Why is everybody fucking quiet here, bro?
Yeah, I know. I joined and I was like, dude, there's like 20 people in here. No one's saying a fucking thing. Apparently, they just ended a long convo.
A literal fucking flat Earth voice chat is calmer than a fucking vegan chat with like 5 times less people.
Yeah. This is what I find really interesting about this chat space. If there are no Globers here, the flat earthers, people aren't assessing and discussing the nature of the flat earth. They're just waiting for Globers to come in for a fight, really. That's all it is.
Well, any Globers, I guess?
The Earth is a disc and Amit's DJ.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm waiting for Jedi to come back online. You posted a link a while ago to a paper.
I own this bitch, nigga. On God. G shit. I got that Ohio Riz.
Running out of juice for my vape.
Oh, that cow's cute. Tiny calf. Bro got milk in his mouth. That's adorable.
Hey Daza, you've been in this server for a while, right? Centurion a high up role?
I suppose I've been coming here for about a month on and off. 6 weeks maybe.
I'm trying to get streaming capabilities. Someone told me that can only happen in the VCs above the custom voice chats. So I've just kind of been in and out of the ones up here. I was trying to stream to some people yesterday and found out I couldn't, so I don't actually remember how I got my roles in the first place, but
Yeah, I think I've noticed a message today that the politics bot just automatically bumps you up over time, about once every 2 weeks or something like that. So it wasn't until 2 weeks ago or a week ago that I could actually post images, which was really frustrating the hell out of me. That, you know, you're trying to describe something verbally that you can just do a diagram or whatever, and
Oh
yeah, so that
shit,
helped
there's
a
a
lot.
feminism chat. Ooh. My
That's the
inner
place to go if you want to fight.
my inner fucking like 2016 cringy teenager self is fucking like awakening once more.
I've had it.
Bro, those SJW cringe compilations were the shit. They're cringy now, but they were the shit back then.
I tried joining that one earlier, but it said it was closed.
Why are people like this, bro? They're like, we want everybody to learn about our position, but then you can't like speak against like their position. I mean, to be honest, everybody just goes to troll them, so I
Well,
fully understand why they
that's
do it.
what I'm saying. They're not for real. With the vegans anyway. I don't think they're actually vegan in there. There's a whole fucking community of people like baiting the fuck out of like actual news media, and I mean I wouldn't put it past them that they do it for a
Oh yeah,
politics server like this.
Are you talking
into,
about
like,
that one? Are you talking about that one group of? It's like a group of trolls. I think they were primarily on Twitter at first, and they have like different like quote unquote fake like organizations, which are
yeah,
they're all fake,
the
obviously.
journalists. Yeah.
Yeah, and they say like the most
Exactly what
ridiculous
I'm talking
shit,
about.
but you
That's
literally can't tell if they're being real or not because some
dude,
people are just that
I
fucking
had to
stupid.
click on everyone's profile in that VC to make sure they weren't like in any mutual servers.
Yeah.
I mean they weren't, but you know, yeah, that was the first thing that came to mind is, oh, these guys are just fucking with me.
Hey man, I'm gonna go to the feminism chat. Let me see what they're yapping about.
All right, man.
Yeah.
Nigga. Nigga. I love how he undeafens, bro. Like he's watching the stream too. Nigga. Wait, Heretic. Were you watching the stream or did you just like undeafen? Was that just good timing? Nigga.
Nigga.
I feel like you guys are playing video games.
Hello. 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 The Earth is not flat. Okay. Hello. Hello? Hello? You see that out, man?
Right now, let's
Why is this room completely silent with so many people in it? Is this something I'm missing? Hello?
Because you're not bringing up anything worthwhile to talk about.
So everyone just like sits in silence?
Until you have something worth talking about to say. So go ahead.
Wait, so do people in this room think the Earth is flat or think it's round?
Are those terms mutually exclusive?
I mean, I'd consider the flat Earth model to be much different than the globe. So, yeah, I mean, unless you want to say like the Earth is flat, but there's like a curve to it, but I think they are.
I don't think they are. I've seen many
Explain.
flat, round things. A coin is flat and round.
Okay, the coin is circular and flat.
Circular,
like
round.
like a ball. Okay, like is it a ball Earth or is it a paper Earth? Okay, we got two options now. Okay,
Of course, it's not a ball. It
does this
violates
help
the
you?
physics of one.
I did get
A lumpy ball, like a hacky sack. Is it a hacky sack Earth or is it a paper Earth?
Paper get wet. Flat, dude. It's not
The
paper.
false dichotomy.
Wait, what's the third option? If it's a false dichotomy, what's the third option?
Be a pineapple Earth.
The pineapple Earth. Does it
Well,
like
those
spike people?
Those two stupid options you laid out, sure, why not?
Wait. What's the third option? Like, okay, so do you actually think the Earth is a pineapple?
No.
Okay, then it's not a third option. Like, if you can
Yes,
provide a
it is.
legitimate third option to prove that my two options are wrong, then go ahead and do it.
No one actually thinks it's a piece of paper or a hacky sack.
Yes, but they give you a visual image of what you think it would be. Like,
Why'd you say
Does
piece of paper?
because I said flat or round, and then he's like, no, it's not flat or round. I'm like, okay, visually, is it more like a piece of paper or is it more like a hacky sack?
Okay, we're talking about the surface, right? So,
Yeah.
for surface, you'll have a couple of choices when describing a surface, right? Curves, level. What other choices you got?
Was that question to me?
Well, yeah.
I don't know. Curve and level sound pretty good at summing it up. I don't know, like if you want to like say spiky, but I don't. Like I
Yeah,
think curve and level. I don't think you have any other options really.
Not really. We could only describe maybe topography on a level or curved surface, right? Mountains, valleys. Main question
Yeah.
is surface of the Earth. Is it curving or is it flat, horizontal, level? Not curving.
Yeah.
If it's curving, then brilliant. We got a ball. If it's not curving, then no ball. We say surface of the Earth, primarily water, is observably and measurably not curving. So the Earth's not a ball.
I mean, it's closer to a ball than a piece of paper. Or would you disagree with that?
Yeah, closer to a ball than a piece of paper.
Yeah.
You're just describing the surface. Obviously, the surface of a three-dimensional thing. We can dive into water, and just because the surface is level doesn't mean the water's a piece of paper. We're just trying to describe the surface. Now, the water surface of the Earth means sea level, horizontal, measured to be flat. Mind blowing, huh?
It just seems like you're like waffling on about a lot when you could just say you believe the Earth is either flat or round. I don't think that there's some.
Literally just told you. Literally trying to help you to understand. That's all. Just trying to help you understand, mate. Yes, we think the Earth is flat. Might not be the best description for the surface, but for all intents and purposes, yes. The surface is not curved. The Earth is not a ball. Can I be any clearer?
Okay, and what causes you to believe this?
Because observably and measurably, the waters of the Earth are not curving. They are horizontal, flat.
And what makes you believe that more than all the evidence that says that's the exact opposite? Like, do you have some groundbreaking research that I'm not familiar with?
Yeah, long-distance observations, direct measurements with lasers, and the usage of the surface of the Earth demonstrates observed, measured, and practically used as a stationary horizontal plane. Now, yeah, we're told the Earth is a ball and lots of pictures from space, but that should mean the surface of the Earth is curving. When we go and look and measure the surface of the Earth, we look, it looks flat, we measure, it's flat, and from actually on there, we use the Earth as a flat horizontal plane of reference. So not a ball.
I mean, if you could cite a single example of a study that shows it's flat, I'd be interested to see that.
What do you mean by study? I can.
Like, if you can like show like a study, like you said, like lasers or something like that. If you have like a study that was scientifically done to show a provisional evidence that makes it exactly clear that it's flat. I mean, I'm open to that. I'm open-minded. I don't have anything against the flat Earth. It just seems that the overwhelming body of research says against that. Unless you're anti-intellectual, you have to say that it's like you just have to throw out all kinds of data and just say, "Oh, I don't have any data, but I feel like with my sight, I see it level." But I just can't see that happening. I mean, if you have data, I'd like to see that.
Cool. So I can provide you with 20 laser tests, long distance observations coming out of my ass.
Oh, this is a YouTube video, not a study. Like, you have a study?
Yeah, I can give you a study, but what do you want the study for? The propagation of light through the atmosphere, showing that when trying to measure the curve, we don't measure any curve, we just measure refraction through the atmosphere.
Okay, I want like a legitimate study, like something that's not just like a YouTube video of some dude waffling that doesn't know what he's talking about.
Okay, I can provide you with
being as a flat earther. I'm a real flat.
Shush, you're nothing.
Is this the FE core one, Jedi?
Hi.
Of the Earth, we can tell that it's simply a firmament cosmology by the dome above the Earth, and all we have to do is look at modern science, which teaches that the Earth is obviously fucking flat, buddy. All right, it's very simple to learn. So look, let me teach you. Let me teach you.
Don't need to come in so hot and swearing and shit. Calm down.
Oh, my bad, brother. My bad, brother. Yeah, but
I think this dude's also trolling.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm actually a LARPer, bro. I believe around Earth and evolution. I'm just trying to get some content, bro. The bills got to get paid. I haven't posted a video in a month, bro. I'm sorry.
Yes. Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, man. All I have to do is say a couple of hawk bars and some free.
You started to robot, dude.
Fine, I'm gonna get all the views, but that's against my morals, you know. I'm with the Israelis all the way. Love the Jews, bro. Even though, you know what I'm saying, they always sitting there rubbing their hands together. We're about to kill another Christian, put him in a blender.
That's enough out of you.
So do you have the single study? I mean, it shouldn't take you that long if you base your entire worldview off of something, of a study.
Literally trying to moderate and fucking hang around over the mute button for this guy. Yeah, so I'll go and get you what you want, but what specifically do you want? Because it seems like you want something from an authority to give you a teddy bear and a fucking citation. What do you want? Do you just want people going out and looking at the world and just showing you, hey, look, with this camera I can see this far. With this laser I can shoot it over this distance. What do you want?
Any sort of like study. Like, I mean, usually when I ask someone for a study, they don't have to ask me to define what a study is. I don't think you're just like muddying the waters here. Like, I don't think it's that difficult.
No,
I mean, most people don't have to define study to figure out what it is.
I asked you earlier what you wanted, dude. I can provide you with studies into whatever question you have. Like earlier.
Then why'd you link me a YouTube video? What? No.
That's the
If I
first
ever
laser.
ask anyone else in any other type of discussion for a study and they link me a YouTube video, I'm just gonna mock them.
Not just gonna talk. I mean, this is probably one of the main reasons, because you can do this yourself. So lots of people have done this themselves, whether it be a long
Have you done it
distance.
yourself?
Yes. I've done it in like 2015 and 16, long distance observations from the southeast of England to France, along the south coast of England from Brighton to Worthing. So yes, long distance observations that I have done and that I can give you that other people have done demonstrate that with a long range optical device, we see a horizon well in excess of its geometric location. It's a very simple question, dude. Go and look at the world.
So I'll just like breeze past the fact that you don't have anything else or anyone else that's replicated this, but I'll just go on and say, just out of curiosity, because I haven't talked to much flat earthers. What do you think happens when you get to the edge of the earth? Like, I've Googled this, what flat earthers think, and I just don't find anything of like what they actually think. Or is there no edge? Like, what do you think happens?
You've only got two choices, haven't you? So either finite, goes on forever without ending, or ends at some point. No one's going to be able to tell you what happens at the end of the earth. What happens at the end of the universe, do you know?
It just ends, or it just loops.
Okay,
I mean,
there you go.
Just two options.
It just ends then.
I think big bounce, so I mean,
okay.
But like, I mean, I've flown across the earth from both directions because to get to different countries. So I mean, unless the earth, like the plane, just lies about what the direction it's going, but that seems kind of weird. And like, it felt like it was going the other direction, and all my measurements on the plane told me it was going the other direction. Unless they've also like collaborated with like phone companies to tell me I'm actually going a different direction than I am.
Okay.
So like, does the Earth not loop or something, or does like, it doesn't seem very infinite or very edge.
Sorry, have you gone around in a couple of circles? What are you talking about?
Yeah. So.
Okay, you've gone round in circles, and you're asking the question, how have I ended up back where I started? Because you went round in a circle.
Well, no, I've gone in two opposite directions. So, for example,
sorry, what opposite directions were they?
East and west.
And east and west is a circle around north, correct?
East and west is a circle around north. Yeah.
Cool. So you went around in a circle, and you're asking me to explain how you ended up in the same position that you started.
Yes. So do you
And
think
you went
like?
around in a circle.
But like, what if I was in the direct North Pole? What would you're saying that I couldn't go around the Earth in a south to north circle? Do you think I couldn't do that?
I would like you to see you try. That would be one of the fundamental questions to see if you could actually achieve that.
So you think people can travel east to west, but not north to south?
Yeah, why not?
So everyone that's traveled north to south is are liars, and that
Can
they're.
Can you find me some?
I mean, sure, yeah. There's like, I mean, there's plenty of people that have.
Okay, go and find me one. Let's talk about it.
But
specifically, we're asking for someone who has actually traveled, circumnavigated north to south.
So like someone driving from North Dakota to South Dakota. They have went north to south.
Amen. Oh my.
So do you want to go and get that then?
Yeah.
Yes.
Don't find me a YouTube video though.
Yeah, it's not the plan.
Mm-hmm.
I'll get it.
I mean, there's been like drones that have flown from the edge of, like, if you want to see like actual documented footage, because you probably won't take people at their word, but it can show going from north to south from over the Antarctica.
Mm-hmm.
What would be really awesome instead of that is have any measurements of Earth curvature that can be verified. That'd be awesome.
I find it somewhat interesting that for something that's been done so many times, it's exceptionally hard to find data on.
Yep. But we're a patient bunch. We'll wait.
Well, no, right
But we
now
can
I'm
find
looking at.
data. It's getting its acceptance that's the tricky part.
Shut up, Dazzle.
Yes.
You're still here, Conqueror?
Yeah. I'm chilling. I haven't been talking here like I don't know how long. I just was in this VC. This is the most, entertaining VC, I must say.
Flat Earth, flat Earth, flat Earth. That like my girlfriend's booty.
What? Yeah, you got server muted. Interesting.
Hey, who muted me? I could tell you don't got a girlfriend, you girl bitchless ass.
Scott, what's going on?
Oh, why can Flat Earth have so many facts but no bitches?
What? Hey, man. Don't talk about my flat earthers like that, dude. Not cool.
Oh, but you know they don't got no girlfriend.
I mean,
Hey, you know what they say? No girl, no STD, no baby mama drama. I think I'm proud being a flat earther.
okay.
Which is,
Coil.
I still get pussy, but, this
Yeah.
guy's
So
protected.
you're a flat earther. Just a genuine question here. Off topic just a little bit.
Like,
I know you don't think the Earth is curved, but do you like curve? You know what I'm saying? You like
yeah,
curve, man?
I'm more of a tit man than an ass man. So,
Okay, got it.
The Jedi, I just had a flick through that video you posted there. I would rate that 1 to 10 in trustworthiness about a 0.5, given that they outright lie in the middle of it about the source of their curvature calculations. They don't only lie, they set out to deliberately mislead and misrepresent what it is that they're showing.
As a Jedi's dropped. Probably got worried he was going to die of old age waiting for this kid to cough up.
Yeah, I think the kid might have been looking at his evidence as well, because I did. And I'll read it out as that transcript goes by. So they're talking about the Omni calculator, which is a straight curvature calculator. Then they go on to talk about the other one, saying there's presented on behalf of NASA from San Diego State University, hosted on the NASA Astrophysics data system, accessible at Harvard, and corrects for lensing caused by refraction. And what they actually show is a doctored up screenshot of Walter Bisland's Earth curvature calculator. So they're outright lying about the information that they're using.
But they didn't say that.
That's not very nice.
No, so straight away you look at that video, you can discredit everything that you see because there's clearly no integrity in the people that are doing the work.
Like if the Earth is flat, where the lava come from?
Go.
What?
Sorry.
Okay. So,
You all right?
when you have to fly from, where is it? From North America to Asia, Emirates Airlines, they run a route that goes over the North Pole. So this is a commercial flight that anyone can take.
I have no idea what you're on about. I've never took that route. Never. I don't like flying as well.
So your one individual little flight here proves the globe because it goes over the North Pole and doesn't go anywhere near the South Pole. Okay.
Well, I was just talking to the
Alaska was
previous
owned by
person,
Russia.
and they claimed you can't travel from north to south over the poles, but you can only travel from east to west. So I just finally found something.
There's no flight patterns over the North Pole. Just if you
Yeah.
go look at the flight.
No, there is commercial flight patterns
My
over the North Pole.
understanding. My
Yeah,
understanding.
commercial. Yeah.
My
There-
understanding.
there are.
That's exactly.
No, sorry. My understanding by what you're just saying, like flight, why you stop fly over the North Pole or South Pole? No, because you need fuel. You like Australia, for example, Australia. You'll fly to Dubai or something like that, or a stop off point to refuel, or plus, because you've got airports each where to reinforce the fuel on the plane and stuff like that. I don't think it'd be viable to go over North Pole.
No, people do though.
I've never heard of that before.
You could, yeah, I know. That's because it's not very common. Because it's only useful in like a few different routes from different locations. Because the majority of the time, it's like quite a distance that's not useful, except in very specific plane routes. So that's why the vast majority of them are east to west.
Yeah, there actually are flights over the Arctic Circle and North Pole. That's interesting.
They are?
Flat Earth experiment? Yeah, there actually are. Surprisingly,
I'm not disputing that.
Yeah, show flight log. I need a citation for that.
Citation for flights over the North Pole.
Yeah.
If you imagine like you're in Argentina, right at the tip of Argentina, you've got to go to Australia. You probably take that route, but I don't know if that's safe. I don't know if it's safe. But I never ever thought about it really. I never ever think about planes flying over and stuff like that. North Pole, Antarctica. Fascinating. I don't know if that is contributing to a flat Earth theory or just a globe.
I'll go ahead and post it in the chat. It's there for you.
Are you all flat earthers?
Oh, not me.
No. I know. I genuinely don't. I'm not, but If it actually comes to this point where we're debating about,
Well, sometimes the Russian bombers fly over the Arctic Ocean.
that's another one as well. Yeah, fucking hell, forgot about that. I know. I'm probably sure they've been doing it for fucking over 60 years because of the Soviets and doing that as well. And America was doing it, Canada and Cold War period.
Yeah, well, there are flights, I guess, from all over the place, I guess.
But it's obvious because no one can fly to Antarctica. There's nothing there, so there's a reason why. There's no flight code. You know.
Wait, hold on. What'd you say?
I say about Antarctica, North Pole, South Pole, and all that. Why would there be flights around that area? Like no one goes there.
Have you heard about the New Zealand airplane that crashed in Antarctica?
Well, I heard about it. Sorry.
The New Zealander airline that crashed into the mountain in Antarctica. A bunch
I
of people
don't know.
died.
I don't know, but where? I know that's unfortunate. Sorry for them. Like, why? Where were they going?
They were taking a trip over Antarctica to sightsee.
Was it?
Yes. Let me show you.
Is there something like big for? I know that like a lot of global mention Antarctica. What is it about? I mean, do flat earthers deny Antarctica? I mean,
I'm not. I don't fucking flat Earth or something. I'm actually really enjoying the chat that believes in flat Earth. Bloody hell! But I do believe in some conspiracies going on right now, but I don't really genuinely believe the flat Earth.
I think the Earth is flat.
Well, technically, it's Speculation Sunday in Europe, so you can say whatever conspiracy you want.
It's
Time
just,
zone wise.
Well, the obvious genuine ones is in the from the coronavirus to New World Order to the World Economic Forum.
Yeah.
That to me is more. Well, it's not even a conspiracy.
Have you read
Fact.
about Disease X?
Oh yeah,
What?
yeah. That's another plan.
Yeah, they've been working on that. So
Um,
the SARS-CoV-2 virus, every 2 years they come out with a new one. They got bird flu, swine flu, and whatever. Well, influenza is the flu, but they have a new thing every year or every 2 years, election year usually.
What about these vaccines? What do they mean? Because
What do
I
you
don't
know
know.
about it?
I have not taken it.
Oh, no medical
Most
stuff. Okay,
my
sorry.
whole my fucking family have taken it. So
Yeah, my family too. But yeah, I just got informed by the moderator to shut up. So let's just talk about flat Earth.
all right, flat Earth. There you go.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I would say that any commercial airlines flight that anyone can book at any day is probably a real flight. Unless like you get a ticket for the flight and then they take you somewhere and kill you or something. I don't know.
Or you can take like a charter flight as well.
Yeah. So it's interesting that I was mentioning things that I shouldn't, which is fine, and I won't. But the guy who pinged me is not in the voice chat. So I guess somehow he heard me. I guess.
Might have left it. I just heard someone left the VC. So
Yeah. Well, I'm
well, you can't
watching.
talk
I'm
about like
watching all
COVID or
the voice
anything.
boxes. I'm watching. I'm on desktop.
Oh, all right. Wait, did he talking about
Well,
COVID or
he
something?
wasn't. He wasn't in the VC, but somehow. I guess maybe he's on the live stream. Okay. Sorry. Sorry, live stream. I'll shut up now. My bad.
You can't talk about COVID or anything either.
It's against the US. Yeah, I forgot. We're not supposed
Oh,
to.
got it.
Yeah, like medical, whatever.
Yeah, can't spread that misinformation.
It can
It
get the
really should be
server in
against the
trouble.
OS to spread misinformation in general, but
We can't even talk about not talking about COVID.
Yeah, he saw it on the live stream, but he's in the text box. He's not in the voice chat.
what's
Yes.
the
So I
YouTube? What's
apologize.
the
Yeah.
YouTube channel for Flat Earth? What's the YouTube channel?
I don't know. There is one. Just look it up. Flat Earth, I guess.
I don't know. Censorship sucks. I'm gonna look up Flat Earth Live because there is a YouTube thing in here. I just don't know. I don't know if it's hidden from everyone else or anything. I like how every time I look up Flat Earth on Google, it gives me a Wikipedia context citation that says Flat Earth is an archaic and scientifically disproven conception of the Earth's shape as a plane or disk. It always tells me that shit. Like, here's the real information. I literally don't see the Flat Earth channel thing. Oh, got it. But there it is. Oh, 16 people are always watching. "24/7 Flat Earth Disc." I'm gonna actually subscribe to it. Wonder if it posts anything else as well. Ladies' Night, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live. You guys have been in it for a while. Anyone's gonna talk in here? Oh.
Hey yo, what's going on? Hey yo. What up, my 6 Rumbler viewers? How's it going, buddies? Oh shit, I'm live on fire. Yo, what's going on with this? Nobody's talking here or what? What's going on? Yo, where the Globers at? Stick those 2 claws. Oh man, how many claws I need for this? Holy fuck.
Oh my god, nigga. Oh my god, nigga.
Fuck you. You're also banned.
Bro, this VC's been dead for the longest, man. God damn. Maybe the Earth is finally a globe. Maybe this VC, maybe the flat Earthers got proven wrong or something. I don't know.
Maybe. I'm waiting to see. I'm waiting to hear from the flat earthers.
Going on, Warden?
Nothing.
How you been, man? What do you do, man? What do you do for work?
I create things.
What do you create?
Yeah. What do I create? Right now, I'm creating some SQL and Python to read history tags from an MES system using SAP,
Oh, you code?
SQL, and
I don't even.
Ignition.
I want to learn how to code. You code?
Yeah.
It's fucking cool, man. Apart from the flat Earth stuff, you might be a decent dude, man.
I
There's
can't
just
help
that
that.
flat
I can't help
Earth.
that water is flat. I didn't create it.
You're right, man. You didn't create water. I agree with you on that one. So how long have you actually been a flat earther?
It's around 2014, 2013.
Yeah, that shit's like, if it's 2014, that's like 10 years ago then.
Well, it was right after I started a different job the date that I remember, so I know what was happening that day.
So what made you like?
Like 9/11. You remember the day.
Yeah. What made you like believe that the earth is flat?
Well, I know flat water is flat. It's not really a belief. And nobody can disprove that.
So in the last 10 years, no one has disproved you then? No one has turned you over to the others?
No.
That's impressive, man.
Yeah, there's no measurements of the Earth being a ball. So what are you going to do? Just say that it is anyway?
That's a significant amount of time, man. People can't convince you in 10 years. I don't know if they ever will.
Oh, you got to convince me that water is actually curving when I see it flat over Lake Erie.
How long is Lake Erie?
Oh, I don't. It's different lengths, different places. 110 miles by 65 or something. I don't remember.
I mean, I do speculate things, man, but I mean, flat Earth is something I don't believe in. No.
It doesn't require belief.
What does it require?
You can see for yourself. You can do long distance observations. You can have a camera, like seeing too far, that kind of stuff.
Seeing too far.
Yeah. Let's see if I have the.
Have you done observation for yourself then?
Yeah, I have a P900.
Is that a laser?
It's a camera, Nikon P900. 83x zoom.
So you just zoom in like what? How many miles?
Mine is longest is 12 miles. I could see a lot farther than that, but the object I know from where my distance was 12 miles away, but I was seeing way far behind that. But I was just looking at the Cleveland Stadium.
How long do they say you shouldn't be able to see from? How many miles?
So 6-foot person, the horizon should be at 3 miles.
It'd be like I'm saying, how long do they say you shouldn't be able to see from?
On a globe, the horizon should be at 3 miles if you're 6 foot high. At 1 foot high, it should be 1.22 miles away.
So you measured from
my point on one beach to the Cleveland Stadium, because it's on Lake Erie. And I know that distance a couple different ways, but I just used GPS and did the math and got the line of sight.
GPS is ironic.
Yeah, I could probably drive it and estimate. It would come out longer if I drove it. It's lakeshore. It goes all the way down from where I was to the stadium.
Mm. I guess, yeah. So you measured them, like you've seen longer than 3 miles then, right?
Yeah, a lot longer. We have something called a 5-mile crib you can see from downtown Cleveland. It's 16 feet tall. It's the water inlet for Lake Erie for the city of Cleveland. You can see that almost every day. That's 5 miles, and standing right on the lake, you can see it. It's 5 miles away, so you shouldn't be able to see that either. But I've always been able to see that since I was little. So every time I go there, I look for it so I get my bearings of where I'm at, especially if I'm on the lake.
What are their global explanations for it then?
They don't have any explanations. They say light's bending up around a ball, which doesn't make sense.
What do you take about like people like taking up high altitude balloons up the sky, like 105,000, 120,000 feet, seeing curvature?
Don't use a GoPro next time.
Oh, at the fish islands.
Yeah, I have 2 GoPros. The 9, the one they've been using now to do all the work, and I have a 5, and they both have fisheye lens that you can't actually turn off. You can unfisheye it a little bit, or you can use software to straighten it out, but it's on. I only use it because it's waterproof. We go on vacation, that way I can take it in the ocean with me, but that's about it.
Got it. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure they've done it without fisheye lens as well, and there's like curvature.
Nope.
I agree with you in the sense of like, yeah, like the fisheye lens does make the Earth appear more curved than it actually is at the altitude of the weather balloons. But I still like there's still curvature. I'm pretty sure I could find a video of it.
Good luck.
But without fisheye lens?
None done without a fisheye lens.
Well, at least we know there's black space above Earth or around Earth as well. Some black space.
Yeah, no stars. That's kind of funny. You would think out of one of those pictures, any of them, there would be a bunch of stars. Nobody's pictures have stars. So that's another phenomena that nobody can explain.
Are you talking about most of the videos I've seen, it's in daytime.
You said it's black up there.
It is black up there.
Wouldn't you see stars?
The high altitude balloons are facing the Earth.
You don't see stars when you look up during the day because the sky is blue. But when the sky is dark, you see stars. If you said you go up and the sky is dark, you would assume you would see stars.
Yeah, but the high altitude balloons, they don't ever face the what's it called? And they're usually done during the daytime, and they usually
Sure they
face the
do.
Earth itself.
Yeah, when those balloons pop, those cameras spin all different directions. Up, down, circles, loop-de-loops, everything while they're falling.
I mean, I still see the curvature.
You can see concave Earth too with it when it flips the other direction and the Earth goes the other direction. Instead of a ball, it turns into a bowl.
You can only say that it's concave when it's like at an awkward angle or something. That's usually you guys always do it. You guys capture it at an awkward angle.
So don't use fisheye lenses.
But the Earth is curved. Come on, you know that.
So use fisheye lenses because the Earth is curved.
I mean, I can find you one. Again, I'm in a game. I can try to find you one without a fisheye lens. We can look over it.
Good luck. If you find one with a rectangular lens or whatever it's called, that one doesn't work. That one doesn't work either. We already dissected that one. That one shows Earth. That one shows space being a ball. Also, Earth is concave and space is a ball. Then.
How can you measure? How can you see space as a ball if space is dark? Can't even see shit.
Well, that's what you guys call it, space, the dark part. And when it's a ball shape and the Earth is curving around it, what do you guys call that? I call it a fisheye lens.
Well, space can't be a ball. You can't there's no. What do you mean? Huh? Space is a ball? Come on, that's the most absurd thing I've ever heard in my life.
Well, when you've got your fisheye lens and the camera goes the wrong direction, it makes Earth look concave. The black part would be a ball then, right?
Are you saying when
you capture it at the right angle? That's right. We can capture it so space becomes a ball shape. So stop using GoPros and we'll talk.
You guys just take a screenshot of when the high altitude balloon's at an awkward angle or flips to an awkward angle, and you're like, look at this. Let's stick to this part.
That's exactly right. That's how you can tell it's a fisheye lens. The easiest way, you just show them. No matter, if you flip it this direction, it does the same thing, only opposite. But they don't want to hear that.
So what happens if I show you one that's no fisheye lens and it still looks curvy? Then what happens?
Go ahead.
I'll find one. Hold on.
I'll be able to tell. You can just tell when it's sitting on the ground.
So you use GoPros. You own a GoPro.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's right here next to me. I was doing a time lapse on a plant that I have, and I just stopped today. I'll start it up again tomorrow.
You have an accent, dude. Where are you from?
I what?
I said you have some sort of New York accent. Where are you from?
Ohio.
Ohio? Makes sense.
Yeah, we don't have accents in Ohio.
You have some sort of accent, dude. Have you ever done an altitude balloon before?
No desire.
Why don't you try it, man? You should do it, honestly, for yourself. Be the ultimate proof for yourself, man. No fisheye lens. You already have a GoPro. No fisheye lens. Get a high altitude balloon about. I'm pretty sure people have gotten to at least 120,000 feet. You can do it. You'll see the Earth for yourself.
I've already seen it, dude. So this is like a religious cause for you, huh? You're in here proselytizing and shit.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Nah, I'm chilling, man.
I was already in that religion my entire life until I figured out that water just rests flat.
But it's not really a religion, is it? Science isn't
Yeah,
religious.
it is. It's a belief devoid of evidence, and you're even pandering for it. It's totally religious.
But the thing is, I never really, I'm gonna be honest with you, I never really thought about it until I was in the server and I saw the Flat Earth VC thing. I've heard, I've seen some of Professor Dave's videos from a few years back when they went viral. But I never really sat there and thought about the Earth shape as flat or anything. I really gave it a thought until now. I've also proven it for myself, so.
Don't know how you do that with no proof, but whatever works for you.
I said I've proven it for myself. You say there's no proof to prove it?
Yeah, I'm just saying I'm not sure how you can prove it to yourself with no proof, but whatever works.
I've proven it for myself, man. Flight paths are the easiest way I can tell that the Earth is not flat.
Flight path debunks the physics of water, yeah.
Yeah, but like, dude, heretic, how long have you been on about water? What did they tell you about water, man?
They didn't tell me anything.
That's just what it is. It's reality.
So what is it exactly about water that's like the big factor?
Just said it 2 seconds ago, and probably about 500 times to you before that too.
Water remains flat and has a level or
Yeah,
something like that.
yeah. So you have to
How
show
does that
that to be
debunk?
false somehow using flight path. What do you mean? How does it debunk it? Do you think balls have horizontal surfaces?
I mean, gravity is what's attracting everything to the ground. So I mean,
So gravity makes the world flat.
no, gravity doesn't make the world flat, but gravity is the reason things aren't all over each other. I mean, I would criticize like whether or not the Earth is spherical, like they say it is. If there was actual real evidence for it, there really isn't evidence. So.
For providing the building block.
There's a new video, 10.3 miles, right on the lake. The laser can see it clear as a bell.
How do we know that the measurements were right for that one?
You watch the video.
I'll see it. Hold on.
Anyone around?
I'm a square.
Yeah, I know. Square old man think he can dance and shit. He got moves. Seen
Yeah.
better. Saw better moves at weekends at Bernie's.
Yeah, just a square. Got some live ones in chat, but you know,
Tech skanking.
that's their best evidence. Chat. The mute ninja. The mute ninja.
This dude earlier was like, "I'm mad." I'm like, "Okay, why are you mad?" I got muted. I'm like, "Okay, can you get over it?" He's like, "No, I can't get over getting muted." I'm like, "Okay, what do you want to say? How about this? I'll unmute you. What do you want to say?" "I'm mad." Okay, okay, you got it. You're mad. Why are you mad? Because I'm muted. I go, "Okay, you're not muted. Okay, now you can talk. You're not muted. What's going on?" "I'm mad." I'm like, "Holy fuck, can someone get this guy's nurse?" Like, this dude is having some kind of weird panic attack. Like,
pull the string in the bathroom. That'll call the nurse.
yeah, it's just basically like the same thing over and over. Okay, so you're mad you got muted, but you've got nothing to say other than you're mad you got muted. And you wonder why you got muted if all you got to say is you're mad because you're muted. In your worldview, you need to be muted because you're mad. Do you have something other than that you're mad that you're muted? No, you don't. You don't have anything else to say.
Must have wore the Globers out. They've been trying for days with stupid shit over and over. The same stupid shit.
Hey, Craig, can you stop using the term worldview? You don't know what it means.
How about no?
Well, at least I asked nicely. You could just learn what it means and use it correctly in context.
Yeah, the context is people have facts and opinions that they form a worldview based on their spiritual, emotional, and like logical self.
Yeah, the way you see things. How hard is that to understand?
Brick.
Can opinions change?
If you label them an opinion, it doesn't really matter one way or the other. It's just a if you say my opinion is this, then, okay, did anyone ask you what your opinion is? I mean, I didn't ask to smell your ass either. I know that stinks.
So if I have the opinion that I hate Brussels sprouts and then I eat someone who cooks Brussels sprouts in a special way and then I realise that actually I don't hate Brussels sprouts, I just hate the way other people cook them, does that mean my worldview has changed or just my opinion of Brussels sprouts?
Yeah, you lost me. So is it cooking that's a variable or non-cooked? Here, I got a really good
So
meme
I
for this.
asked you a very simple question. If you couldn't understand it, then why do you keep talking about worldview and not worldview?
Yeah, because you've got Brussels sprouts that are cooked and not cooked. So do you like
what was
a raw?
my question to you?
Do you have a raw food diet?
What was my question to you?
Yeah, do you have a raw food diet or not?
I'm not going to answer that question. This is just a red herring to dodge from actually having to deal with this problem. You have a worldview versus opinion. It's your coping mechanism, your worldview spiel that you like to go on. So if someone cooks Brussels sprouts differently for me, can that change my opinion of me liking Brussels sprouts without changing my worldview?
It changes your worldview on cooking.
How?
Because now you cook something and you like it.
Yeah, but what's that got to do with my worldview? My worldview is maybe materialism or moral realism or, things of that nature, like epistemic fallibilism. Those things are all worldviews. not whether Brussels sprouts are tasty when cooked one way versus another. That's just an opinion.
Personally, I reckon you're lying about finding a way that Brussels sprouts are cooked and they taste nice.
Yeah, he's bowl skating.
Yes. Well,
that was
I don't know if you'd like them, but yeah, I know. I don't know if you'd like them, but I've had some nice Brussels sprouts at least once. I think it's because it was mainly sugar and butter and pork fat. At which point is it really the Brussels sprouts I like, or is it just the sugar, butter, and pork fat?
I was going to say the sugar, butter, and pork fat, to be fair.
I got this really good meme that shows a Venn diagram that composes a worldview. I can't seem to find it right now.
Do you think everything a person believes is fundamental to their worldview, or do you think multiple things that a person believes can change without necessarily changing their worldview? Like a Christian, do you think a Christian changing whether they're a fan of dogs or cats will change whether they're fundamentally no longer a Christian?
No, it has to do with a pillar. Like they have a faith-based worldview, but it doesn't mean that if they change from one faith to the next faith, that suddenly changes where their worldview is.
Right. So that indicates that worldviews aren't the same as opinions. They're different things.
No, he kept the same worldview. Yeah,
changed
God.
his opinion.
So here, this is the concept. I'm still looking for the one. See where you have mind, spirit, and body all encompass your health. I got one that's like this, but in the middle it says worldview. It's like your knowledge, your emotion.
Yeah, so before when that guy was saying something like, I want to be unmuted so I can complain about being muted, that's not necessarily a worldview, that's just something that he wants to do. Right?
Yeah, that's contradictory. Because if he's unmuted, then he can't complain about being muted, because he's unmuted. So inside his
that doesn't make
worldview,
sense.
yeah, because if he's muted, he's mad. He has an angry response, emotional response for not being able to talk. As he's talking about not being able to talk because he's muted. It's a self-mute. He's only saying the same thing over. He's not ever articulating any point of view other than he's mad that he can't articulate any other point of view.
No, he was mad because he was muted, so that's just past tense. You can be upset
he's
about
mad. Yeah, and then when he's unmuted, he's still mad that he's muted.
No, he was mad that he was muted. He's not mad that he's now muted. He's mad that he was. It's called past tense.
No, when he had the
just
open
because
mic.
somebody's been harmed and that something is resolved, that doesn't mean that the emotion attached to being wronged is gone. People complain after solutions are given. People complain after solutions are implemented and after their problems are solved. He still wants to complain after the problem is solved because he wants to get that out. Emotions aren't rational. You're talking about an emotion and its lack of rationality.
Why do people want to keep complaining about shit after it's been resolved? That doesn't make sense.
Why not just go to a different channel? Just leave.
Why are people actively talking about complaints in the Flat Earth VC?
Because this is the way the globalists kind of do things. They have a contradictory worldview, but they want to blame the flat earther for that.
Wouldn't you say that this is also actively a complaint?
Yeah, so if he feels like he's mad because he's muted, either he likes being mad and he wants to stay mad for whatever reason, he wants to be mad at flat earthers for whatever reason he can come up with, and he just doesn't have anything other than he was muted, or B, if he's really that mad, just go to another channel. There's like a dozen channels on this server, or another server completely.
What if he wants to make it clear to you that the behavior that is exhibited in some of these VCs is bad behavior and he thinks it should change? How is there any contradiction or any problem with
that? He should be able to articulate that, but instead all he kept saying was, I'm mad. Okay, what are you mad about? I'm mad, I'm muted. Okay, but you're not muted.
Are you mad right now?
Me?
Yes.
Dogs
Yeah. Are you currently mad?
Dogs is always mad.
Okay. Well, if you're mad, no. You. If you're mad and you're complaining about a man who's mad, you're asking why he's complaining because you can just solve the solution. This person isn't in this V any. It's not in this VC any longer, right? They're not here.
No, we're talking about earlier today with
Yeah,
me
he's
and
here.
Radon. We're talking about
Dude.
stories of some of the best, funniest things that happened today.
Dude, she got
You're
your
not
ass
laughing.
here. You're
You're not
complaining
laughing.
about this dude, complaining about having been muted, and you're like, it doesn't make sense. He was unmuted. He was unmuted.
we
It's all
were
been
talking-
resolved now. But you're literally complaining about someone from.
No, literally talking about some of the funniest shit that happened today and reliving the moment together. And
My
how
bad.
great, how
I missed
funny
that
it
part.
was.
You weren't laughing.
How funny it
My
was.
bad.
This guy, it was hilarious how this guy just couldn't get past how mad he was that he was muted.
All right, sorry, Crit. If you can change your opinion without changing your worldview, why does it follow that people say complaining about your behaviour would mean that they are contradicting their worldview?
Yeah, you missed it. Okay, it's probably one of the funniest things that happened today from my opinion or my point of view. So I was talking to Radwin. He said, hey, dude, they've been doing some dumb shit for days now. I go, I got something for you. Some really dumb shit. This dude here, this motherfucker here, was mad that he was muted. And when he was unmuted, he could only talk about how mad he was that he was muted.
Poor guy.
Yeah, and then you said it was contradictory to his worldview, and that's the bit that I'm criticising you for.
Yeah,
How is that
because if he's
contradictory to his worldview?
unmuted, now if he's unmuted, he shouldn't be mad because he can talk. He's only mad
No.
if he's muted.
He can still be mad about things that previously happened, which was the muting that previously happened. He might not be mad about it currently happening because it's not currently happening.
No, he was
but he can
still
be mad
mad.
about it has happened in the past.
He stayed mad.
You understand that?
Yeah, he
Are
stayed
you
mad.
a human being, Crit?
Yeah, he stayed mad. That's the only thing he was able to articulate.
But you understand human beings are generally, they stay mad about bad things that happened to them in the past, right?
Then he just could have left the channel and gone someplace else.
Okay, but that doesn't mean his worldview is contradictory.
Yeah,
that just means he was
it's
mad and he
deeply
wanted to complain
contradictory.
to you about what happens in the VC that you seem to be a major part of. Right?
Yeah, it's deeply contradictory
define
unless
what we
he
mean
likes being
as
mad.
far as- Can we
How is
define
that
what we mean as
contradictory,
far as
liking
world?
being mad? Yeah, Crit, define worldview. I'll go on mute while you chat to this person.
Yeah, that was already explained.
Well, I just joined and I'm invested, and I was wondering if you could catch me
Yeah.
up on your definition of worldview.
It's just the definition of worldview. It's how you see things, filtered through a lens of, spirituality, like logic, reason. I have a really good Venn diagram, I posted there, how it shows your health.
Okay, so I'm still also not following on how this is contradictory to a worldview when, in your definition and pretty much everybody else's definition of worldview, it's simply perception. The perception that this person is putting out there as far as being currently mad about a past event that has now been resolved, that's not contradictory to their worldview. That's contradictory to the logic that you might apply to a similar situation. That's contradictory to your worldview.
No,
That's
not
different.
mine. Because he said he was mad. I'm like, why are you mad? I'm in text chat. I'm mad because I'm voice muted. I'm like, okay, here, let me fix that for you. I'll unmute you. And so, what you got to say? I got to say, I'm mad. Why are you mad? Because I'm muted. Well, you're not muted. You're voice muted, but you can still type in text chat. So you weren't really that upset because now you can talk. And he could only articulate over and over again how mad he was that he was voice muted.
So was he not unmuted in VC?
Yeah.
He wasn't unmuted in VC, and you were saying that because
no,
he was complaining in. He was unmuted in VC.
Yeah, it was
He was
hilarious. It was,
capable of freely and openly speaking and not typing.
yeah, he could. He was speaking, and he was telling you, as he was telling people how mad he was about being able that he couldn't speak as he was speaking.
I wouldn't say that's
I'm gonna
contradiction of
try.
worldview. I think he just mixed his words up.
I'm gonna try something for it. Okay, your worldview is that if someone has an opinion and then they do something that is contrary to that opinion, so they don't like being voice muted, but they stay in this channel where they often get voice muted, you would say that that's contradictory. But that's your worldview saying that, not their worldview. So every single time that you say this person is contradictory to their worldview, what you actually mean is this person is going against my own worldview. Does that sound right to you, or can you make an argument against that?
No, you
That's what I
can
just said, and he said I was wrong.
you can use that, like write it down and like put it in a safe space so you don't lose it.
What? What safe space? What are you talking about? And yes,
yeah,
I
so
did
you,
just
so you don't lose it. Like
Don't lose what?
Yeah, if that's what your take is, have at it, Haas. I
No, I'm trying to.
You already know I don't care. Yeah, you already know going into it. I don't care what you have to say about anything. You give me reasons not to care.
Then why
So
are we
it's fine.
knee deep in this conversation?
Well, because Crit uses this to end conversations. Crit uses this worldview thing to end conversations with people. It's like a get out of jail free card for him. And so I'm trying to make him understand that it isn't actually a problem to like say I don't like to be muted and then go to a VC where at some stage you'll likely be muted.
Yeah, especially for you, because every server you go to, you get muted. People really don't want to hear you talk at all.
I understand you don't want to hear me talk. That's why you do
No,
the
like
contradictory world.
on Medicinal Media, there's a bot that has you muted, a mute bot for you. Like you're in.
No, there isn't.
Oh, there's not.
Not that I know of. Someone may have put it in temporarily and then turned it
No,
off.
it's been here since the beginning. The bacon bot. You're like the first person added to the bacon. It's like you're about the same level of speaker as DMOC. What's the guy?
So are you saying when I join that VC, I get automatically muted? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that they have a bot set up where they just got to type the command and automatically mutes you. So
what's wrong with that?
You, DMOC, Blawtech, Johnny B, Tim Pryor, and Dan. Rob Noxious.
Yeah, again, what's wrong with that?
Rob Noxious, Court Panda, Drink the Kool-Aid, which he left the server. So these are the people who basically are going to get constantly muted, so much so that they want a bot to be able to do it so they don't have to waste a click on you.
Yeah, so I don't actually get constantly muted there. I get muted in some conversations around like gun control or around politics in America because people like Sean G and Demon Stride aren't, massive fans of having those conversations. But otherwise, I can happily hang out in that VC day after day after day after day after day after day for,
Yeah, and they don't really care.
And the only time I have a problem is when someone like Jin comes in or someone like Dan comes in and they're just acting obnoxious, and then I pipe up. Or if Demon Stride and Sean want to have that conversation about gun control, then everyone gets upset and I get muted. But what's the problem here, Crit?
Yeah, those are the same people, Jen and Dan, are also on the bacon bot.
Are you obsessed with me, Crit?
Okay, how would you let's test your worldview. If I'm obsessed with you... Yeah, so you think I'm obsessed with you, right? So that would mean
that's an opinion of the worldview, Crit.
I want you around. If I'm obsessed with you, I really like you, and I want you around, right?
Great. That's an opinion, not a worldview.
If I really don't care,
you want to test my opinion.
If I really don't care about you one way or the other, then I really don't care if you're around or not. So we could test that. Do you want to play this game or not?
That's an opinion, not a worldview.
Okay,
let's
test it right here. I don't want you around. I don't like you. There, done.
That still is an opinion, though.
Yeah, he thinks I'm obsessed with him. That I just need to have this guy around. No, bye. Get the fuck out of here. I don't like you. See, as soon as he makes a claim,
So, Craig,
that
can
I
I
can
ask you
test.
what you would say? What's the difference between an opinion and a worldview?
No, it's part of your worldview. That's I've been trying to explain it. Okay, so you see the Venn diagram where it shows like mental, spiritual, and physical make up your health. So in a worldview, you've got like your spirituality or your like your opinion. I have a meme, a gif of that or an image of that, but I can't find it. It's like your like belief system, like supernatural belief systems. It's like your quantitative and qualitative logic, and then like emotional perspective or your individual perspective, and all that makes up your worldview, which is expressed to other people through a statement. You say this is X. Like Taco Tuesday
I mean,
is on Tuesday.
I would argue that it's expressed outside of statements as well. It's expressed in the omission of statements. It's expressed in silence. It's expressed in action. It's expressed in demeanor,
Oh yeah, that's
behavior,
all. Yeah, yes is
reaction.
no. Yeah, like if someone
So
says,
I mean, I don't disagree with the idea that like opinions are obviously a part of a worldview, but I think using the term worldview in this context, in the previous context, it waters down the word worldview a little bit too much.
okay, yeah, so don't do it.
Are you going to say that I'm contradicting your worldview?
No,
now?
I'm saying if you think that, then don't do it. If you think it
You just
waters
seem very
down,
fond of using the word, so
yeah, okay,
I'm
and you're
curious
less
the
fond,
attitude that you have towards it.
and you're less fond of it, so follow that
Oh, I didn't say
worldview.
that.
We feel like it's watered down. So unless you like things are watered down, that could be the case too. You like kind of like a milk toast, watered down version of everything. Then follow
I just
that.
think it's less efficient when it comes to accurately communicating these kinds of concepts.
Okay, well then when you communicate those concepts, don't use it.
But wouldn't you say that kind of gets in the way of conversations like this? Because
For
if you can't reach a similar point in vocabulary, you have trouble discussing the specifics of a conversation.
For you,
you'd have trouble discussing the specifics of a worldview or an opinion or
you
any
would.
of these things.
You would, not me.
Would you say that this has been an easy conversation?
Yeah, it's super easy. If you have an opinion or a worldview that you think something I'm doing isn't correct, then don't do it. Okay?
There's no correct. It's largely opinion based, and I'm just trying to engage with you.
My version of worldview is based off perspective, expressed through statements. If you think that's watered down and you can't use it to express your idea of worldview, which you still haven't done yet,
you seem
then
very
don't
passionate about this kind of stuff.
Then don't do it. Okay, if you think, sure, you think I'm passionate, go ahead. So you got you in your worldview. I have a watered down passion about worldviews.
That's not what I said. No. I don't know where you came to that conclusion, but that's not what I said. $208. No, this has gotten us quite far.
Yes, now you know not to do it if you don't like it. Something. See, it really started with broccoli.
What was going on? You're making a lot of assumptions here.
It started with
I've
broccoli.
been asking you a lot of questions.
Yeah, and if you're not going to listen to the answer, I can fix that too. If you can't pay attention to any answer I tell you, just make it up. Just make up any answer you want.
No, I'm listening to you. I think I've been very receptive of this conversation. I'm trying to learn more. I don't think I've ever taken part in this VC, so I'm just trying to get a feel for things.
Well, it's Speculation Sunday. You have a speculation you want to express?
No, I heard that this VC was quite active when I was in the middle of doing something, so I joined to see what was going on, and then I bit at the conversation. Now we're here.
Lesson learned, huh?
That's what happens with this.
You could say it was a lesson.
Was a lesson about worldviews?
No, that's not how I would put it.
About jumping into conversations halfway through.
It's about understanding the receptiveness of the person that you're discussing things with.
So when
That's
we're
what I've
talking about the funniest shit that happened today, or within the last couple days, and I say I got something, this old boy was extremely upset to the point he was enraged. He was angry that he was muted. So I tried to solve the problem by unmuting him. And the only thing he could articulate in voice after that was how angry he gets when he's muted.
Mm.
And to me, that was a break in his worldview. Because once he was unmuted, it should have broke the anger. Because now he can talk again. So it would have been like a pacifier suck. It would have been like here, like a baby's crying. The baby's crying because it needs its comfort blanket. You give the baby the blanket and it stops crying. This guy continued to cry after he got what he wanted. So he got what he wanted, but he still wasn't happy with what he wanted. So it broke his worldview because he wanted something else that he wasn't articulating well enough. His needs and his wants crossed wires with his needs and his wants to freak out over something that he thought was an insult to his sensibilities. So then when he had a chance to talk, all he could articulate was how angry he was when he shouldn't have been angry.
Are we really still doing this? I don't think anyone agrees with you here, Crit.
Well, look, I really didn't intend to offend or be off-putting at all. I know I can kind of have that effect in conversations. I'm just genuinely fascinated. I haven't, like I said, I haven't really popped into these VCs before. And,
to take offense, you have to take offense. Offense is not given. Offense taken. No offense taken. I don't know what channels you normally talk in, but it's going to take a lot to offend someone in this channel. I mean, we get people coming in here telling us that they want to round us up in cattle cars and gas us like World War II style. They want to find They want to find where we live and tell our employer that we're flat earthers, so their employer knows. They want to report our living space to Child Protective Services, so they'll take our children away from us. They want to call in bomb threats to like flat earth conventions to drive up the cost of security and hoping canceling the event. So if you're coming here just talking about, I don't get why you guys were laughing at some dude who was mad, that's not going to really get me upset. I'm just going to be like, I guess you don't get why being angry over something so petty and so small, even after it was corrected, if you don't see how that's funny, then stick around for a while. Because you'll see some stuff that you're like funny hee and funny haha.
Oh, definitely, yeah. Like I'm kind of, I've been a mod in a couple, I guess, guest rooms in here, and I've seen my fair share of people get quite tickled.
It's a sense of entitlement is really what's going on. That people feel like they're entitled to express their opinion, even more so if someone doesn't want to hear it. Like the more someone doesn't care about their opinion, somehow that means they're more entitled to express it.
Yeah, I think that entitlement is seen quite a lot on Discord. I can't speak for other platforms necessarily, but it's definitely present on here.
Hey, Crit, what's your evidence of a flat Earth?
All right, do this.
Oh, good God.
Can I actually ask a little bit more of a specific question?
Yeah, sure. I'll step
so
over
I've heard people.
the dog's road turd there.
I've heard people People talk about the like the container or some sort of a barrier that holds the water, as far as like the oceans and other water on the planet or Earth. Um, is there like a general like consensus and agreement upon what this might be, or is it a little bit more loose?
Yeah, the container has to do with physics. So gas pressure requires a container. This is so the problem is that you got physics and astrophysics. So here, let me get something for you real quick. So here's the difference. Can you see you got text chat?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so in physics, gas pressure requires a container. But in astrophysics, gaseous open systems, planets, are inside a vacuum. See this direct contradiction between physics and astrophysics. Like in physics, spinning objects create an outward energy. But in astrophysics, spinning objects gravitate energy inward. In physics, space, you have to have something fill space. In astrophysics, space is actually nothing, empty. In physics, explosions destroy. Astrophysics, explosions create. Physics, all things come to a rest. Astrophysics, perpetual motion, endless movement. In physics, energy cannot be created or destroyed. In astrophysics, everything exploded from nothing. In physics, thrust requires something to push off of. In astrophysics, rockets work in the vacuum in the void. In physics, water boils in the vacuum. In astrophysics, water freezes in the vacuum. These ice meteors. So it's like what you're trying to do here is people look at Earth-based physics and they see it in astrophysics and say that's a contradiction. That doesn't match.
Okay, I follow. But you're discussing the mechanism. You're talking about the observations and how physics plays into this, but I'm more curious about what specifically the actual container is, because you'd mentioned gas, which I think that might be a
So
start to that. But
the container could be anything. I mean, since we're on speculation day, I think it's generally sort of like a metaphysical thing, or it could be like super helium-4, like a fluid, a super fluid. But there's really no way of knowing. That's why it's good that we're on Speculation Sunday, because generally we don't talk about it. You know there's a container, you just don't know what the container is. In the globe model, they'll say their container is the well of gravity. The Earth is pushing down in the fabric of space-time and trapping all the matter inside that well of gravity. Or they'll say gravity itself is a force that pulls gases inward. The problem is that gas moves freely in all directions. So there is no downward vector of gas. And in the other sense too, the gravity well doesn't explain why some gases are escaping outside the well. So they've kind of got a unworkable model there. If their container is one of those two things.
This might seem like a very, very basic question, but I'm just curious, going off of what you were just saying. If all of that were true, because I am still, I guess, a skeptic. If all of that were true, would that suggest that we are at the absolute bottom? There's nothing below us.
Yeah, that would be the bottom. Oh, go ahead, Jedi. Jump in.
Well, yeah, not necessarily. I mean, we can dig into the floor, and we always keep digging down. It can only go so far down. There's obviously more beneath us to explore that we can't get to. So who's to say what is beneath us? Couldn't tell you.
Hmm. Yeah, when I say the bottom, I mean Earth, as in you can't get lower than that. That is like your final destination. That's when you hit the bottom. Correct?
No idea.
No idea.
Hmm.
No idea. And because it is speculation Sunday, I'll drop this. Within some conceptualizations, the container that's keeping our gas pressure here is also stopping the waters from above. So that would be a biblical conception. That biblical conception of waters above means there's also a vast and never-ending deep which the earth sits within. So within the biblical conception, we're just surrounded by water.
Interesting.
I really have a lot of this gas chamber stuff ready, so I can show you. Let me see here.
Who was this that just said that? The biblical conception was that flat Earth Jedi?
Yeah, Jedi.
Yeah.
Jedi. Is this widely accepted in the flat Earth community, or
Not
is this more a personal conception?
Yeah, so I'd say it's a personal conception, but it's within the biblical cosmology. So some people who believe in the biblical cosmology may say that water's above, water's below, that type of thing. But I wouldn't say every flat earther believes this. Not at all. Not at all.
Would you say that there are any like specific or go-to arguments to that conception that you've heard from fellow flat earthers?
No, just pointing out references.
Okay.
Again, it's I think it might even be an unknowable, really. So it's always just either a logical framework or because it's been stated somewhere in some book at some point. In this idea, the Bible.
Interesting.
So look at the stuff that Radwin posted here. See the vacuum, it's above, and they open the valve, and then the gas goes up. See, that's contradictory to the force of gravity. So gravity can't be a container, because otherwise it will contain the gas down.
Dogs is typing his little heart out.
Yeah, he's like one of those entitlement people. Like
he's got to defend the globe. He's just got to do it.
He's here every day.
And he makes these really weird, contradictory worldview claims. Like I'm obsessed with dogs. I am. Am I? Okay, let's get rid of you and see, does that help fix your worldview? I can just easily just kick you out of the room. No one's going to give a fuck if you're here or not. As a matter of fact, I can show you how little I care. At a whim, you are either in the room or not. So you want to kind of like not try to like say these really weird, cringe, contradictory shit, because I'll just hold you to it. And see, the whole idea here is he's going to say something that's clearly contradictory to what he needs and wants. He wants to talk, but he's going to tell me about me and then give me a reason that inside his worldview, he wouldn't be able to talk. So I'll hold him to that. I'll hold him to that worldview until he doesn't like it anymore, and then he'll fix it. And then come back in here with something more workable. Like one time he came in here and said, Crit, you are a coward. I go, I am? Why am I a coward? He's like, because you're not going to listen to what I have to say. I'm like, okay, well, let's just do this. Okay, inside your worldview, I'm a coward, and I don't want to listen to what you have to say. So let's bounce you out the room until you come up with something that isn't contradictory to what you need and want. Because you want to talk, you want to tell me something, but you also added a claim inside your worldview that's going to stop you from getting your word out. So fix that. and then come back when you're stronger mentally, physically, and spiritually. Or don't. Just sit in your own shit and feel entitled. That works too. You're like, you line up some coke or something.
Sounds like it. Or
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I'm writing right now.
whatever the new
Was
shit
that
is
what you
they do.
heard?
They do something new, not that.
Yeah, I thought you're lining up some blow.
No, I don't do that anymore. I'm sorry.
That's funny.
I didn't realize you'd hear my pencil.
I'm sure there's some people that have been in here like that, being on here for 36 hours straight and such.
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised. I remember I joined, I think there's like an official Flat Earth server. I'm not too sure. I'm sure y'all would know. I joined a server of Flat Earthers at one point, and I remember popping in there to talk to some of them. And I wasn't really doing anything that day, so I was just like every once in a while coming in, and there were a few select names that I saw in that VC for at least a solid like 24 hours, at least.
Yeah. Was it
It was-
24/7? I can't remember.
I don't know. I do not remember the name. This was like 2 years ago.
I mean, a lot of times people will be AFK. They'll be in the room, but AFK.
That's commitment.
Or they have more than one device too. Like I have another computer that's logged into Discord that I do a lot of stuff with, and I could just move it into whatever channel. Like, see if you got another. See if we share another server. No, we're only on this server.
Yeah, I'm not surprised I'm not in me.
So let's see. I'm trying to think of another. Well, I got another instance of Discord running, so I could join. Like if we were on another server together, you could see me on that server too, and I can talk on both, just with different push to talk keys.
Yeah, he's got about I don't know 101 keyboard, so he's got about 101 servers he talks to all day long.
Yeah, I could just bounce it around, and the thing too is that you can, I could have it open on the device, open on my computer. You can open window mode, open in app mode, and you can do a lot of stuff with it. I mean, there's a lot of bells and whistles that Discord has that people don't really use. Most people just kind of log in and they either like type and you push or talk, but there's a lot more features that you can take advantage of.
What's your favorite feature?
The mute button.
Yeah, yeah, the mute button. No, it's I think probably the hotkeys. That's been one of my favorite ones. You can set up hotkeys to switch servers and open up different channels and stuff. If you set all your keys, it's almost like really just getting a keyboard ready. You can switch really quickly between. Say if I've got another server where we got a lot of information saved, I can jump with just a keystroke to that server, to that channel, and grab what I want to grab, and then copy paste right back. Where someone else who isn't using hotkeys, they got click and like mouse wheel through the channels and everything.
I want to know what you're running.
Are you sure you're not chopping lines?
I'm sorry. I forgot to mute myself again. No, I'm not. It's actually really retarded.
You're taking notes, aren't you? You're taking the notes on this interaction and how it's going. I get it. That's fine.
We're live stream
No.
too. If you ever want to go back and listen, you can go to the live stream and check it out.
I'm currently making a bingo card for a particular person in this server based on things that they frequently say or do. It's retarded, but
It's called a stupid. I call it like stupid games or fan art. It's either like
Cringe.
It's kind of fan art that you're a fan of that person that you're making fan art.
oh no, it's a friend of mine.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Why is Brit muted? Did something happen earlier?
Hey,
I think he got banned.
Fuck Brit. Log here.
So, Lizard, are you in charge of making the bingo card crit?
Oh, I
No,
don't know
not-
this man.
No, not for me.
I
A
would
different
love
person.
to give it a shot if I'm in here long enough.
we used to make bingo cards ages ago. Every time a globe earther would come in, we'd all sit around. So if they said gravity or full quartz pendulum or any other flat Earth globe earth related topic, it used to be fun.
Yeah, we got some FE in here that posts the cards as soon as certain people come in, then we just take our card and go.
Yeah, it's like some of them do some really cringe things. Like you ask a globalist something, and one of their answers is, "I tell you, but you won't understand it." So like that could be like a bingo, and then yeah. So I mean, I've seen some people do it too, like where they pick. I'm trying to think of the good one, but like Scott Mackey has one that they post sometimes.
Interesting.
But why write it out? How come not just do it digitally, like or something?
I write everything down if I can help it. I prefer to
She's
have
old
things on
school.
paper before I type anything out.
Oh yeah, like kind of like a conceptual idea.
I mean, yeah, anything. It can be stupid shit. If it comes to mind, I'd rather write it than.
So why do you think the Earth is flat?
Like a manifesto?
We don't talk about that. Why do I think what now?
Yeah, Lizard. Why do you think the Earth is flat?
Like I said, I'm a skeptic. I ain't never been to space. I haven't seen it. I haven't conducted any of these experiments. I know fuck all.
Take an easy way out.
No,
Yeah, I mean, it's honest, though,
genuinely
right?
how I look at it. Like I'm I can say the same thing about religion. I don't really have any specific stance on any of these things. I can't prove it. I can't,
I try
I'm
to stay
open.
away
I'm
from.
open to whatever you tell me.
I try to stay away from religion debate because in flat Earth, I mean, if you believe their story, they got a Bible on the moon. Like Apollo 14 took a Bible to the moon. Edgar Mitchell said, "I want to make sure that if we die because of something happens to the Earth and aliens come visit the solar system, they find a Bible on the moon to show what we were about and what our value systems were." I'm like, Jesus. In Apollo 8 going to the moon, if you believe the story, mind you, they stopped the mission. They fired up the brakes, turned around, and faced back to Earth and read from Genesis.
Well, that seems like a bit much for a mission to the moon.
Yeah, like you really got to give the glory to God. Okay. Well, then Nixon, the shot caller during the Apollo program, said he personally spoke to God, and God informed him that God is going to pick America to win the space race because God loves capitalism.
I believe him when he said that.
Yeah, it seems legit, doesn't it?
Yeah. You know what else seems legit that Nixon said?
Don't do it.
There's a phone call between Reagan and Nixon
Don't
in which
do it.
Nixon
Don't do it. Don't do it.
in which Nixon calls African.
Don't do it. Yeah. He wanted
So Lizard, then I suppose, yeah, he did. Lizard, you would be, as far as your cosmology goes, a total agnostic, right? You, or maybe you have just no foundation
much.
whatsoever.
I wouldn't say I
Okay.
have no foundation whatsoever. I used to work at a church and be part of a church, but I mean, that through studying that, I became extremely skeptical, and since then, I've kind of been skeptical of everything. So yeah, I'm pretty agnostic through and through, as the word is defined.
Okay. Because when I hear people say that they're skeptical, I'm going, okay, that's a good thing. You will apply skepticism to everything, right? You'll begin to question everything that you're involved in. But I find that when people say they're skeptical, they're usually skeptical of things that seem implausible according to the belief system they already have in place.
Like
Well,
their
yeah, people
worldview.
find it easier to be skeptical of things that they aren't exposed to, that they haven't learned, that they haven't built their foundation off of. But skepticism is inherent to science. It's inherent to studying anything in the world. So once you give up that skepticism and appeal to authority, you're not skeptical at all anymore. At least not with these kinds of subjects. So yeah,
Yeah.
very skeptical, I guess. I'm curious more than anything. I think that'd probably be a better way of saying it.
A lot of the talking points. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I grew up in the Christian realm, and so many of the things that occur in the Christian realm, the things that are taught, at least mainstream wise, are not actually according to what the scriptures themselves will say. And so I had to tumble down the skeptical rabbit hole of the things that I was always taught up raised up being taught. And so once I did that, I found it was a much deeper rabbit hole until I came across this particular topic. And then this topic led me to other ones, right? So some people will stop at flat Earth and they won't go any further. But I decided to just keep challenging every single other facet of life or society until everything sort of culminated into what I would call the most plausible or reasonable conclusion with all of them. Of course, that led back to the Bible itself. But anyways, I think a lot of people will be skeptical of certain things, but not all things. But that's just been my experience.
Well, people don't like being skeptical if that skepticism leaves them without answers and makes them uncomfortable. And I think that's why people tend to appeal to authority, especially when it comes to the whole globalist idea. So, yeah, it's. I grew up in the church as well, and I ended up studying apologetics because of a job that I held at a church. And it was our teaching pastor. He was probably one of the few that I actually did really respect in what he was saying and teaching. One of my last days there before I ended up quitting my job, he ended up telling me, he's like, hey, there are some things that you're asking that I cannot give the answers to. I would suggest that you start doing your own research if you're really curious about this kind of stuff. And I haven't really considered myself a Christian since then. So I completely respect the direction that you went in.
Yeah. So if I might ask, what were some of the questions that he either was unable to answer or they weren't satisfactory to you?
Mainly translation-based questions, because of, as you know, the Bible is made up of many, many different pieces of text that are in various different languages, and he was very limited on his ability to give me insight on, I guess, the variation and the level of interpretation that different translations of the Bible provided. So, yeah, I was very skeptical in the sense of, the way that the information and the way that the history was passed down, I really wanted a lot more clarity on, but he couldn't provide that. And I think as far as both the Bible and the flat earth thing, it's a very big chunk of information to absorb if you're going at it from a skeptical point. But if you're taking everything for face value and appealing to authority, it's a lot easier to digest. Sure.
Well, for me, I had to make them both simple, right? So you're correct. The heliocentric worldview or religion, which I kind of like to coin it as, is quite complicated, and that's why it takes years of indoctrination to implant it, so that you can have a good amount of people to go out and repeat it without actually knowing what it is that they're repeating and how it's also contradictory. The Christian religion, and I will call it that. However, please understand that I am a Bible believer and a follower of Christ, but I don't know that I would call myself a Christian, and that is because I believe that something that was never supposed to be a religion has become one. But I digress. It's the same way. There's much to know, much to regurgitate. It's very convoluted, the religious system itself. But some people will regurgitate it without actually knowing why, or even though some parts of it are very illogical and unreasonable, they'll still spout it and defend it vehemently, right, without actually knowing why. So I think you're correct. I think they're very similar. That's why I had to make them both very simple. Now, it turns out that the religion of the heliocentric cult is so self-contradictory that once you kind of, break the veil, or you have your eyes opened, it's really very simple where we live. Everybody obviously knows that just one thing alone, you don't feel yourself spinning. You never have, and you never will. In fact, if you were to get into a car and be blindfolded, you would still know you're moving, right? So just certain things like that, instinctual things. After a while you go, man, I think I always knew this, but the belief system was so strong that I went ahead and kind of made excuses for all the things that I experience and chalked it up to, well, someone must know better than me. The Christian religion is kind of the same.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot to get into. I think I do definitely see where you're coming from, because in my experience, a lot of the people that were, I guess, Bible thumpers really hadn't studied it very extensively.
Right.
And that's not that I have either, but it was discouraging to see that a massive religion was built off of a congregation that really doesn't know a whole lot of what they're reading for the most part. There are some that definitely know their shit, but the rest, not so much. I'm curious. I did ask this earlier. I don't know if you were here for it, but I asked, and I think it was Jedi. I think he left. He answered the, I guess, container problem or question with a more Christian type of answer, Christian leaning answer, Bible leaning answer. And the whole water explanation. I was wondering if you would mind going into that as far as your beliefs.
Yeah, well, like he said, it's speculation Sunday. We only experience here where we walk around, breathe air, and do most of our business, needing containment of some kind for gas pressure, air pressure, I don't care how you want to word it. And there, in my mind, are only two ways or two phases of matter that will contain a gas, and that would be a liquid, because you could think of a bubble, all right, or a solid. Now, you're just not going to find probably a consensus view on what that particular container is made of. However, I do tend to believe and observe, from my point of view, that the heavens, in a lot of ways, show properties of like water. There's some sort of liquid or something going on there, just with the way that the light behaves, the way we view it. So on and so forth. I have my reasons and observations. But I also realize that you're not really going to hold up water without having some kind of solid barrier to do that. So it seems to me that there would be a solid with water above it. That would be my speculation. But that's me.
That makes sense. I see where you're coming from. Yeah, I definitely think it is interesting, the influence that religion has had on our perception of physics and the world and the way that our world operates.
Sure. So I have many Christian friends that absolutely reject this idea, right? And you go, how fascinating, because I never use the Bible as proof of cosmology, right? And that would be a foolish thing to do for anybody. Now, there are some Christians that will use the word on their other Christian friends or the people around them to go, look, obviously the book itself is describing the place that we live as a enclosed, stationary plane with pillars holding it up. That's just the way it's described, right? Like it's not a physics book. It's just describing the place that God has created. So when you get down to those types of brass tacks and people still kind of appeal to the authority that isn't the scripture, but in other things in their life they go, oh no, the Bible is this foundation for me in all these other facets of life. You go, why are you like dividing this up so much where you're like, this part I say God is incorrect, or the people that wrote it are idiots, they didn't know what they were talking about, and so they must be wrong because today in the modern world we know better. And the reality is you don't know better, you believe differently than what you experience. Ultimately, the Bible describes what everybody experiences. Both of them, the experience and the description thereof, are rejected for essentially a priesthood giving them information that they can't verify, but because it's seems cool and plausible, that's the one that people go with. It's the popular one, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of the bit that I touched on, is that people appeal to authority because it's easy, it's comfortable, it takes a lot less effort. Because if you do actually get into the effort of proving or disproving the authority and what they say and prescribe, that's a lot of work, a lot of research, and a lot of reframing everything you know.
Yep. You're correct. Someone right now is total which is awesome. But anyway,
Other religious texts describe the same flat surface as well, though.
there's a couple places that so one verse that's really misused to make, look at the demons are coming out already. Who's possessed in here? Oh, there they went. See, I called them out. Anyway, one verse that's misused is in Isaiah chapter 40, that it says that God looks down on the circle of the earth, right? And the inhabitants look like, I believe, grasshoppers or ants, something to that effect. Anyways, when they hear the word circle, they go round, right? And then they go from round to sphere. But circle is a 2D shape. So God is actually looking down on a 2D shape, okay? Which is a circle. So there's one plane, okay? Then there's another place that talks about the earth being formed like the clay under a seal. Well, you know, usually when they would put, when a signet ring or whatever was placed to seal a document, obviously the document was either flat or it could have been a scroll. But typically when you think about the relief in a wax that's been under a signet ring, that's a flat surface as well. And there's one more that uses the word plate in Revelation, but that one, I'll have to look that one up a little bit later. So the Bible, as far as the surface of the earth is concerned, I mean, even in Genesis, it says that the Spirit of God hovered over the face of the waters. Well, spheres do not have faces, so obviously he is above some sort of plane or flat surface. So, yeah, all the descriptions are flat and stationary.
Do you know of these kinds of descriptions in other religious texts? You know, different sects of Christianity or Buddhism or Hinduism or any of these things?
I am not up on a lot of other religions as far as how they describe it. It seems like I can't get clarity as far as the Muslim or the Quran goes, but it seems to be flat cosmology. But I'm not going to speak to that. I can also I can say that the ancient cultures Egyptian, Babylonian, I don't care what it is. Up until I don't know, everybody wants to say that the Greeks, were the ones that discovered it was a ball. So at least until that period, the cosmology of the ancients was of enclosed plane.
Hmm.
Anyway, I got to get off of here. Nice talking to you, Lizard, and y'all have a good night.
You as well, buddy. Sorry, I was just reading on something that you were mentioning. It was nice talking.
You like crickets a lot?
Yeah, one might think so.
Go.
Hey hoes.
Anyone want to talk about the flat Earth? Anyone? Anyone?
Yeah, go ahead. Prove it's flat. I dare you.
I dare you, man. I never said I wanted to prove it's flat. Or you said prove it's flat?
Yeah, you said you wanted to talk about flat Earth. I said prove it. Prove it's flat.
Oh, prove the Earth is flat? It looks flat when I'm looking at the ground. I don't know. Just looking at the ground, I guess. Right. I gotta block out the horizon from my view and just look at the ground. It looks like flat, so the Earth must be flat.
Well, the horizon is where the sky meets the ground. So yeah, way out there, the part under the sky is still the same horizontal plane as your feet.
Wait, why would the sky meet the ground if the Earth was flat? It shouldn't. It should basically just go out in all directions. And if I change level, the horizon should just keep extending if the Earth were flat. Why does
So
the
you
sky
just
meet the ground in the
contradicted
first place?
yourself,
You're
man.
basically admitting the
You
curvature.
just contradicted yourself.
You're contradicting yourself. You just admitted the curvature.
First you said if it's flat, you should be able to see forever. Then if you go higher, you should be able to see even farther.
I didn't say that. I didn't say, you misinterpreted what I said. So I said if the Earth were actually flat, yeah, there could still be a horizon, but the horizon would extend. Like you could change level and the horizon would be the same, right? Because it would just extend in all directions on the flat surface or flat plane that you have. But you said that the surface of the ground meets the sky or whatever the hell you said, which is only
Yeah.
possible
So
on
if
the
you go out
surface.
in your backyard, you
What'd
stand
you
on
say
the
horizon
ground,
was again?
and you stand on the ground, you could be in somebody's horizon because the air is
What
above
did you
you
say
and
the
your feet are on the ground. So yeah, where the sky meets the ground. The sky is what you stand in
sky
when
meets
you
the
wave
ground?
when you
That's
wave your arms around what's
literally.
the sky.
Why would the sky meet the ground, Ninja?
Well, how does air? Where else is the air going to go?
I'm asking you, how does the sky meet the ground? How would
Said
the
it's
sky
the
meet the ground?
apparent location
Why
of
does it
where
have
the
to meet the
sky
ground? You see
meets
how that makes no sense?
the apparent location of where the sky meets the ground.
Yes, but what I'm asking you is why would the sky want to meet the
I
ground in the
didn't create
first
the
place if the Earth's
definition.
flat? Doesn't make any sense.
Why does the air touch the ground? I don't fucking know.
I'm saying that is so you're just strong manning me like openly now. But I said if
No,
the
you said yeah, the sky is air, right?
sky is air, okay.
Okay, and then it touches the ground. The air touches the ground. So why wouldn't it?
Why doesn't air touch the ground? I'm pretty sure air is like everywhere.
Yeah, air touches the ground, so the sky touches the ground, and you're complaining about it.
Yeah, but why would it do that if the Earth were flat? Explain that.
What's the air gonna do? Sit somewhere else?
So you're gonna just keep talking about how the air touches everywhere? That's what air does. Air is everywhere.
Yep.
Are you trying to make that seem like it's same thing with the horizon?
You wanted to know why the sky meets the
Horizon would need to
ground.
touch the ground.
If
But the horizon, we can't see air. Like for example, if you're looking just like into a room, where's air supposed to be? Everywhere, right? It's not like you're visually seeing air. Talking about clouds? What are you talking about?
Whew. I don't know. Nothing.
What are we talking about here? Nothing, right? Not as much, man. He disappeared. Okay. Oh, it's interesting. He literally just proved that the Earth is a globe by himself by making one stupid mistake, which is saying that the horizon is where the surface of the ground meets the sky, or vice versa. Because you can't say that and then say you think the Earth is flat. If the Earth were flat, then the horizon would extend indefinitely in all directions, straight. It wouldn't be curving or meeting the sky anywhere. I mean, you're talking about meeting the sky and the surface. I mean, that's literally curving. What are you talking about?
Globers. Oh, we got fucking Matthew Lerns in the house? No fucking way. What a fucking pleasure. God damn, Matthew. Where the fuck kind of rock did you come from under?
Hey, how's it going?
What's going on, Flat Earther?
A Glober.
Flatty flat
Fucking
flat. How you doing?
Globers. Buddy. Who the fuck are you? See, I know Matthew Learns. But who the fuck are you?
You don't know who I am. You want to meet me or something now? What are we doing?
No, because I don't think you know who the fuck you're talking to, my friend.
Who am I talking to? Then am I talking to like a mafia boss?
Oh no. I'm a nobody. But listen,
Okay, then I mean,
I'm a complete fucking nobody. But listen.
all right. The average Joe, huh?
Glover. Okay, listen.
Do you only
I
come
just
in here
had-
when you're like drunk or something?
Am I drunk?
I said, do you only come in here when you're drunk?
First place.
Am I drunk?
I don't know. Do you only come in here? Are you like genuinely acting like this or what?
Who the fuck said I'm drunk? God damn, what's wrong with you?
So you actually act like this?
Just because I act a little animated, yeah, just because I put some drama into it, just because I get creative, like, buddy, it doesn't mean I'm drunk, you fucking asshole.
So you're
What's
not
wrong
on
with
any
you?
sort of drugs either?
What is drugs? Food's a drug. You know, cigarettes is a drug. What's a drug? What drugs are you talking about here, buddy?
You're not on like weed or anything?
Weed? Who the fuck smokes marijuana here, man? Oh my god. Who are you accusing of smoking the marijuana?
Okay.
Hey, listen, Mr. Glober, Globetard, right? What's
I
the
think the Earth is
radius?
flat.
No, definitely no.
No,
You came
I think
out
the Earth is flat.
swinging. You came out swinging and fucking all that shit. I know you're a fucking Glober. First of
No,
all,
I'm
I
not.
sit here and I
think the Earth is
listen.
flat.
No,
Flat and
you have talks
stationary.
with, buddy. You've talked to fucking multiple people here. I've heard you, guy. You're a Glober. Don't pretend
No,
here,
I'm not.
buddy. You're
No,
a
I'm not.
Glober. Okay,
Prove to
listen,
me the Earth is
Glober.
a globe. Prove to
The
me.
Earth is not a globe. That's your position, not mine.
Oh, so then we both agree then.
What? I didn't say anything. Fuck you trying? Who the
We
fuck
both
you
agree?
trying to? Who the fuck you trying to fucking fool here, guy? I told you, you're a Glober. I know the Earth
So
is
you're
flat.
telling me what
That's
I
it.
am, but I'm telling you that I'm not? What are we supposed to
Well,
believe?
from what I've heard before, because I heard you talk before, you're a Glober.
Oh, I'm not
Is
incorrect.
that a lighter I hear in the background?
Oh hell yeah, that's a lighter. You get fucking very intuitive there, Matthew. Learns some got him. Oh my
Conqueror
god.
noticed that you never got a denial for any of you.
So what's the problem if I have a lighter in the background? Matthew learns.
Dude, you're okay. You're gonna give me some
Yeah.
glow proof today?
Who the fuck's a Glober? Matthew's a Glober. You can ask him.
Oh yeah, I don't think there's any globe proof. I just say that there's strong evidence, or maybe I'd say good explanations for our observations.
Yeah, Matthew.
I agree with
So, I completely disagree. See, that's why you're fucking Glober.
Matthew, would you agree with me that the horizon being the way it is in itself proves that the Earth is a globe?
Oh, look at that.
Again, I don't like the word proof. I would say that the sun setting over horizon is best explained with a globe.
No way. No
Maybe.
way. No way.
I think
See?
the horizon in itself is proof that the Earth is a globe.
Look
I
at
mean,
these
there's
fucking
probably 200 different ways.
Globers. These Globers jerking each other off. Oh, disgusting. Matthew, how you guys do this to each other, man? Does that make you feel better, lying to each other like that?
I don't think we're lying.
Man, you lie to yourselves all the time. Do you guys not feel better? You guys are the actual
lying,
liars, and I think a
and
lot of you
more
guys
than
are
I
already
don't
aware that
I
you're
don't know. You guys are
lying.
doing some crazy psychological tricks to yourselves, right? So you guys are like, you have to fool yourselves. There's no other way. I swear to God, you guys literally are lying to yourselves
There is no
in
way
order
you are
to be the
gaslighting
way
us
you
like this.
are.
The
or somebody's
gaslighting
paying
is
you a lot
incredible.
of
This is
fucking money
literally
to
your
be a
job.
show.
This is literally what you do.
That's one or the other,
All
man.
you do.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
The sun
so
is
I posted a picture that explains what I was talking about just now.
No fucking way, Matthew. You got some pictures? Oh shit.
That's actually
We've
very
seen
good.
we've seen these ones before.
Yeah, it
So
seems like the bottom half of the sun is being blocked by the ocean.
really, are you sure?
So how
Are you
does
sure it's not some optical
how does
effect?
Flat Earth explain this?
Oh man. See, so if you
They say the
closely look on the
perspective.
sides, oh yeah, so when you closely look on the side of the sun, right? So where the water's about to touch the sun, right? You see how it's like curving in, so it gets such a drastic curve. You guys see that?
Yeah,
Well,
there's
that
turbulence in the
point,
air.
that's oh no, that's compression, right? So it's all getting compressed into that one line, right? On top of that,
So
the sun,
I think the
the
bottom
sun
half of the
is
sun is blocked by the ocean. It seems pretty
no,
clear.
it's completely not, though, buddy. This is this perspective, my friend.
What
It's
perspective?
turbulence. Turbulence.
I just don't understand how the sun works in a flat model.
Matthew, buddy, who the fuck you trying to fool, buddy? It's measured flat. All these optical phenomenon that we
No,
see,
it's just funny. It's funny
it
to me.
doesn't
It's funny to me because
matter.
I don't know how the sun works in a flat model.
It's
So like, what is
measured
the sun doing
flat.
there? Like, why would the sun that's inside
Everything
the
else
Earth or
is
whatever the hell it
irrelevant
is
in the
inside the
sky.
Earth?
It's
Why
measured
is it
flat.
like
You know what I
almost
mean?
under
That's
the
all
like
it is.
water? It looks like
It's
Conquer,
whatever the
measured
hell.
flat.
Conquer. The answer is that perspective makes the angular resolution
No.
of the bottom half is smaller, and so perspective makes it invisible. Even though the regular definition of perspective is just that things get smaller when they get farther, but there's some sort of magical perspective that happens on the flat Earth that causes this.
Magical perspective.
Got it.
The fuck you
How
talking
about
about?
irrational
It's
perspective?
like makes no
How's that?
sense.
Irrational
Like this,
perspective.
flat
The
Earth is
fuck
like
you
probably the
talking
most
about?
ridiculous scandal I've ever seen in my
Matthew,
life. Just
you guys
because
are
like
fucking
everything
retarded.
debunks the flat Earth.
If it's measured flat, it's measured flat, right? There is no curve. This is an optical effect, obviously. Something's happening optically, right? So that's all
Something's happening
you guys are
optically,
saying, oh,
yes.
it's a physical curve, but it's measured flat. There ain't no curve, so whatever's happening is happening. You guys are fucking
Who measured it
retarded.
flat? Who
It's
measured it flat?
measured flat. It's
Who?
measured flat.
This guy's crazy. Yeah.
What I'm saying, it's measured flat, bro. Like if it's measured flat, everything else doesn't matter, bro. Just show me the 8 inches per mile squared, buddy. Bodie. Matthew,
I don't
you've been
think you can
shown
directly.
multiple times. You've been shown multiple examples where things are getting obstructed bottom first on over a flat plane. So Matthew, shut the fuck up.
No, I'm saying that I don't think there's a
You
way
were
to
shown
direct-
multiple examples. You've been shown multiple examples where it happens. So why the fuck are you even arguing here?
Oh, I think that there's a simple
Or
explanation.
so you
for
think it
that.
doesn't happen? No, it doesn't happen over a flat plane. So you're telling me you never had these examples where shit is getting obstructed bottom first over a flat plane?
No, I've seen all of those examples, and I think.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Notice that I've said the first half of 3 sentences, so I'm not going to try.
Okay. Yeah, and I already know where you're going with this. It doesn't matter, Matthew. You're fucking retarded.
Right. So
Don't have to
it's better
explain
just
it.
to declare victory after hearing the first half.
Why does it need an explanation?
It doesn't need one, but
What?
I think the globe.
Why does phenomena
Okay.
need explanation?
So you have an
Like-
explanation for it. We just have to show that that's not the case.
So you can't explain.
yeah,
So you're basically saying, well, we can't explain it, but we can critique.
Oh,
everything that you
it's
try to-
measured flat, Matthew. It's not the case,
that even-
Matthew.
No, I don't
That
think
you
you can
reach
directly
It's
measure the
measured
curvature of the
flat.
Earth.
Oh, you fucking retard. Oh,
Right,
Matthew,
Tito?
how stupid you are.
And
So
you'd have
directly
to
measuring
explain
something
phenomena
would be.
if you see it.
So if you're going to directly measure something, it'd be like putting a straight edge against the curve of the Earth, and nobody's ever done that one way or another. So it doesn't. Nobody's directly measuring the curvature or lack of curvature.
Oh, yeah, with lasers doesn't happen, right?
That's
You
not
don't
directly
know.
measuring.
You don't
Oh, that's
know.
not
You
directly
don't know that it's
measuring.
curvature.
Right. It's not. I'm saying it's not directly measuring either way.
Because laser's not like a straight edge.
It's not.
Oh, it's not. Oh,
It's light
okay.
traveling through a medium, and it might be straight or it might
Yes.
not be. So it's not direct
Oh,
measurement.
it might
You could say
not.
it's
It's
indirect.
not. Might not be. It might, but it might not be.
So T-Dub, why do you believe that you don't have to explain phenomena again?
What claim did I make about it? About a phenomena.
You didn't make a claim. You said that you don't have to explain. You guys don't have to explain stuff.
Yeah, because it's not a
It's not different
dichotomy. It's just somebody making a claim. I can't see the bottom of that thing because obstruction.
And then you go ahead and explain it on a flat Earth, and tell us
I don't
how it
need to
makes sense.
explain it. I don't need to explain it. I just need to show that that
Why?
claim is incorrect. That's all. That's all I need to do.
Why can't you explain it?
Why? I'm not making a claim about it. Why would I try to explain it? Why am I trying to explain it?
Okay, so you don't want to explain anything.
That's not traveling. That's a different type of medium.
Pertinent to anything I am saying, is it?
So how'd you disprove that? How'd you disprove what Matthew posted again?
Oh, if it was physical obstruction at distance, it would be measurable and at a fixed point, right? It was due to the physical geometry of the Earth being a sphere with the said radius dimensions, right? Blah blah blah. It would be at a specific distance, and
You
we
don't
can
know
show
what that's
that
made out of. The fuck you talking
the
about?
horizon
So
is
you're saying that
beyond the
people
physical
then
geometric limitations of that sphere.
Sure, you'd have to measure the sun as well, right? You'd have to measure the sun with a measuring tape or something.
What am I measuring the sun for? What?
Wouldn't you be measuring the sun as well, just to make sure everything is like up to order? Then?
See, you think that the horizon is defined by the limitation of your view due to sphericity of the Earth, right? A geometry, a physical limitation of view. To a point where you can't see any more of the surface because it's curving down and away based on your height, right? There's an extent. There's formulas for this. Yeah. There's calculators for this online. Distance to horizon.
Yeah, what
right?
about it?
That's the point beyond which things will begin to be obstructed by the physical geometric curvature. We can show it is not where it should be.
Yes, but not being where it should be is different than saying it doesn't exist. So what if it's a different place? It still exists.
It still exists.
Right.
You don't see it, and it's not obstructing anything like it's claimed to be
still
doing.
exists, but it might be closer or farther depending on the.
Oh, it's not
turbulence of the
obstructing
atmosphere.
anything then.
It is.
It's not obstruct. So things aren't going behind it and becoming
They are.
obstructed by it. They are.
Yeah,
Okay.
like the sun.
Then
I
we
just
show.
posted a picture of the sun where that's clearly happening.
And then we show that you are saying is the physical obstruction, right, isn't where it geometrically should be.
That's right. It's not where it should be.
So
but
the thing you're saying is obstructing it isn't the thing you're saying obstructing it.
it is obstructing it, but it might be farther or closer depending on the turbulence in this very
Can't be.
turbulent
It's geometrically impossible.
saying it's in the wrong place
unless
is different than saying it doesn't exist. You're saying it's in the wrong place. I'm saying okay, fine, it's in the wrong place. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Yeah, it doesn't exist where it should be. Therefore, it doesn't exist because it's a fixed geometric point.
Are you saying it doesn't exist, or are you saying it's in the wrong place?
In the model. In the model, it should only be at one.
But light can change that. The bending of light can change that. That's really simple.
So it's not physical. Then it's not physical geometry. It's
What
not
we
a
see
physical
is the
thing
apparent horizon.
blocking your view.
The apparent horizon is caused by the geometrical horizon.
Caused by the geometrical horizon?
Right. It might be in a different place. I'm saying, so what? I don't care if it's in the wrong place. The sun is still clearly blocked by it.
How does the fixed geometry cause a non-fixed apparent place?
Because we see something slightly different than where it is. I mean, that happens when you look through your
No,
glasses
because
or
that's
contacts,
even incorrect. Because in your model, it isn't the geometric horizon appearing to be somewhere else. That's not the claim. You making up your own cosmology now?
No, I'm just saying that the ocean blocks the bottom half of the sun. I mean, you can just use your eyes and look at the picture, or you can deny it, like can make up magic refraction, or magic perspective. I guess that would work too.
So it's not the geometric.
This guy just
So
said
it's
it,
not the
magic
geometric horizon.
refraction.
So it's not the physical geometric Earth curve blocking your view.
Oh, buddy.
Yes.
When refraction benefits you, oh, you're all about it. But when refraction fucks you up, no, it doesn't work there, right? Yeah, you fucking stupid there, man.
Yeah, reality is complicated. Sometimes.
Okay. Reality is complicated now.
Atmosphere is turbulent.
Yeah, you heard Matthew Learn say it, Conqueror. What do you have to say about that? He said it's not the physical geometric Earth curvature blocking your view.
I did. I said it is. It's just in a different spot.
Is? So it is at 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet that you're seeing things being obstructed from view.
No, you're using two different things. The geometric.
Oh, so it isn't. So it isn't. So it is or it isn't. Which one is it?
The geometric horizon is there, but we see it someplace else. The two different things. One is
no, that's not the claim, Matthew. That's not the claim.
With respect,
sorry, that is not the claim. Oh, OG,
Sorry, you're telling him
right?
what it's
OG, your line of sight, right? Line of sight to the geometric horizon is before your paradigm is before the horizon that you're seeing.
Yes,
is in front of that.
That's right.
So it's not the geometric horizon appearing to be somewhere else.
It's the geometric horizon just appearing somewhere else because of the turbulence of the air. That's all.
No, it's not. Still there in front of you. But you're thinking you can see more surface beyond that point.
Yeah, I'm sorry that my view doesn't fit in your talking points in the decision tree, dialogue tree that you're trying to take me down.
Yeah, but you're bringing up your own ideas. This is not the claim that you were supposed to be making.
The claim is really simple.
Where did you get yours? Where did you get this information from?
The claim is
That's
really
not
simple.
what's claimed.
Well,
That's not what's claimed, though.
How about way after sunset? Like right now, I go outside, it's dark outside. Where's the sun? It's below the horizon.
Not there?
There. No, it's not.
It's above the horizon?
You can't
hell
see it.
Yeah.
Yeah?
So I go outside and it's dark outside, but the sun is still above the horizon.
Yeah, have you ever seen that video where it's like in South Africa or some shit, and the sun just moves away and its angular size starts getting smaller and smaller in the atmosphere until it completely disappears? So you never seen that video, buddy? Tell me you never seen that video. You've been around long enough, motherfucker. Tell me you've never seen that video, guy.
I've seen the video of the glare getting
well, you've seen the videos of the shit getting angularly smaller as it moves away. No, what fucking glare? We're talking about the actual sun. Fucking angular size of the sun goes smaller as it moves away.
Never gets smaller as it moves.
Yes, it does, my guy.
It never does. Just take a
Yes, it does. There's videos of it. I've seen them. You've seen them. We've all fucking seen them. The fuck you talking about?
How about the moon? That's easier.
Gotta go to the Africa. Yo, buddy, I've seen the moon do all kinds of shit, guy. It changed angular size throughout the day. I've seen it all. The fuck you talking about?
You've never seen the angular size?
Yes, I have. Yes, I have, my guy. And it wouldn't help your point if it did.
The day of a full moon, the full moon stays the same size.
Buddy, your fucking physical mass of the moon is above us moving, right? So its angular size should be changing on your fucking model, guy. The fuck you talking about?
I'm talking about through the space of one night, the night of the full moon.
Yeah, exactly. It's moving through the space of one fucking night. The distance is changing the whole fucking time, so the angular size of it should be changing because it's a physical object, motherfucker. On your fucking thing, it should be fucking changing. The fuck you talking about?
You're right. It should be changing, but only like 0.
And so it should be the sun because it's on an ellipse and not a fucking complete fucking circle path, right? Your fucking stupid solar thing.
Yeah,
your solar system, it's all in fucking ellipses, bro. So everything is on a different fucking range. The range is completely fucking different from one cycle to the next.
That's right. The angular size of the sun does change.
Hey, you fucking stupid, Matthew fucking learns. You stupid as fuck.
No, I'm not stupid. I'm actually pretty intelligent, and I was saying
No,
that.
no, you're not. A lot of people would disagree with you on that one, my guy.
I have a list of 5,000 people who would say that I'm smart.
Oh, list of 5,000 idiots. Goddamn, it doesn't fucking take a. It does. See, idiots can fucking get idiots to follow them, no problem. That's like the craziest thing
these are
about
That's
it.
exactly how the flat Earth community
Yo,
runs.
college
Based on idiots
students.
that follow
Oh
other
my
idiots.
God, who gives? Yeah, that's the dumbest motherfuckers out there. College students.
College
Oh,
students know a
Matthew, you
lot
stupid
more
as fuck, bro.
about the Earth than you do. I bet.
Oh, these are college
Maybe if you
students,
would have stayed in
bro. Are
college,
you
you would have
serious?
known
You gonna
about
tell me those
the
people are
Earth.
smart? Man, you
Actual
out of your
fact.
fucking mind. Matthew, that's how stupid you are. Your naivete is insane. You're naive as fuck, bro. You're
Oh
going
no,
through
I'm
life
not.
like a fucking like,
No, I'm
buddy.
not stupid nor naive.
Or you're
I'm pretty
dumb as
smart and
fuck.
wise.
Bro. Hey, buddy, go get injected 10 more times, man. The fucking DX is coming, bro. DX is coming. Okay, I'll stop right here at this point. Oh, fucking hey, Matthew. Drugs are bad, okay? Drugs are bad, okay? You're just like fucking. You're just like, you know what's the crazy part about it? You're like, you know, Scott Mackey has the name of Mackey, right? From fucking South Park, and he kind of looks like the motherfucker with the glasses on, right? You are like your personality is fucking that Mackey guy. Okay, so both you guys are the Mackey. God damn it. Drugs are bad, okay?
Well, drugs are
Matthew.
illegal, so therefore they're bad.
What do you mean? Marijuana is legal everywhere. The fuck you on about, man? Canada has legalized
No,
weed for the longest time.
I'm in California, and it's against the law to use marijuana in California.
Oh, okay, good for them. Thank God. But it's okay to fucking inject fentanyl in the streets and shit. I mean, I can't smoke no weed, guys. Jesus Christ. You know, you're so naive and stupid. It's fucking insane, bro.
Oh no, I'm not naive nor stupid. I'm smart and wise.
Guy. You guys hear this guy? This guy's just such a fucking idiot.
What if the roles
Oh.
were reversed? What if this crazy
Oh,
weed
you
drunk guy
fucking
was
kill me,
the
Matthew. Matthew does not learn a
global
goddamn thing. You know that's what you
Matthew
should
was a flat
fucking.
earther? I bet the
Your
guy
name
that would
should be
make me.
Matthew. Does not learn a goddamn thing. That's exactly what it should be. You know, Matthew, change it. You know, especially on the server, you can change it. You can just right click it and change your name. Matthew does not learn a goddamn thing. Let's put that down. Yo, Matthew.
Yeah, what's up? What's your next insult?
I was gonna say you you dry a pussy faster than a fucking clothes dryer.
Oh, I don't respond to foul language. Goodbye. that's just rude and foul. Goodbye.
Conqueror, tell us how you bunked reality that you experience.
Can you say what you said again so that it makes actual sense?
Because you said earlier that literally everything debunks the flat Earth. So go ahead and tell us exactly
lot of
what
things do.
debunks the reality that you experience.
What's the so you're saying what debunks the reality that I experience. So you're presupposing I experience a reality that is contradictory to what I know.
Right,
So
the
how does that
globe,
work?
yeah,
How do you
exactly.
get to this point?
Yeah. You don't experience the curvature, you don't experience the alleged motion of the Earth, and there's
How do
no
you
way
know I
in
don't
hell you'll
experience the
ever be able
curvature?
to Go ahead, tell us when you experienced the curvature.
You're telling me. I mean, you say I don't experience it. You're presupposing that I don't experience things. I'm telling you. How do you know that?
Everybody does. They even tell kids in school, yeah, sure, you look out at the world and it doesn't look like a ball. It looks like a plane, and it doesn't feel like it's moving. Yeah. So that's pretty much
So
just a
first things
given for
first.
everybody. Everybody's experience of this place isn't of it being a spinning ball in a vacuum. Self-evident
So
that it's
I'm not
flat
going to talk
and
about the
motionless.
spinning ball in a vacuum thing. What I know for a fact is that the Earth is indeed spherical. It's curved, right? The reason I'll tell you that, and the reason I'll say that, is simply because of two flight paths. They don't make any sense on a flat Earth. So I'm assuming that the flat Earth is either a disk or just a plane, which is the only two explanations for a flat Earth. It doesn't look like anything else in any other
It's
thing.
just
What is it,
it's
a
just the
triangle?
reality that you experience when you go outside. That's all it is. Yeah.
That's it. You guys believe in continents then? Continents exist, right?
Land is a thing. Yeah, land exists. Yeah.
Okay, so the continents exist then.
Land exists. Yes. There's land that
Yes,
pokes up out of the ocean. Yeah.
Do we agree with the following? There are 7 continents.
Yes. There's land masses.
Yeah. So are you just not going to agree, or what?
Do you need my my agreement to make your point?
Yeah.
Make your claim? You need my
Yeah, no,
agreement to make your
I don't
claim?
need your agreement
Or
to
can it
make the
just stand
point.
on its own merit? Can you just make a claim and it be able to stand on its own
Why
merit?
can't we agree on that? What's holding you back?
There are things, there's land masses which are named continents. Yeah. Asia, Europe. Blah, blah, blah.
Thank you. There we go. Thank you. Okay. All right. So with that being said, can you explain Santiago to Sydney and California to South Korea on those land masses that you just named? How does that work? Are those two
Are you
flights work on a
asking me
flat Earth?
questions? Why can't you just make
I forgot.
your
You're a flat
claim?
earther. You don't like questions. You don't like questions, do you?
Why can't you
don't like
just make your claim? Why can't
You can't
what
explain
you think is the case just and allow it to stand on its own merits? Why can't you do that? Why can't you just present what you think is?
The thing is,
why can't you just present what you think supports the so-called sphere Earth, like you said?
what I'm saying,
Let it
T-Dub,
stand on its
exactly
own merits,
supports what I
and let it
claim.
stand up to scrutiny.
Yeah, but why don't
You
you
need
want
to ask me questions to make your
It's like
point.
a one-sided. Yeah,
Why
you
do
don't
you
like
need
questions.
to
See, the
ask
thing is,
me
T-Dub,
questions to make your point?
You see how hypocritical you are. You see how hypocritical you are. You love asking questions. You don't like questions being asked to you. That's how hypocritical you are. You get so upset
I didn't.
when you're not the one asking.
What claim did I make? What claim did I make?
You said that we observe the Earth is flat, right? That's a claim.
Yeah, that's a given. I don't think you're going to even find a physicist who will disagree.
How is that a given? How is that a given?
Where do you experience it as being a spinning ball in a vacuum?
Okay, so you made a claim and you didn't back it up. You just questioned me about your own claim.
You don't, do you? Nobody does.
He's running a
No, I
false
totally
dichotomy.
do.
So T-Dub, you're making this dichotomy of we either experience.
No, I'm just stating what we do experience, what everybody objectively experiences, and it isn't a spinning ball
Look
in
at
a
how
vacuum,
you're
is
lying.
it?
Why are you
Is
lying
it?
for
It's
everybody
not,
else?
is it? So that's
T-Dub,
just
you
for
are
everybody.
blatantly lying.
Goes
You
for
are lying to
everyone.
everybody.
Let's see if he's lying.
T-Dub,
Do you, my friend,
T-Dub,
very quick.
you are lying for everyone right now.
Hello, do you experience motion of the Earth yourself, personally?
I experience motion in the Earth. Yes, I experience motion in the Earth.
Okay, apart from earthquakes,
Hmm.
do you experience the Earth in motion?
Yes, I would say that I experience the Earth in motion.
How do you do that, my friend?
Yes, because I mean it depends on how you would define experiencing motion. I said that we experience motion.
Okay, so I'll be clearer. Do you feel the Earth moving, or does the Earth act like it is in motion?
The Earth acts like it's in motion, and it does move indeed. Do I feel it moving like 1,000 miles per hour on me, on my surface? No, because everything is relative and it's moving at the same time as the Earth.
Okay, so you do not feel yourself the Earth moving. Okay, base experience, you do not feel any motion to the Earth, correct?
Jedi, you're nearly 50. You should understand why.
Okay, so without you give me an excuse of reasons why, we're just trying to get down to your basic experience of the Earth. That's all we're trying to get to. Okay, so you don't feel the Earth moving. Next question: do you experience curvature of the Earth, and if so, how and where?
Absolutely. So the horizon. If the horizon, if the Earth was flat, the horizon would extend in every direction, basically
does.
straight, depending on the regardless of level. But the horizon curves, right? I had Flat Earth. I forgot was it Flat Earth or Warden? I'm pretty sure you know who he is. He said that the horizon is where the surface meets the sky, right? That's basically what that's basically how they explain it on a spherical Earth. That's admitting to the spherical Earth. So
okay, you do understand that we have a 360-degree circle of vision around us when we turn around, right?
Have a what?
We have a 360-degree field of vision when we turn around, right?
Huh?
God, this is getting impossible to talk to you already, and I've only tried it for a couple of
I
seconds.
literally agreed with you. Now you're saying, oh man, this is getting hard.
Sorry, did you say
Like,
yes or no, or did you go, huh?
I said, huh?
Oh, okay then. So
Yeah.
it wasn't tangible. All right. So yes or no, please. So yes,
Yes,
you
if that's a
understand
fact,
that the
then yes.
horizon is a 360-degree circle of vision around you, not the Earth curve.
Huh? What do you mean circular vision around you? That is the Earth curve. What are you talking about?
No, the horizon's the limitation of your view. For example, it will move around if you use a
Not
different
just a
optic.
limitation of my view.
Oh,
Where'd you
God,
get that
okay,
from? Cite the
don't talk
source.
to him.
Cite the source. You're just saying stuff now without citing any sources.
Do you think you see convexity in the horizon?
What do you mean by convexity?
You see it curving. You see slope in
Yeah,
it.
so like the flat earther Warden guy said, the horizon, which is this is the actual definition of horizon, is basically where the surface or the ground meets the
Appears
sky.
to meet
That's
the
literally
sky.
curvature in itself.
Appears to meet the sky.
Appears to. Oh, my bad. Appears to. Yeah.
Just incorrect
How does that
curvature.
work on a flat Earth?
That's the limitation of your view, depending on the optics that you use and the atmospheric conditions of the day. The horizon will appear in different locations.
Huh. So if I'm looking, so if I'm at the beach, right? If I'm at the beach, it's a sunny day.
Yeah.
And I'm looking out to the horizon. How is it supposed to look on a flat Earth?
As you see it. So answer me this question. Doesn't matter the optic that you use, you will always see a horizon, correct?
Yes, because the Earth is spherical.
No, because it's the limitation of the optical device's view. Your eyes, the binoculars, the high-powered zoom camera, a horizon is only observed in optics. The very fact that you always
how else are you
see a
supposed to see the horizon?
Excuse me. The very fact that you always see a horizon doesn't matter that the optic that you use shows you that the horizon's optical.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Jedi.
not physical.
How
then.
else are you supposed to see the horizon? Jedi. How else are you supposed to see the horizon?
My friend, you said that it's Earth
You
curvature.
don't have an answer to it, huh?
I just answered
We're talking
it. You
about
cunt.
optics. We're talking about our eyes. How
Just
else are you
answered
supposed to see the horizon?
Exactly. That's all that it is. It isn't physical Earth curvature. Otherwise, you would stop seeing
You
it.
didn't prove that though. You just said, "Well, you see it with your eyes."
No, I asked you this clear question. You stupid fucking idiot. Listen. Do you
yeah,
or
you're
do
getting real
you
mad,
not
50
see
year old.
always a horizon? Doesn't matter the optic that you use.
Do I always see a horizon? Yes, you see a
Yes.
horizon all the time.
Awesome stuff.
Especially in
So
the
it
atmosphere that
shows you need to shut up. It shows you that it's an optical phenomena. It's not Earth curvature. Earth curvature would be a 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, not ever expanding depending on the optic that you use. Are you stupid?
Show me how. So since I'm wrong, right, and the horizon's just an optical illusion thing.
Yeah.
Show me how it'd be contradictory to it.
Well, it's not a 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet if it was physical.
I'm saying, like, how would it be, like, the contradictory to what I just said? Like, how would it be contradictory then?
Because you would have a limitation because of Earth curvature. The horizon would let's put it like this. If you've got a hill and you've got a camera, you can zoom in on the top of that hill. You might even be able to zoom in on the grass and the daisies that are on top of it. Maybe a little bird jumping around on the top of that hill. You could focus on it, couldn't you? But as you kept zooming in, you'd lose the ability to resolve the top of that hill, and you'd look beyond it, wouldn't you? You wouldn't see the top of that hill anymore, would you?
How does that disprove the horizon?
Because the horizon is always viewable within optics. Doesn't matter the optic that you use, you will always see a horizon extending into the distance. Your eyes,
Yes, and
binoculars,
why is
zoom
that? Why is
camera,
that, Jedi?
because it's the limitation of your view across the surface of the Earth.
So the surface of the Earth meeting
Yes.
the sky
No,
in
the
a
surface of
spherical-like
not the
way.
sky. How does the surface of the Earth mean the sky? Are you fundamentally retarded, or do you not understand the words that are
I
coming out of
said
my
the
mouth?
surface of the Earth meeting this. That's literally what Warden said. That's what one of your buddies said, buddy. What are you talking about?
The
That's what one of your own
horizon
buddies said.
is the limitation
And
of your view across the
you guys have
surface
two
of
different
the Earth.
definitions. So Warden believes the horizon is the surface of the Earth meeting the sky, and you think it's a limitation.
The limitation of your view across the surface of the Earth, where the surface appears to meet the sky. Yeah, you claim it's Earth curvature, like the top of a hill. Can you always see the top of the hill if you keep zooming past it?
No.
Of course not. So the horizon's optical because it's always viewable.
Horizon is optical because it's always viewable, because if you zoom into a mountain, you won't be able to see the top.
Yeah, so like an Earth curve, the top of a hill, a limited position, shouldn't extend for always after that position with an optic, now should it?
Jedi, you're literally making zero fucking sense. You're saying the most
That's
stupid
because you're a
things
global
about
and
the
you
entire.
don't understand what a horizon is. It's a very simple
No,
point.
you
The
don't
fact
understand.
that
Okay,
you
okay.
always see a
Jedi, show
horizon.
me a credited source saying exactly what you're saying about the horizon. Go ahead.
Okay, dumb fuck. You can literally get a camera and do it.
Other than Jedi
Question
just
was,
talking and
do
manipulating
you
words together.
see
You got no
the
scruples in this
curvature?
conversation, mate.
Let T-Dub talk, man. You're just stupid.
No, he's not. The question was, do you see the curvature of the Earth that is claimed to exist?
Yes, the horizon is literally the curvature of the Earth.
So
The
that
surface
flat
is
horizontal
track.
thing that you see is the curvature.
You said
I'm talking
the
about,
horizon
do
is
you
a horizontal.
literally see it curving at the claimed rate
Horizon
it
is
is
literally.
claimed to be curving?
I literally see what curving? The entire Earth curving? No, the Earth is big. It's fucking
You're
massive.
trying to use the horizon. You're trying to use the horizon as an example of seeing Earth curvature. Is it
Yes, 'cause
curving?
in a flat Earth,
Is it curving?
there would be no
Is
surface
it
meeting the sky.
curving? Do you see a curved horizon?
What do you mean? Do I see?
You see a horizontal horizon. Sorry?
Are you telling me what I'm saying?
No, he's asking you a
Do you
question.
see
Do
a
you
curved
see?
horizon?
Very simple. That horizontal
Yes,
line.
we
Do
do.
you see
Of
it
course we do.
curving? Do you see the
Yes. Do
horizontal
we see a
line
curved
curving?
horizon? Yes.
Cool. Show
We
me that
see a
then.
curved horizon. Yes.
Okay, show me that then.
You want a picture of the horizon?
I want a picture of it curving from a place that it should be curving mathematically.
It should be. Oh, you did math or something?
Yes.
Okay. Show me the math that you did that would contradict this.
Okay, show me the image.
This was originally just trying to establish whether you, in your own personal experience of reality, see curvature, see the Earth curving. You've used the horizon as an example. Do you see it curving?
Yes, the horizon is
You
literally
do?
curvature.
You
Yes.
see it curving?
That's literally what. Okay, look, I'll post a picture of the horizon. There's like a bunch of pictures of something. It's just a random picture. Or I'll post this one. I think this one's better actually. It's the second one. I wonder what made up thing Jedi made in his mind that's gonna contradict this or whatever.
I don't know. You just have to look at the panoramic view taken from the top of the mountain and notice that that horizontal line is just a circle of limitation around you. You fucking idiot. Quite obvious. It's
Wait,
obvious.
so
Look at the
explain
video.
that.
Look at the video, you cunt.
So the horizontal
Look at the video.
line and then the
Look at the
sky
video.
is
Look at the
limiting
video.
something. What did you say again?
Look at the video. Do you see that straight line, that circle of vision around you? Do you see that panoramic view top of the mountain? Circle of vision around you?
Circle of vision
Okay,
around it.
then.
Okay.
Well done. So not curvature of the Earth, like T-Dub's trying to point
What are
out.
you
That
saying? You're saying the
Shut
most
up.
dumbest random things.
Shut up.
You're saying
Shut up.
dumb things randomly.
Yeah, that horizontal line. Do you see it in the panoramic view? Tell us where it curves.
Yes.
Tell us where it curves.
What do you mean? Are you telling me where's the horizon? Why don't you show me an image of like sea or something, so it's much easier to fucking see the horizon.
Panoramic view, top of a mountain, you can clearly see where the surface of the Earth appears to meet the sky. The panoramic view, by the way, is 360-degree circle of vision around you. I want you to show me on the 360-degree circle of vision where the horizon curves. Off you go.
Why are you showing me on top of a mountain where like it's fucking cloudy and foggy as shit on purpose? Like, well, that's the most dumbest thing ever. You told me to show you a picture, then you show
So
me
you
a
don't think
foggy
that
video.
when you turn around, you have a 360-degree circle of vision around you?
Never
Because
said that. Of course
well,
you have a
show me,
360-degree
show
view.
me, show me on a 360-degree circle of vision where the horizon curves. Show me that.
Oh, you're saying that only on you're saying on a 360-degree what's it called, that the horizon
You
doesn't
said the
curve.
horizon curves. I've given you 360-degree vision of that horizon. You show me where it
Yeah,
curves.
you showed me. You gave me 360-degree foggy vision.
Show me where it curves.
What do you mean? Show you where it curves?
So
In your
the
video,
horizon.
in your little
Horizon. You
GIF,
said it's Earth curve. Shut up. You said it's Earth curve.
there's
Show me
literally
where it curves.
fog right where the horizon is, buddy. You want
Oh,
to talk
so
about refraction? You want to talk about optics? There's
you're
literally
just using
curve where
words
the
you don't
horizon is.
understand now, aren't you? This is the strangest cope I've ever seen. Yeah. See that
You're literally
horizontal
showing
line? That
fog. There's
circle
literally
vision around
fog
you.
where
I
you're
want
talking
you to
about.
show
Like,
me
there's a
where it
reason you're
curves.
showing me some stupid shit.
Show me where it curves. All I want you to do is show me where it curves. Then we can shut the server down when you show me the horizon curving. Off you go.
No, you won't shut the server down, dude. Hundreds of people probably came in here and disproved Flat Earth already. You
Yeah.
can see
Shall I give the game away?
horizon.
Shall I give the game away? Shall I give it away? Mathematically speaking,
What
you're
away?
not high enough above the surface of the Earth to see curvature left or right from the International Space Station. But you go ahead and try. You try. You try. Go on. Off you go.
Yeah,
You
because
try.
the Earth is really big.
So
The
you're
Earth is
not
really
going to
big.
be able
Okay,
to
Jedi,
show me
actually.
left or right curvature then.
So,
Is that
so
what
we
you're
can talk
saying?
about
You won't
horizon
be
all
able
day,
to.
although you clearly don't
You won't
understand
be
what the
able to, will
horizon
you?
is, because you're
Is
stupid.
that you admitting you won't
So
be
he's
able to?
making excuses now. He's making
Yeah.
excuses now. It's really big. So
Yeah.
you do see it or
Wait,
you
Zeno
don't
said that's
see
an
it.
edit.
He doesn't see
You
it
don't see it
because
because
it's
it's
too
too
big.
big? Right, yeah.
Well, you don't see left or right. You don't see the entire left or right curvature of the Earth from the International Space
So,
Station. You said, Jedi, right?
mathematically speaking, you're not supposed to. Would you
Yes.
like me to go and get you two sources for that?
Oh, mathematically speaking, you're not supposed to. You're not supposed to see what?
The curvature of the Earth from left to right. You're not high enough above the surface.
Okay, go ahead and show me the math for that.
Okay. Would you like me to go and get Neil deGrasse Tyson or Paul Larson? Which one?
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Okay. So, do you know the Felix Baumgartner jump? Do you remember that?
No, just go ahead and show me what Neil deGrasse Tyson said.
Okay. No worries.
Go ahead. Show it. What he said.
Hey, Conquer. So, like, that 30 or 40 degrees that you see in the photo that you posted, if you turn to the right or the left, does it hump again? You dumbass.
What hump again? What?
Oh, you're such a shit for brains, dude. So, if you turn to the right or the left, does it hump again, or does it keep going down on both sides?
What if you're looking at the horizon at the sea?
Yeah, let's say you're looking at about 30 degrees of the azimuth. Let's say you turn to the right 30 degrees. Is there another hump?
Everywhere. You want to turn everywhere. You want to.
Is it like a cantaloupe Earth where it's just got a bunch of humps? You stupid asshole.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
You're like 30 and you're like you don't understand basic physics. You're very stupid. Says who you're.
Well, this is about physics now. It's not about the horizon and geometry.
You're stupid.
You dumbass.
Yeah, so says who in the geometric. So listen. Says who. With just a basic logical understanding, a horizon doesn't even make fucking sense on a flat Earth. It's just flat, and if you change the level, it's still flat and straightened out. The surface, the sky wouldn't meet the surface of the Earth if the Earth was flat. That doesn't even make any sense. That's literally.
Oh man, you're all triggered now. So you got a flat Earth model you want to show us since you know what it's supposed to be?
Go ahead, show us your flat Earth model. Let me see it.
You guys don't claim a model because psychologically not claiming something means you don't have to try to back it up and defend every
Yeah,
other
yeah, but now you have one. You want to show us your flat Earth model that you got?
Oh, I can show. Yeah, go ahead. I'll show you a flat Earth model that I got.
Go ahead, let me see yours. Where's yours at?
Just before you do that, go listen to Neil deGrasse Tyson. He might educate you with math.
He said he might educate you with math.
Yeah, he might do. Being this is, an astrophysicist on your side, somebody that you trust and believe in, because he thinks the Earth's a ball and tells you all stories about space. He'll tell you that the International Space Station isn't high enough above the surface of the Earth to perceive left to right curvature. Now, are you going to trust him? He's your priest.
Go ahead, show me where he said that. I don't doubt that he said it. To be honest, Neil deGrasse Tyson does say a
in the
lot.
fucking text stream, you deaf idiot. It's in the text room.
I wasn't listening to you. Your buddy was too busy talking.
Then. Tell you what, I'll give you the time to go. There you go. Go and watch it. Fucking pussy. And when you're finished, you can ask politely in the text room to please be unmuted. And then go to the video and show me on a 360-degree circular vision where the horizon curves. You plum.
I don't see it. I'm already telling you, I don't fucking see the video you said you posted or the whatever the hell. You still haven't posted it. I literally don't see it. I scrolled up. I don't see it. I see the 360-degree thing you posted before. I still don't see the Neil deGrasse Tyson thing you posted.
Do not see where Adam Unsalted has tagged you into a post. Do not see that for your attention. It's like,
can you post it again? I don't see it.
Do you want me to hold your hand and help you cross the fucking road?
Oh my god, you're fucking idiot. You never posted it. What are you talking? You just never posted it. And you're just saying shit now. Just fucking post it again. Dude is so afraid of posting his fucking globe bunk. I like how like flat earthers will talk to people and bring up people that believe the earth is a globe. Like how the fuck
Do you
are you gonna
think we're
use
new?
due to what? Due to
Do
your
you
belief?
think we're
No.
fucking new? Do you think we haven't heard your bullshit before? That's my question.
What's
Do
funny?
you think
Yeah,
you've added anything to this conversation that hasn't been
I don't
said
think that proof
so
of
many
the earth
times?
not being
It's like
flat
it comes down to you're on a level plane and they fucking imagine a globe by counting. And then you go back and you go, oh, put it on paper as a flat plane, and we're going to call that our map. And that's your map. And you say, hey, this is actually your map, and it's wrong. No, fucker, your map is wrong.
Why are you so mad, dude? You're 37. Why are you so mad?
How do you know how old I am? You're scaring me. Oh my God.
Like, you're old. Why are you being so mad online, dude? There's no reason to be so damn mad.
Sexy bitch.
Oh, sorry. Old people shouldn't be mad, Yeah, they shouldn't be mad.
Yeah, I mean, he's mad over us talking about the obvious fact that the Earth is fucking spherical. Like, why are you so fucking mad? Yes, you guys got a point at a map.
Safely established that when you go outside, it is not obvious to you that Earth is a spinning ball. Right? We've established that much. You are in the category of absolutely everybody else that has ever lived in existence. That was my point.
Oh, so you're just telling everyone what they've experienced that ever lived.
You have pretty
Good
much
job, buddy.
accepted that and agreed to that. It
Agreed
is
what?
not up for debate. You don't go outside and experience something
Why are
and just
you
naturally go, holy shit, I'm on a spinning ball in a vacuum. Not self-evident.
Who just goes out and just fucking said, no, who claimed that? Who claimed that it's just self-evident that you're on a spinning ball in a vacuum?
Right.
You go outside.
So you don't experience it.
What? Things aren't simple. who understand.
22 minutes after the hour, Conqueror, you got Neil deGrasse Tyson telling you can't see the curvature of the Earth from the ISS or the Red Bull gem.
Let me
So
actually
go
take my
ahead.
time to watch this video real quick, and I'll be back to you guys on this 1 minute little video.
Apparently, we live on Cantaloupe Earth, where you look out and there's just this big hump, and then you'll turn and there's another hump. What the hell?
You can't have a horizon on a sphere, Tard.
Yeah, Adam, being in your 30s now is an insult. I don't know if you knew that, but 37 is so old, bro.
It's just like, oh my god, I can use this as a fucking weapon. Like, fuck you. Like what? You're 37, Adam. Fuck you, dude. I knew this shit at 35 and 34. Fuck you. You're 22 and you don't know shit. Hey,
Hey,
baby.
you idiot, you have more life experience than me. How dare you?
I forget, do we know everything when we're born and then over time we slowly decline in intelligence? Is that how things work? Or is it the other way around, where we're born with no intelligence and throughout our life we gain experience and knowledge? Which way around is it?
Yeah, I don't know, some kind of bullshit Benjamin Button thing going on? I have no idea.
Yeah, no. No idea.
You do eventually get dementia and die. Your brain just doesn't work that much anymore.
Yeah, Alzheimer's kicks in, I get it.
Old age. It's there's like the word.
It's not 37 though, is it?
Just atrophy. Telomeres, I think, is the word I'm looking for. The thing that your cells use to regenerate over time. They get tired.
All right, I'm back. Talon's talking. Let me let Talon continue.
Okay. So go ahead and
I was
tell
just
us
talking
how
about
you
telomeres
debunk
and aging.
our
with the
natural
brain.
experience of reality.
Because it's like your brain, you would go insane if you remembered everything. So we eject all kinds of memories all the time, every night.
We appreciate that, Talon. So, Conqueror, can you tell us again where you saw curvature of the Earth?
Where I saw curvature or how I can prove curvature. I'd rather talk about how I can prove curvature since you were going to just go on about the horizon thing all over again.
Well,
You didn't see it,
already
though.
been debunked. Jedi, you know, you're like, you look
Where
at
else
you
are
as
you
a
going to see
god, so
curvature?
maybe
Where,
you're the
where else?
perfect person to ask about this. Let me make sure I put this dude's stream
Okay,
volume
I'm
down.
not going to talk to you until you tell me where you see curvature of the
Oh,
horizon.
yeah, of
You
course,
made that
Jedi, because
claim.
you're not that brilliant, are
You
you?
made that claim. We've spent 10 minutes
What?
trying to show you that no, the horizon doesn't curve. We've given you 360-degree panoramic visions, and people like Neil
Okay.
deGrasse Tyson
Can you
used to tell
find
you
me?
when you
Can
should
you find me
and
citations,
shouldn't
Jedi?
see. Why are you talking? I don't get it.
Uh-huh.
We've gone through this with you. You've gone away and watched the video. Now we're asking you the question because you made that claim. Are you going to come back on that claim and say, obviously, I didn't see curvature of the Earth because I've never been far enough away from the surface to perceive that curvature? Are you going to admit that now?
All right. Well, to respond to what you said, I'm going to respond completely to what you said. So when you mentioned the Neil deGrasse Tyson thing and you're talking about the horizon, you're talking about two different things. We're talking about the horizon at first, and then you mentioned Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about how some guy that was in space or did a space jump shouldn't have been able to see as much curvature as he did. Those are two completely different things. I
Where else are you
haven't
going
been
to
to
see
space. I
curvature?
haven't been super high up where we're talking
Where
about the
else are you
horizon.
going to
So I don't
see
know
it?
why you're mix-upping both
Where
of
else are
these
you going
things
to see
together.
curvature of the Earth if not in the horizon?
I
What
can
the fuck do
literally
you
see
think he was
curvature
talking about?
simply from the horizon. The horizon. We're talking about the horizon, and you're talking about space. What are you fucking talking about here?
We're talking
You
about
mentioned
What
the
the
ISS.
fuck do you think he was talking about? Neil deGrasse
Are you
Tyson. What do you
mentioning
think he was
curvature in
talking
general?
about?
Because if we're talking about curvature in general, I can just talk about flights, and then you can't explain that.
No, that's not curvature in general. We're looking to see if we can see the curvature because you made the claim that you see curvature.
Yes, and then you went about space. You went on about space and
Why
everything
did
else. I didn't mention space. I don't know
did
if
we
you
do
said that.
that? Are you failing to understand the context of seeing the horizon?
Yes, the horizon
Okay, so
has like a dip to it.
a dip. What? So it's what? It's concave now. What are you talking about?
Concave. What's concave?
Well, you said dip. The horizon's got a
It's like
dip
a
in it.
dip. Looks like it has like it appears to have like a dip, right? Where it's like the surface of the Earth is meeting like the sky, right? There's like a dip to it. That literally proves that the Earth is spherical because on a flat Earth there wouldn't be a horizon meeting the surface of the sky. It'd just be a straight
Yes, there would.
horizon. And if you were to change levels, like if you were to go on a plane, it'd still be a straight horizon.
If the Earth was flat, you shouldn't see the horizon, even though the horizon is the limitation of your view across the
No, you
surface.
should still see the horizon, dude. It'd just be straight flat out, no matter if you change levels or not.
That's what we showed you. This is why Neil deGrasse Tyson come along and says, doesn't matter your altitude. From the International Space Station, you're still not
Why are
high
you
enough.
saying stuff that Neil deGrasse Tyson didn't say?
You don't understand what's happening to you, so you're flailing like a little bitch.
Yeah.
Weird.
No, you're feeling like a little bitch. You're completely
No,
feeling like
not
a little
really.
bitch,
I'm
Jedi,
trying
because
to hold
you're
this
saying
point
something
that
Neil
you keep
deGrasse
running
Tyson
away
didn't
from.
say.
You keep running
Yeah.
away from this
Yeah.
point.
This was about
Jedi,
what
I'm
you see. Concrete, you said you see. You see it. You said you see it. We were talking about what you and everybody else experiences. And
I'm
then
gonna
you
address-
asked, do you see it? And you said yes. And then you used the
I'm gonna
horizon
address
as
what
an
Jedi
example.
just said. Jedi just said,
Right?
Yeah, okay, buddy. I don't cheat up. See, I don't know why you're even interjecting in here because you're really dumb, and Jedi knows a little bit more than you. So why don't you just shut up and let me talk to Jedi?
Because I'm bringing it back to the point.
So Jedi mentioned
Holding
something
your
about Neil
feet to
deGrasse
the
Tyson.
fire. We're fucking holding your feet to the fire. You said you see it. You personally.
It's just a liar.
Yes, I do see the horizon.
Okay, is that Earth curvature? You said you saw the horizon curve.
Yeah, the horizon is curving, Jedi. It is curving. So
the
where are you getting Neil deGrasse
horizontal
Tyson from?
So the horizontal line, the
Mhm.
horizon, the horizontal line that we can see from 6 foot above sea level, and when I gave you a panoramic view of 360 degrees, when we look at the horizon,
Fog thing?
I can't. I just, dude,
Foggy
you made the
thing?
claim.
It's
You
totally
made the claim.
distorted for reasons. Yeah.
You said you
Yeah,
see
I
the
made the claim that I
horizon
backed up
curved.
already.
No, you
That's why you
haven't.
can't cite me anything that says anything Jedi says, because everything Jedi says is stupid and manipulated.
It's not. I just gave you Neil deGrasse
It
Tyson.
is. It totally is, dude. And it's
Neil
sad
deGrasse
because I know
Tyson
you
backs
actually
up what I
understand
say.
this stuff. You just want to deny it.
Neil deGrasse Tyson backs up what I say.
Jedi, 1 minute you know what you're talking about, next minute you're stupid.
Yeah, no,
Listen, dude, how about you talk
I never
less
said he knows what he's talking about. Well, when I say he knows, like he should know this stuff. I know that he should know this stuff, but he just wants to deny it. So it's like
He's just like one of
hypocrite.
those little kids who thinks that if he talks more, then eventually he'll stumble across something that sounds right. The fuck you doing?
Well, Jedi, let me ask you a question then.
No, No, Flats is trying to talk. No, Flats is trying to talk. What's up, Flats?
What's up, Jedi? You attack the argument and not the person a little more, thank you. It's getting really, it's just spiraling into you talking shit instead of just defending your claims.
Flatsy, so to respond to what you said, the issue is we're all ad homing here, right? I don't ad hom people until they ad hom me, and we're all ad homing. So these guys are going to call me stupid. I'm going to call them stupid, especially when they're actually stupid. So
You haven't addressed the argument, and that's all you're doing. You haven't
you've only been here for like 4 minutes. You just joined up. What are you talking about?
not addressed the argument since you've come back from
What did I
watching.
not address, Flatsy?
What Neil
If you're not
deGrasse?
making baseless assumptions, what did I not address? Oh, Neil deGrasse. So I did address that. So I addressed the fact that me and Jedi were talking about the horizon, and then he mentioned Neil deGrasse Tyson going on about this dude that did a space jump and how he shouldn't have been able to see so much curvature because you'd only be 2 millimeters.
Not so much curvature. Any curvature.
Yeah.
Any.
That's what he said. That's from
Yeah,
the
any.
perspective of being
None
like,
at all. That stuff
yeah.
is flat.
Yeah.
That stuff
Yeah.
is flat. Yeah.
Okay. You feed yourself that when you go to bed. Okay, so yeah, that's at 128,000 feet, and then me and Jedi were talking about me being on the
You
ground.
think you've seen it at sea level, right? You think you've seen it at sea level. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, we're talking about how the horizon is proof of curvature. Neil deGrasse Tyson will tell you the exact same thing, that the horizon is proof of curvature. Now, he is saying that you shouldn't be able to see the curvature of itself.
Does it look curved? Does it look curved? Or as Neil deGrasse Tyson said, that stuff is flat? Which one?
Does what look
curved or
from
flat?
what angle? See how you're manipulating words here to try to get your point? You're like manipulating stuff. You're manipulating horizon
You said
and then
the horizon.
28,000.
Yeah,
Which one
you
is
said
it?
the
Which
horizon.
one is it?
Any of it. The Earth,
Okay,
the horizon, any
so
of
why
it.
are you mentioning
Does it look flat or does it look curved? Does it look flat or does it look
Does
curved?
the horizon look curved? Yes, it does look curved. It's curved. Neil deGrasse Tyson will tell you that.
No, he doesn't. He tells you that from the International Space Station, it looks flat, not curving.
Oh, he tells you from the International Space Station that the horizon looks flat from there?
Yes, that's what he's addressing. Did you not listen
No,
to the video?
false, Jedi.
Yeah.
Jedi, so you're looking at the horizon. Yeah, Jedi. So you're looking at the horizon when you're looking from the International Space Station to Earth. That's what you're looking at.
Excuse me.
Oh.
So we're going from altitudes up to the International Space Station, and it doesn't matter what altitude you are above the surface of the Earth. You're not going to see it curving until you go past the International Space Station. You said that you see Earth curvature. We're telling you you've not been past the International Space Station.
Oh, okay. So you're telling me that because I see a curved horizon, it's actually not proof that the Earth is a sphere, because from the International Space Station you don't see
Don't
curvature.
see a curved horizon.
Right? Is that what you're saying, Jedi?
Yeah, you don't see a curved horizon.
What does the horizon have to do with how much curvature you see from the International Space Station?
Because when you look
Tell
at
me
the
that.
horizon, where the Earth should be curving, mathematically speaking, Neil deGrasse Tyson tells you you shouldn't see that curvature.
Okay, why are you mixing things, Jedi? You know that you're mixing two of these things together. You're mixing seeing
The horizon
curvature
and the horizon.
from 128,000 feet, and then you're
The
mixing
horizon
up
curvature.
horizon, and then you're trying to manipulate both of these together. What are you doing here? You're scrambling,
Oh,
buddy.
the horizon. Where do we see the Earth curving if not on the horizon, you dumb idiot?
If you were further away, just like you explained it, you dumb idiot.
Further?
Like, what the fuck are you talking
So
about?
not you then. So not you then.
This is basically what you're saying. So, man, you fucking see
Stumble.
horizon, the
Stumble and
curving,
fall.
and then you're
Stumble
128,000
and
feet up the sky. Like,
So
what are
not
you
you
saying,
then.
Jedi?
So not you. You didn't see Earth curvature because you've never been past the International Space Station. That's
So
where
you're
you would
telling
see
me
Earth
that I can only
curvature.
see curvature if I'm 128,000 feet up the space station, and you're telling me that
No, you've
I
got that
shouldn't
incorrect.
see curvature.
Incorrect.
The horizon's not curved, right?
Incorrect.
You're arguing 5 different things that make no
Incorrect.
sense.
Incorrect. Felix
Well, then
Baumgart.
follow the logic and the way that he's speaking then.
Felix Baumgartner was at 120,000 feet. The International Space Station is said to be 230 miles above the surface of the Earth. You have to go past that to see the horizon curving to see Earth curve.
Wait.
So when you say that you see the horizon curving, have you been past the International Space Station?
Oh, so the horizon curving is the same thing as being 128,000 feet or beyond that and seeing the Earth curve. That's the same thing.
Oh my goodness
That
gracious
proves
me.
the same thing. Is that what you're saying,
What else?
Jedi?
What else are you going to look at to see the horizon curving, if not the horizon? So it
Yeah, I
doesn't matter
said,
whether
Okay,
you
wait
hey,
there. Wait
Jedi.
there.
I said the phenomena in itself of the
Conqueror,
horizon,
phenomenon.
the surface of the Earth meeting the
can you
sky,
explain
like
the
Warden
scenario
said,
in which you saw the curvature
proves
of
the
the
Earth
Earth,
is
please?
curving. And you're
Can
talking
you
about how, well, Neil deGrasse
can
Tyson
you
said you shouldn't see curvature.
can you explain the scenario in which you saw the curvature of the Earth, please, sir?
Yes, I saw the curvature of the Earth simply by looking at the horizon. In a flat Earth, there wouldn't be
Does it
the
look
surface
curved?
meeting
Does it
anything.
look curved?
Why would things
Does it look
why
curved?
would
Talk
things be
about the
meeting each other?
scenario you were in.
Does it
Where
When
look
you?
Jessica asked,
curved?
hold on,
Where
buddy,
were
buddy, buddy.
you?
When Jessica asks me a question, why are you interrupting?
Because I can. Now, does it look curved? Or are you just interpreting that flat horizontal line as curvature, even though it doesn't look like it?
Well, first of all, good job on interrupting him from getting his question in.
Is it flat or curved? Horizon that you see, is it curved? Does it look curved?
Dub, I've told you 100 times that.
Does it look curved?
Yes, I was gonna finish my sentence by saying yes, but you're a dumbass, so you keep muting me.
So you are a liar.
The dumbest. I already said that it
You
looks
can just
curved.
go
Oh, so it
on
doesn't?
mute.
What am I lying about?
Horizontal lines are derived from the horizon, buddy, because of their slope of 0. You hold two conflicting thoughts in your mind. You look at a flat horizon with a slope of 0 when curvature is the rate of change of slope. So you live your life in a paradox.
I got unmuted now. Perfect, brilliant. Okay. So the only issue I had at first was why we were confusing 128,000 feet up the sky with us seeing the horizon from the surface of the Earth looking into the sky.
Nobody's confusing anything. It wouldn't matter the fuck. If you are at 128,000 feet, it wouldn't matter what you are referencing. You can either see the curve or you can't. Whether you're addressing the horizon or the area of the surface of the Earth between below your feet and the horizon. It doesn't matter. If you can see it, you can see it. If you can't, you can't. And Neil deGrasse Tyson tells you that 128,000 feet, you don't see the curvature of the Earth. That stuff is flat.
I like, T-Dub, it's the most hilarious thing when you say, like, that stuff is flat, because, like, I think you really go to sleep saying that to yourself. That's hilarious.
That was an excellent rebuttal. I mean, just amazing. You did a good job, Conqueror. I'm proud of you.
Yeah, you attack the person, not the argument. Yeah, well, this guy's MO. That's all
I didn't
he's
attack him, dude. I just said he probably goes to sleep with that.
Yes,
I mean,
you haven't said anything about the argument.
What's your name? Flatsy. So Flatsy. So I don't know if you're like new to this VC, but ad hominems are common with your own people. So I don't know why you get so surprised with.
Ad hom is apparently.
Of course, I know
No
what an ad
problem.
hom is.
All right, Conqueror, I'm going to call you shit for brains. You mind if I call you shit for brains? Shit for brains. Never mind whether or not we can see it. Can you show me the measurement of curvature that you have detected so I can verify it for me? Where's the measured curvature?
What measurement are you talking about?
Do you have any measurements of curvature of the Earth?
Will you accept measurements?
Absolutely, and I'll verify them, right? This is something I can verify, correct?
I mean, I would assume so. I mean, if you'd have the proper tools.
You would assume? So what do you have? What are you assuming? Let's go verify these measurements of curvature. Let's see how they got these measurements, and we'll go check.
I just know that you'll sit here and deny them, and then we'll enter a scandal.
Oh, so you don't have any measurements of curvature? I think you don't have measurements of curvature, shit for brains, and so I don't think we're going to have any presented by you, are we?
No, definitely not.
So if you don't think I have measurements of curvature, go ahead and Google it and see if they don't have.
Oh, well, just present the measurements that you got, that you took, that or whoever took them, and we'll verify them.
Well, unfortunately, I've been answering like a lot of questions here, and I want to ask some questions now. Are you fine with that, or are you a flat earther like everyone else? You don't want to answer questions.
Nope, it's not going to work
I'm
that
always
way.
the one
Forget
answering
that.
questions
Not
for everybody
happening.
else because they're
Not going to happen. Not going to happen.
Yeah, I know it's not gonna happen, dude. I'm in a flat Earth VC. They can't answer any questions. They want to be always
No.
asking me questions. Answer this
That's
one. What
okay.
about this one? What about this measurement? What about Neil deGrasse Tyson? But then I ask, answer me these two
Remember,
flights and how they
Conqueror,
work.
everything, literally everything debunks the flat Earth. Remember, Conqueror? Literally everything
Of
debunks the
course it
flat
does.
Earth.
Oh,
That's
like
what
I said,
started
yeah,
this
perfect.
conversation.
I don't know who's the smartest flat earther here. But can you guys explain to me Santiago to Sydney and California to South Korea, please?
What do you need? What needs explaining? Can you be more specific?
Yes, I want you to explain how those flight paths work on a flat Earth.
Oh, I don't know how it works on a flat Earth. They go from one place to the other. Next question.
Oh, so you don't know? Thank you. That's what I want.
Well, what does it have to do with curvature? I mean, really?
You don't know.
It's a flight path.
Does it prove curvature? Because it proves.
How does it prove curvature? How?
Yes, because if the
Let him
Earth
go
were flat.
explain that one.
Okay. Can I talk? Thank you. So if the Earth were flat, right?
Oh, you got a flat Earth model. Can you show it to me?
Hold on
Show
a
me your
second.
flat Earth model.
If the Earth were flat.
No. You're saying if the Earth was flat. I don't know why you would say this unless you have a flat Earth model that you can show me.
No, you said that the Earth is flat. You've made that claim.
I didn't say that at all. I said I don't know if it has anything to do with whether or not the Earth is flat or not, but they just go from one place to another. But now you're talking about your flat Earth model. I want to see it.
Exactly. And I was going to say, try this, Conqueror. Try starting it off with, because the Earth is a sphere, try that. And then continue with your argument.
So you can enter your dumb line of questioning. You know what I've noticed with flat earthers, dude? The dumbest ones are always the ones muted.
And yet you haven't presented your flat Earth model. I need to see it.
No, he won't do. What he'll do is just attack us, and he'll waste time, and he'll not get there. That's all that's going to happen. He's just going to waste time by attacking us. He's going to give us some commentary on what